somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Maybe down and pushed away, but at the end of the day, I am somebody. Oh, so take away the hate and give me love. Yeah. So take away the hate and give me love. Give me peace instead of pain, joy inside this rain, and I will remain somebody. Oh, so take away the hate and give me love. Somebody, take away the hate and show me love. Maybe down but not destroyed, empty but not void, 'cause I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody.
I served as faithful as I could, for as long as I could, make life better for people around me, and tried to leave an imprint in the sand of times. You know, some of my friends in the struggle were killed, others were destroyed in so many ways. So I'm a survivor. I've been blessed to be a long distance runner.
At the end of the day, I am somebody. Ooh, I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody.
A outstanding video that we have of Reverend Jackson's long decades of work in the for our community. And one of the things most affecting our community this year has been COVID-19 and the coronavirus. So we've tried to work to bring together the best information possible on both the virus and what needs to be done in our community as African Americans to ameliorate much of the harm. And pursuant to this, we've put together as the Rainbow Push Coalition a healthcare manifesto that was put together by our committee in order to really lay out what needs to be done and what our community has to do to not be the leading edge of fatalities when it comes to the virus. So joining us now, we have the Associate Dean of Public Health Epidemiologist, Dr. Deborah Fur-Holden, and also President of the National Medical Association, Dr. Leon McDougall. Dr. Fur-Holden, Dr. McDougall, how are you?
Doing well. Good morning.
All right, thank both of y'all for joining us. And just to begin, I think it's important for us to understand the manifesto. So what led to, I'm opening this up to both of you, what led to the creation of the Healthcare Manifesto and what is really contained in it?
Well, the manifesto developed through a collaboration with the Rainbow Push Coalition and the National Medical Association and the National Bar Association, and we were seeing the disparities manifesting across the country, and from a standpoint of reporting, agencies such as the Centers for Disease Control weren't providing the information that the public needed, especially people from Black and Brown and indigenous populations. So we put together this manifesto to provide some guidance in wording that could be better understood by the African American, Hispanic, and American Indian populations. It's a true rainbow. When we speak to this Rainbow Coalition, those were the populations that we were speaking to because of the disparate care that we were hearing about through various stories. And then going to the Centers for Disease Control website and being somewhat surprised that data were not reported by race and ethnicity. And so we spoke to that. Saw on television how SUVs were lining up to get nasal swabs for diagnostic testing. Reverend Jesse Jackson says, well, what about people who don't have a car? So we spoke to that in regards to providing walk-up stations where drive-up stations were located. And then Reverend Yeary spoke to being within a 5-minute walk of these testing stations from a bus stop, train station, or otherwise public transportation. And then you want me to keep going because I can keep going here. I said I don't want to filibuster because I know we got Dr. Fur Holden also on our panel today. So I'll say one more thing. Then we, Reverend Jesse Jackson voiced great concern about persons who were incarcerated. So we spoke to that. We found that in some instances, we talked about how washing one's hands for 20 seconds would be the requirement to help mitigate transmission of COVID-19. And Mr. Patillo, we found that in some prisons, the persons incarcerated actually had to buy soap. So when we're talking about mitigation or prevention strategies, and especially for those persons incarcerated, it's a problem. We identified that, and so it's a 12-point plan and speaking to those issues. So I'll stop there, but really speaking to our community and preventive measures.
All right, Dr. Furholden.
The thing I would add, and it's so great to be with Dr. McDougall always, as a part of our honoring Reverend Jackson for his birthday. So I do want to say happy birthday, Reverend Jackson. One of the things that I did as soon as this pandemic started is I joined the Rainbow Push Coalition, and I joined the National Medical Association, which has a very, very strong public health arm led by Dr. Kamara Jones. And so I think the thing that I really appreciated about this manifesto is it really was the culmination of the great insights from the National Medical Association, all the partners that came on, like the National Bar Association, Black nurses, Black social workers, American Indian physicians, Hispanic Medical Association. All of these wonderful groups came together, and what we did is we created something that deals with our right now problems as it relates to COVID. So we've got some right now proximal opportunities to impact what's happening, but there's also some very distal, long-term, upstream approaches that we propose as well, including increasing diversity in the medical and the healthcare workforce, including better aid to global countries like Africa, who also are, if you look at a global landscape, are also very inequitably treated and marginalized as it comes to health and healthcare. So I really appreciate the opportunity to work with National Medical Association, work with Rainbow Push, and there are things we need to be doing right now, and then there are things we've got to have our eye towards for a future. And the manifesto accomplishes all of that.
And so in that right now category, what are the things that we need to be doing as a community right now in order to better survive this pandemic? Because what we remember back in the beginning, they first people thought, well, Black people can't catch it. No, anecdotal, because of anecdotal information available on the internet. And now we're realizing, no, this is a right now problem. So can you kind of articulate what you mean by that?
Well, I can, we're tag team, tag team. So for one, I think a big issue that continues to be a concern is people gathering in crowds and close together in clouds. So Reverend Jackson spoke to his concern about our houses of worship in how they may present themselves as transmission centers for COVID-19. So we advocated for using technologies to allow the message to go out, but not to allow COVID-19 to infect the church-going community. Believe it or not, Mr. Patillo, we're still talking about wearing facial coverings and masks. And still our national leadership is being, what I would say, disobedient to the science. And so much so, we have substantial segments of our population who believe that wearing a mask is more of a political statement than it is protecting others from COVID-19. So that's why, as a country, we have one of the highest transmission rates of COVID-19 in the entire world. Also, not only speaking to the church community, but just the population as a whole. I know anecdotally we see and comment on how people are gathering and in crowds and not maintaining that 6 feet of physical distancing, and it's a problem. So those are some of the right now type of initiatives. In addition, for the diagnostic testing and screening, making those places for testing more convenient for the population, having centers within churches and community centers and free, and not having to jump over a lot of hurdles like a screening test of questions that led to less people of color actually being screened with diagnostic testing, despite the fact that we were dying more often. So those are some of the right now type of activities.
All right, Dr. Verholden.
I think one of the biggest roles that we have played, and Dr. McDougall is right on the money, is we've also become a source of trusted and credible information. You know, they say fake news travels much further and much faster than does credible news and credible information. And I can only imagine, and I've talked to people in community, I've talked to people where I am here in Flint, across the state of Michigan, and all across the country. And what I find is that the politicization of COVID-19 and all of these very basic and best measures that we have, prevention is the best measure that we have right now to slow the spread of COVID-19 and keep ourselves and our families safe. So all of the misinformation that's being put out, the lack of seeing the behavior that we as a public health, medical, and scientific community have been putting forward, not seeing that modeled by our own leadership, now witnessing an outbreak at the White House and still watching our leaders not follow those basic protocols. I think it's important now more than ever that people know they have trusted, credible sources of information through the National Medical Association, through Rainbow Push Coalition, through the National Bar Association, and many other organizations who stepped to the front line to backfill the gaps left by our leadership.
And so you mentioned the outbreak at the White House, which is going on right now. So in the last week, more people have been diagnosed with coronavirus at the White House than in New Zealand, Australia, Taiwan, and South Korea combined. Why do you think so many people, simply put, will not follow the public health protocols and somehow think that these issues are voluntary? You know, I'll wear a mask if I feel like it, but I don't have to. I don't see why I should have to socially distance. If you can go to the grocery store, then you can go to church, etc. Why do you think people are not buying into the protocols?
Well, notice there was a message that was started, and the message was, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. We'll be fine. We'll figure it out. You know, early on in the pandemic, as numbers were rising, we got a message, we're turning a corner. This will be done by Memorial Day. So if that's the message that's being put forward by leadership, I believe people now have their heels dug in. and even against their own self-interest, the own interest of their health and the health and protection of their families, to go back on that, which I think would just make people human, and I think it would make them decent, is to say, you know what, we underestimated. Or in an attempt to not alarm people, we maybe didn't give people what they needed. So now they've got their heels dug in, and people are literally doing things that are putting them and their families in harm's way. And if statistics play out, and I don't wish this on anybody, some of those people are going to have really bad and negative outcomes from the lack of honoring these basic preventive measures that we all know are our best effort and our best tools right now to prevent the spread of the virus. So I think they went all in, and now they got to play the hand that they set the table with. And it's unfortunate.
Dr. Perula, may I say something, Robert?
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay, number one, let me thank Dr. Madu and Dr. Perula. You mean so much to this project. Let me say this to you right now. I did about, Dr. Fauci said this the other day. Trump were to say right now, he's been through some experience, he wants to face mask and distancing and has 200,000 lives to be saved. Right now, some people who are operating in defiance rather than compliance with science. Defiance. And the notion about listen to what's called last night, Prince about no mandates. Traffic light is a mandate. Red light, stop. Yellow light, caution. Green light, go. You can't depend upon people's individual initiative and how traffic corner. It's a mandate. So there's always some mess here. Now, I submit to you, my friends, that we're going to pay a big price. The latest data on event per day is up to 55,000. Dr. Perula, we shot past 4,000 real fast. And we could run about 500,000 people real fast unless the radical turn around. Black people, I say to you, please, don't risk your health. It costs free masks and just distancing and hand sanitation. Something yet it is profound.
And it's not too late, Reverend. And happy birthday, Reverend Jackson. Happy birthday. It's not too late.
Also, we're doing the push since I'm in and out today. We're collecting at Rainbow's baby diapers. Simple it seems. A lot of people want to do something. Well, a lot of people wear babies wet 2 or 3 times. They keep diapers on all day, have no change in diapers. Get rashes, and they get sick. Baby diapers, baby food, masks and water, baby shoes. Second is the census count. It's a big deal. Please count in the census. Early vote. Where you vote early. Don't even get on about the mail. Go and vote. It's first thing in line for. The Saturday is the birthday celebration here at Rainbow Push in Chicago. And what we're doing is, I'll be 79, we're trying to get people who will get 79 memberships, $79, $7.90, something. We need support. What we've done with the NMA, we do it out of our own dimes that we raise from you. We'll have a government grant, have no government grant laws, as a matter of fact. We need your support. RainbowPush.org today, RainbowPush.org. And click the membership and join today. We need your help. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. Thank you so much, Dr. Perula.
Thank you, Reverend Jackson.
Thank you so much, Reverend Jackson. And Dr. Mendugo, on this point about the outbreak at the White House, can you kind of explain the treatment that President Trump received? Because based on the experimental nature of those treatments, it's pretty clear that if President Trump had gotten sick at the beginning of this pandemic and not now, it's 6 or 8 months in, there's a good chance he would not have made it. So can you kind of describe the nature of the treatments that he received?
So, good question, Mr. Patillo. So what's being reported, so we must frame it like that. What's being reported on the news is that initially he received a treatment involving monoclonal antibodies made by a company called Regeneron. Also, he received a broad spectrum antiviral remdesivir. In addition to that, he received a steroid or anti-inflammatory medicine called dexamethasone. So at least 3 medicines. So when persons appear on television and make a proclamation that one of these therapies cause them to be healed, I don't necessarily see how that could be drawn as a conclusion.
And 15 doctors around the clock treatment. All up to $750.
Yes. So, and speaking to the timing of this, Mr. Patillo, so the Regeneron therapy, that's in the phase 2 clinical trials. So what that means is they haven't even established safe doses for that yet. So when we hear that that's experimental, that is very true. So he received experimental treatment. Now, what I think is more interesting, or as interesting, Mr. Patillo, what wasn't used for treatment? Let's count them down. Hydroxychloroquine, which was proposed as such a miracle cure, and as we discussed in our meetings, was most of the supply was bought up by the Veterans Administration and the Bureau of Prisons. Now, let's fast forward to August 23rd, one day before the Republican National Convention, where a declaration was made concerning convalescent plasma. And not too long afterward, to hear from the National Institutes of Health, a panel of scientists stating that there were insufficient data to support use of convalescent plasma for treatment of COVID-19, and it should not be considered a standard of care. So, and randomized clinical trials would be required to prove its efficacy. So what else didn't he receive, despite it being declared as some type of miracle cure? Treatment was not provided using convalescent plasma. So that's where I think there's concern about a political cloud influencing decisions made by the Food and Drug Administration concerning emergency use authorization for some of these vaccines or some of these therapeutics to date, and perhaps for vaccines in the future. So he's received the best care in the world using experimental therapies, as Reverend Jackson spoke to at one of the top hospitals in the country. And so that's not an everyday people form of treatment and care.
All right,
and I want to add something real quick to this. I want to be very, very clear. He's not out of the woods. See, a lot of people thought that even him being diagnosed or him being COVID positive was a hoax. Dr. Fauci came on our webinar and he said, it's not a hoax. I can confirm that, in fact, the president does have coronavirus. He's not out of the woods yet. The medicines that he gave, he said, I feel better. Well, he's taking a steroid. You know, my mom had asthma, and when my mom had trouble breathing, she would take her steroid inhaler. And what did that steroid inhaler do? It immediately made her feel better. It opened up her lungs. It opened up those little air sacs, and she got better breathing. She would do a breathing treatment, and she felt better. That did not cure her of asthma. It's no different than if you are sick with a cold and you take over the cold, over the counter cold medication, what's in the medication that you get in something over the counter is not curing you of the cold. It's relieving the symptoms and helping to give your body a chance to fight the cold off and giving you some relief so you can improve your breathing, not have to cough as much, etc. That is where the president is right now in this recovery process. But be clear, it is far from over. The hoax is that he's doing great and he is cured. That's the hoax. He is still very much in the throes of this and very much still at risk because of age and health and other factors, at risk for a bad outcome, even with medicine's best being thrown at him. So I want to make sure that people are really, really clear about that.
And Dr. Furhold, I'll go ahead to Reverend Jackson.
Pence not out the woods either. Pence, he's in the middle of that. Pence not out the woods either.
And that was my next point, Dr. Furholden, because you being on the public health side of things, being the epidemiologist on the panel, I want you to kind of just explain what exactly a super spreader event is. In this case, with the White House, we saw that in the debate prep session that President Trump took part in, Chris Christie was in that room, he's positive. Stephen Miller was in that room, he's positive. Kellyanne Conway was in that room, she's positive. Kayleigh McEnany, the press secretary, was in the room. She's positive. President Trump was in that room. He's positive. Only two people who were in that room, Jason Miller and Rudy Giuliani, have not been confirmed to be positive. And Rudy Giuliani had to end an interview because of a coughing fit. So that may simply not be announced. Can you explain how these super spreader events occur and how the virus is transmitted? Because I know there's been a lot of controversy around that point.
Sure. The whole thing with super spread, again, we know what the basic protocols are to keep us safe. And I'll say it again and I'll say it over and over. Prevention right now is the best that we have to stop and slow the spread of this virus. And so how do you prevent the virus? Mask wearing is such an important aspect of what we need to do because masks primarily protect others from you. Masks will stop aerosols and spray from coming out of your mouth, being in the air, or impacting others. So when you've got a lot of people in an interior space, in a confined space, in close proximity with one another, especially when they're not wearing masks, there's no protection between you and somebody who's potentially positive. So you only need one positive person at an event like that, and potentially everybody in the room is now exposed. What we often don't talk about as well is even before you start to show symptoms, you can actually spread this virus. They think that people are at the peak of being contagious in the day or so before they actually start to show symptoms. So all it takes is one person at an event where people aren't wearing masks, where people are too close to one another, and one person could infect an entire room. And then do the math. Those people then leave that room and they go and infect others that they work with, people in their home, people they come in contact with in the store. This is why we do contact tracing. As soon as we identify that somebody is positive, we want to know, one, where were they exposed? And then two, who have they exposed and who have they been in contact with since they potentially were exposed? And it's not just when they tested positive. Because by the time you test positive, you have had the virus for several days. So these super spread events are mostly events where you've got a lot of people, small space, people not honoring the protocols. And from there, they say it's estimated that one person could literally be the source of infection easily within 2 weeks for up to another 30 people. One single human being could infect up to 30 people. So that person, you do the math. In 2 weeks, you've got 900 people that came from one single source. And the myth that we told ourselves is that President Trump's aide exposed him. We don't know that. It might have been a single source exposure. They might have been exposed to the same person. She just got identified as positive earlier than he did.
And Dr. McDougall, I want you to talk a little bit about this concept or this term we've heard of contact tracing around this, because what we saw is President Trump went from the White House debate prep session, and then they had a event in the Rose Garden honoring his new nominee for the Supreme Court. And from that event, we know that Senator Tom Tillis, who was at that event, tested positive. Senator Ron Johnson, who was at that event, tested positive. Senator Mike Lee, who was at that event, tested positive, but the White House is not turning over the information needed by the CDC to do contact tracing. So can you describe to people what contact tracing is and why that's important in the effort to mitigate the virus?
So here again, we have evidence of people not following the science. The contact tracing is a public health measure to identify people who may be at risk based on contacts. So, so if you have an event such as the gathering in congratulations for the nominee to the Supreme Court, nobody's wearing masks, everybody's hugging each other, and then we discover that nearly half of the people who contracted COVID-19 participated in that ceremony, and then to say, well, you know, we're not going to do it. So just think of the lives that one puts at risk by not tracing the contacts of the folks who have been designated and diagnosed with COVID-19. It's a travesty. It's a lack of concern. There's a term, you know, I learned in graduate school, egalitarianism. So egalitarian. So concern for one's community. Where is that? It's not evident. So on one hand, it's a public health measure to protect others in the community. On the other hand, it's a manifestation of care for your fellow human being.
And, you know, it's interesting because on this point of following the science, which is, I think, been the most important part of the discussion on African Americans with regard to coronavirus, is the intersection between good medicine and good public policy. The monoclonal antibodies that President Trump received in that experimental treatment come from a company that uses embryonic stem cells to develop many of their antibody treatments. Now, the particular treatment President Trump was treated with did not come from embryonic stem cells, but as a large portion of what that company works on. The Supreme Court justice that President Trump wants to appoint would strike down the case law, which allows for embryonic stem cells to be used for medical research. So if President Trump had it his way, then the exact therapy that saved his life would not be available to him or anybody else. For both of you, what are the public policy measures that need to be taken to ensure that we're getting the best medical information and that we're not finding out, 6 or 8 months later that, no, you cannot drink bleach, no, you cannot inject Lysol, no, you can't swallow a light bulb, but there are actual medical treatments that are available, but those aren't the things that get the majority of the attention. It's all these, kind of old wives' tales that people are spreading in the media and on social media.
Well, maybe I can start, Dr. Verhoeven, and speak to a resolution that was passed by the House of Delegates of the National Medical Association to establish a COVID-19 task force on vaccines and therapeutics. So I've appointed a collection of experts who belong to the Infectious Disease Society of America, Pediatric Infectious Disease Society, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices for the Centers for Disease Control, who served as president of the National Pharmaceutical Association. That's our Black pharmacists. Also, the Health Equity Group for the Centers of Disease Control. So we're going to be looking at the evidence. We're going to be following what percentage of the enrolled participants are African American and Hispanic. And as Dr. Fauci spoke to on Monday, at least from a diversity standpoint of the persons enrolled, and we're encouraging enrollment for African Americans and persons of Hispanic descent. So once the clinical trials are completed, we have more confidence in being able to say that's a safe and effective vaccine for our communities. He essentially spoke to enrollment goals that are reflective of our nation, with about 13% African American, around 17, 18% Hispanic, and that would be a good start. So we're looking at those things, and we're monitoring those things. So that's some of it.
Yeah, I think Dr. McDougall's point is a great one. I think we need to lean on our leading organizations that we know put the interests of not just our community, but the people that serve our communities at the forefront of this conversation. I really do not think this is the time for individualism as it relates to leadership. We need to bring the largest collective voice to the table. And I really trust and appreciate the National Medical Association taking up the mantle and getting at the forefront of these issues, because now more than ever, we need collective voice. Some of the things I think we also need to be allocating for is real equity in all that is happening around us. We saw very early on with testing, what happened is testing was placed in communities, but somehow our people were not able to fully access it. A lot of the systematic and structural barriers, things like needing an identification, needing a primary care physician prescription. You know, we rolled out drive-through testing. We got rid of some of those requirements, but then you couldn't walk through the site. So if you didn't have a car, you were marginalized in that population. I mean, in that process as well. I think that we've learned a lot, and it's our job to now make sure that the things that we learn not only get brought forward, but that they get baked into everything that's happening from here on out. Therapeutics and vaccines are going to be huge. They encourage us, they tell us they need us in the vaccines, but they didn't come to us when it was time to identify who would be leading the clinical trials to test the safety and the efficacy of these vaccines. So as much as they say they need that we need to do this, we need them to also see the value that we bring at all levels in the process, not just being the people who are being tested for safety of the vaccine, but also people who are making decisions, people who are leading the clinical trials and the clinical studies, people who are leading the dissemination of the findings. Because most people, and I think Senator Harris said it the best last night, she said, if the public health and the medical experts say the vaccine is safe, I'll believe them. I will not believe Donald Trump, just if he says it. So it's important that we have minorities at every table as it relates to what we're dealing with related to COVID and our healthcare system.
And
may I just add to that?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Dr.
So also, Dr. Frederick of Howard University spoke to recently how the consortium of 4 Black medical schools are also being engaged in this more of the leadership role that Dr. Fur Holden is speaking to. I just wanted to make that point.
And well, that segues directly into my next question for both of you, which is during our conversations with Dr. Collins, with Dr. Redfield, with Dr. Schlawe, with General Perna, even with Dr. Fauci, there was a lot of discussion about the vaccine or the vaccines that are in development. Could each of you talk a little bit about the timetable for the vaccine, and also the need for African American participation in the trials, because I think that was a large part of what they what many of the sessions were on. Again, we'll be replaying those sessions, all 4 of them, after our 2:00 session. So you will have an opportunity to see those. But I want to turn that over to both of you. What is the importance of the vaccine and us being involved in the trials?
Well, I can start. So there are 6 vaccine candidates being evaluated through Operation Warp Speed. And as you spoke to General Perna, is tasked as the COO to help with the distribution of the vaccines once they are developed. Dr. Slawi is the chief medical advisor to the vaccine trials. And so with the dosages that are being put forth in the clinical trials, most of the vaccines require 2 doses. And you may have heard recently how the Food and Drug Administration has put additional requirements for in order for a vaccine to put forth an application for emergency use authorization. So after the second vaccine, 2 additional months of observation would be required in order to apply for that emergency use authorization. And then you may have heard some of the pushback from the executive branch concerning that determination. And and that made it so critical for a nonpartisan, independent lens to provide interpretation of any determination that's made in regards to safety and effectiveness of the vaccines that are available. Now, so I think that's kind of a straightforward explanation of this process.
And I appreciate that as well, because, you know, warp speed really does bring home the rate at which they move. And our webinar with Dr. Collins, he said that the average length of time for a vaccine to move from through a phase 1 process, a phase 1 clinical trial, on average is 18 months. We did that here in the US in 53 days. And I want to say this is a global network of scientists. It's not just all US based scientists. So we really brought to bear the best of the best of the best. I do believe we were not fully equitable in that, and we didn't do a good enough job making sure that we had Black and brown scientists at that table. But it is my understanding that now that is being corrected to some extent. So this notion that, you know, we have such an urgent need to get a vaccine out has to be balanced out against, we also have a responsibility to first do no harm. And we can't say with certainty whether or not rolling out a vaccine without that window of time wouldn't potentially have an unintended negative consequence and potentially do more harm than the virus itself. So it's about having to balance that out, but that's why it's so important to have leaders who listen to scientists. It's why it's so important to have leadership that understands what we know from the medical, the public health, and the scientific community has to be at the forefront of this conversation. Not, you know, somebody's individual drive or desire to get reelected, not there. I mean, President Trump, for really, I think, to a major, major disservice to the American people, just wants to keep rushing to a solution so he can say, I found the solution. And I'm not pretending that this is an easy problem to solve, but for God's sake, we cannot do harm. And this is not going to have a quick fix. Bleach, hydrochloroquine, you know, blood plasma products, some of these other things are all an effort to say we've got a quick fix. He just went on TV himself and said, I'm cured. He is not, the fact that he doesn't understand he's not cured, rather what he's got is some relief of his symptoms. But that virus is still very much in his body. We don't know exactly what his prognosis is going to be because a lot of his symptoms right now are being masked by the steroids that he's taking. So I believe we do need to move with some velocity, but we also have to move with some real intentionality and safety and at the forefront of these actions.
So let me just, so one of the measures that was taken, an innovative measure to help disperse some of this risk and to be able to make a better determination at the end of the clinical trial, is that they greatly expanded the number of people enrolled in the phase 3 portion. That's where you have a placebo group who, you know, get the sugar pill, or, you know, don't get the medicine, and the active group. So for one of the vaccine candidates, that's 30,000 people. So 15,000 with the medicine or the vaccine, and 15 with the fake vaccine. And another one of the trials is over 60,000. So reforming that phase 3 of the trial is providing an opportunity to get a greater look on the safety and efficacy of the vaccine. So that's an innovation that has occurred. So I just wanted to speak to that.
And on that note, I'm going to kind of bifurcate this this question between the two of you. First to Dr. Verholden. You mentioned that we have an issue of having seats at the table when it comes to development, when it comes to research dollars, when it comes to the beginning of the process. How do we work on getting those seats? Because when they need us, they come and find us. You know, we're easy to find when they need us. How do we work on getting around those tables and making sure that our communities are represented from the beginning, not simply towards the end?
Yeah, because my thing is this: don't set the table, don't have a feast, divvy up all the food, give out all the money, and then come to us, leaders in the African American, Hispanic, Native American community, after the fact and say, "Oh, how do we get the crumbs out to your folks?" We should have had a seat at the table from the beginning. Again, if you don't bring that lens, if that's not a core value of how you operate, it's no surprise to me that nobody had this at the forefront of their thinking as they were setting the table for these vaccine trials. So now I can appreciate that they've come back and said, well, now we can't figure out how to get, African Americans and other underrepresented minorities enrolled in these trials. And my thing is, well, why didn't y'all have us at the table from the beginning? And I just get it. It's a difference in values. You got to understand, when our healthcare system and all that stuff was designed, most Black and brown people weren't even considered a whole human being. So this stuff is so ingrained and baked into our society. We've got to bake equity in. I always think of the analogy of making a cake. If you make a cake and you forget to put sugar in, you can't just sprinkle it on after the fact and think it's going to taste like a cake. They have a fundamental flaw in how the table got set. So if they really want to be true to it, they need to put Black and brown investigators at the table. They're about to lose some very important people at the highest levels of NIH that advocate for equity, that make sure that these issues are at the forefront. They need to prioritize increasing the diversity of scientists and minority program officers, scientific officers, et cetera. We need minority investigators sitting on NIH Council. That's the body that decides which grants get funded. And every single agency at NIH needs that as well. I've been a standing NIH reviewer for 15 years. I am now in my 5th year of service on a committee because for that particular institute, there are, for the 3 panels they only have 3 African-American investigators that fit the criteria even to be a review. You know why? Because the criteria are that you have to have had a particular type of grant from this agency in order to qualify as an investigator. So where's the priority in making sure then that minorities have opportunities to get these grants? As a reviewer, I know it's rigged in favor of the older, whiter, predominantly white institutions. Why? Because they've just been in the pipeline. They got the history, they got the relationship, they have the big labs. We've got to bake equity in. We need to earmark resources for historically Black colleges and universities and other minority serving institutions, our Hispanic institutions, our Native American institutions. Agencies need to have requirements for set aside dollars for those minority serving institutions. We also need set aside dollars for minority investigators. If minorities represent 10% of people doing infectious disease research, why do we not then represent 10% of the principal investigators and the people who are leading these infectious disease projects? I think it needs to be mandated, and I bet you the agencies would just figure it out. All the programs, all the stuff, none of that has worked. It's all just been sprinkling sugar on after the fact. Bake equity in. That's what they need to do. That's what we told those leaders, and that's what we're now going to have our foot right here on their necks for.
And Dr. McDougall, you're half of the bifurcated question. African Americans clearly have a history with a history of distrust with the medical system. The first thing that comes to mind for most people to the Tuskegee experiments. Right now, they need African Americans for the stage 3 trials of the various vaccines. At the same time, we have a need, as Dr. Verholden just articulated, to have seats at the table. How can we, in the words of Hamilton, be in the room where it happens and be able to leverage our current position to ensure that we are at those positions of power when these decisions are being made?
So very good question, Mr. Patillo. And that's the power of these town halls that we've been convening, the Rainbow Push Coalition. When Reverend Jesse Jackson calls, people answer the phone. So Dr. Verholden had an opportunity to tell Dr. Francis Collins, director, top guy of NIH, about building equity into the grant process. So that happened in real time. And I know in another town hall opportunity, I had the opportunity to tell the president of one of the vaccine manufacturers about the fact that Morehouse had received a grant for outreach for prevention in the African American, Hispanic, and American Indian populations. This was the president. He wasn't aware of this. In fact, he wasn't aware too much about historically Black colleges and universities. So when we have these types of town halls, when Reverend Jesse Jackson calls and people answer the phone, that's one part of it. And then in our respective institutions, I know Dr. Verholden is a strong advocate for workforce diversity. It really speaks to further investment in our K through 12 pathway into health sciences careers. So this is a big issue. The National Medical Association is speaking to that. I know the Rainbow Push Coalition is speaking to that. And so very good question. This is an opportunity to invest in African-American serving institutions to provide that pathway of leadership, to be in the room when these decisions are made.
All right, and in the time that we have left, as we approach the bottom of the hour, I want to give both of you the opportunity to make any final closing statements that you want to leave our audience with. What is the charge going into this winter season where we're going to be facing the second wave of Corona, even though we never really got out of the first wave, and also the flu epidemic, which comes every year combined? What are your final statements, and is there any clearinghouses of information that you can direct people to where they can find out the true and accurate information?
So one, NMA.net is National Medical Association website. I would say Rainbow Push Coalition. Also, the Centers for Disease Control has a lot of really good information on that website concerning prevention measures, and one's local health department website, the state health department websites. Those are usually very good in regards to providing tailored information concerning prevention. Those would be sources I would recommend. And get the flu shot. I get my flu shot every year. So when I didn't get mine or got it late, I got sick, man, I got sick. So take that flu shot.
All right, Dr. Verholden.
Yeah, I think it's really important no matter what people are seeing. I know we all model behavior. I'm just trying to impress upon people. It is so important that people keep themselves safe and honor the protocols. I don't care if your governor completely reopens your state. 50% of people in the last month or so who have been diagnosed with COVID were in the interior of a restaurant within the last 2 weeks. These protocols, the basics around wearing a mask, avoiding large crowds, avoiding large gatherings, practicing good hand hygiene, doing everything you can to boost your immune system. These are the very basic preventive measures that if people simply did those things, they could cut the risk of them contracting this virus down substantially. That is the best that we have right now. Do not believe the hype that there will be a vaccine that'll be available for distribution and administration by election day. We have no evidence or no data that will point to that. And what I know will happen is that will keep being said. November 3rd will come and go, and it'll be as if that was never said, and we'll be on to the next fib, on to the next story, on to the next false promise. So I'm just begging people, trust the things that we are telling you. We mean you no harm. Not only do we not mean you harm, we want to see a world where all of our people have optimal opportunities for health. And to do that right now, it's really in our hands.
All right, and before we go, one final question that I wanted to ask. During Director Redfield's testimony before Congress, he said that wearing facial coverings would be as effective as any virus if everyone just did it. So I want the two of you to give a final word on facial coverings versus the virus, and also what sort of facial coverings people should be using.
So Centers for Disease Control has a really good website on facial coverings and masks. I would refer our audience members to that, with the fact that the vaccine may be 50, maybe 60, maybe 70% effective in preventing one from contracting COVID-19. We fall back on what Dr. Deborah Furr-Holden spoke to earlier about prevention. That should be the word for the day.
Yeah.
All right.
The people have a question about the mask. So I thought everybody knew this. A lot of people don't. So I'll give you the quick litmus test on your mask. I literally saw somebody out in a store that had on a mask that was a fishnet mask. It matched the outfit. It was very decorative, but it served almost no purpose. I could see her whole mouth and everything through the mask. If you hold a match about 5 to 6 inches in front of you, and you can blow that match out with your mask on, the mask is not sufficient. If you can get that much air through, you can get that much air in, and it's not sufficient. And it's a very simple test. I encourage people to just try it. Strike a match, put it about 5, 6 inches in front of you. If you can blow that match out, your mask is not providing a sufficient level of covering. As it relates to the N95 mask, your average citizen does not need an N95 mask because we are in a shortage. We really do need N95 masks for our medical community and for people who are in the hospital. You do not need an N95 mask. A cloth face mask covering that covers your nose and that goes down to your chin and fully covers your mouth should be sufficient. Just give yourself that quick litmus test at home. You can blow the match out, the mask isn't sufficient. If you can't, likely it's sufficient. And then when you take it off, do it from the ears, not from the front. Because if you've been exposed and let's say somebody sneezed or whatever, and you've got droplets on your mask that you can't even see, if you touch the front of that mask with your hand, you've now exposed your hand. Rub your eye, suck your fingers after you eat some really yummy food, and all of a sudden you did the right thing, but then you somehow exposed yourself just from bad practices around taking that mask on and off. So I want people to try that out because you will be surprised how hard it will be to blow a match out 5 or 6 inches in front of your face, even with a simple bandana or a simple cloth mask. And even the little blue paper mask, you will not be able to do it.
All right. Can you both give out your social media information before we head on out of here?
I'm on Twitter at McDougal, McDougle 2020.
Okay, great. And I'm on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, and I'm Dr. Deb Furr-Holden, Dr. DEBFURRHOLDEN. Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Thank you so much, Attorney Patillo.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Furhold, and thank you so much, Dr. McDougall, because you two have provided great leadership on these issues of African-American public health and dealing with the coronavirus. And again, we will be playing those full sessions of the 4-part African-Americans and coronavirus series today, starting after the 2:00 hour. Coming up next, for those of you who've been on for the entire conference, we're going to be replaying that interview from Game Changers of Ambassador Andrew Young and Reverend Jackson during this lunch period. We will be reconvening at 1 p.m. for our live criminal justice reform roundtable, which will be moderated by Judge Greg Mathis. So join us for that. And I think we have some outstanding information, and we want to make sure that you all have privy to this information. So join the Rainbow Push Coalition at rainbowpush.org and enjoy this interview of Ambassador Andrew Young and Reverend Jackson with Game Changers host Ms. Angela Ward.
I'm Angela Ward.
My mission is to make sure that we put money into the hands of Georgians. And I'm very skeptical of any idea that doesn't achieve that purpose.
I'm bringing you insight, access to innovators and thought leaders that are shaping our area.
It's politically correct. 2 is marketing correct.
Leveraging more digital platforms, virtualization, school system.
Asking questions that put issues first and politics second.
The African American community has been particularly hard hit by COVID-19.
Some people do it for health, some people do it for the environment, some people do it for the animals. Whatever your reasoning is, just make sure it's something real to you.
This is the Game Changers.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us on the Game Changers with Angela Ward. I'm so honored to be here with you, Ambassador Young and Reverend Jackson, and also former mayor candidate Kevin Bussey. I just really want to, we are here at election time, and everyone is just really excited. We're really down to a matter of days right now. And I want to really talk about the voting. How do you feel with the current voting ballots as of right now, with the direction of voting and getting everyone out to vote? Reverend Jackson, do you feel that mail-in ballots would be very impactful for the election?
Well, they've worked in 6 states for that without a hitch. I think that Trump is trying to discredit the election because he really wants to create a calamity at the polls. He's doing it unusually. He's trying to hang on to power even though he's about to lose it. So I think we should focus on census and voting. Maybe mail in and maybe come to the polls, but don't miss this moment in history.
Right. Do you, Kevin, how do you feel? I know you want to ask about how effective it will be.
Yeah, coming from you guys, being pillars of our society, of our culture, how do you guys feel that, do you feel that it's going to be effective with the mail-in ballots?
No, let me say, I'm not worried about the shenanigans that they're going to try to pull. I think we've got enough warning on that. I think the one thing we have to concentrate on is getting as many people to the polls as possible, as early as possible.
Absolutely.
And in fact, I just came from voting for a special election we have here just a minute ago, just before I came here. And we're electing somebody to replace John Lewis till the end of this term. And there's a wonderful setup there that can handle a lot of people. We have opened up the gymnasium, the stadium for State Farm Arena is going to be a voting place. I saw that the Houston Rockets have developed a drive-by voting
right
registration in Houston, and I think that all of the fuss has turned on our folk, and we just have to keep them turned on and don't let them get discouraged. So the counting is another issue. But if the way to deal with the count is to have such a large lead in early voting and get the mail-in voting quickly.
Right, it's so important to get.
In many places, they start counting the mail-in votes when they come in.
Right.
And so the thing we don't want is we don't want votes coming in at the last minute. We ought to try to have this election decided in October.
Right.
I know it'd be such a large margin and such a big turnout that we don't even have to wait till election day.
That's right. I know comedian Ricky Smiley, I know that they are getting ready to, I believe starting in October, to really make an impact with driving around Florida. Do you feel that the state of Florida, would that be a really major impact on the election?
The state of Florida could decide the election, especially since they're going to put up money to let former convicted felons reactivate their vote by paying off all of their court costs. And I think that's one thing we can be grateful to Bloomberg for. If he didn't do anything else, he may have decided Florida for us. Wow.
And Reverend Jackson, how do you feel as far as with the state of Georgia, it's a huge race with Senator Perdue, with Raphael, Reverend Warnock. Do you feel that Warnock will really, push over with Senator Perdue and Loeffler?
Let me say, first of all, you must identify your interest in vote. For example, 18-year-olds can now vote. All high schools can register and vote. Well, why? To get Pell Grants, scholarships, to avoid the war, because there's a war, that's who's going, 18, not 81. College student loan debt reduction. So if we identify the reasons to vote, bottom up, not just top down, and they said we have so many votes until they can't steal enough.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't hear Reverend Jackson very well, but I wanted to put in this, that Warnock could win this if we had Lieberman and the two Democrats running that can't win. They have not raised enough money to run a respectable campaign. Mm-hmm. And one of them is black, and the other is the son of a former Senator Lieberman. Now, on the front page of the Atlanta paper today, it said people are charging that Lieberman is blocking the election of a Democrat. And so there's pressure on him to drop out now. If we could get the other black candidate to drop out, Warnock has a very good campaign. And if he can get him in a runoff and have this landslide, we can make him a senator.
Right. And as I just
remember, see, everybody wrote off Georgia when Clinton was running.
Yes.
And we called Clinton and he got down to Georgia. We had a rally with about 25,000 people that Hank Aaron helped us put together. And nobody wanted Clinton to come to Georgia. But because of Hank Aaron, he came to Georgia. We won Georgia by 11,000 votes. And we had 25,000 people in that stadium for his victory, for his presence. And if he had not come to Georgia and had not won Georgia, he would not have been president.
Wow.
So I think you can never tell about Georgia. I only got elected, it was a pouring down rain, but I got elected because we had a 74% turnout of Black voters in a pouring down rain all day and all night. And when I saw people coming out, you know, y'all Black women don't like to get wet. But they stood up in the rain, and but that changed the history of Georgia, because the next year I was able to take my campaign and put it into Maynard's campaign, and we elected Maynard mayor, and we've had 6 Black mayors, you know, in a row now. But if it hadn't been for that one 74% turnout, none of that could have happened.
Now, no, Mr. Bussey.
Angela?
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't be nation about 112,000 votes less than 1 vote per precinct. Carter be forward by 1.5 million. Margins matter in these big elections. Teachers and new registered voters, there's a new Georgia that can win this campaign for one off.
I know there were some issues, I know, during Kevin Bussey's run. Kevin, would you like to explain about some of our voters here, you know, in South Georgia, that it's really hard? What do you recommend? And Kevin, would you like to explain your issues that you had with voters?
Sure. I was actually going to ask Ambassador Young and Reverend Jackson the same. Because you guys have gone through the civil rights movement, the era of voting, how do we get, as Congress John Lewis would say, how do we get our young African-American young generation out there to get into some good trouble, as John Lewis would say?
One thing I've asked young people when Trayvon Martin was, the trial came up, how many of you would like to vote change? I'm not into voting this thing. I said, well, let's serve a jury. All those who vote can serve a jury. So young people can serve in juries. Power. Power. And so I think it's all about convincing them that they're empowered to vote. I was about your age when Andy was an old man. I used to run around behind Andy. That's how I got inspired.
Well, see, I guess that's one of my bigger issues, is that we're standing on the shoulders, individuals like myself. We're standing on the shoulders of guys like you. You know, you ran for president. You were the mayor in Atlanta. So our political aspirations are because of you guys. But I guess there's a gray area for the generation, the millennial generation, or not the millennial, Generation Y. I believe that there's a disconnect. I don't know if they have anybody that they can look up to, somebody that they can say, hey, I want to take the mantle on and I want to move forward and get into some good trouble. So that's where that gray area is. And I think we need to try to find a way to fill that gap.
Well,
when the police shot the brother in the back in Atlanta, Paul Howell indicted him in 3 days. That's the vote figure. They got killed, George Floyd would have walked away, except when the Attorney General, Keith Ellison, took over. First time a white has been indicted in the history of Minnesota. So voting matters.
That's right.
Juror or judge or prosecutor, it matters.
And
you know, let me say, Brother Bussey.
Yes, sir.
We got a band. Just a bunch of high school kids that made a band. We got a flatbed truck, just a big truck. Put the band on the truck. I got on the truck. We had people hanging on all over the truck. And we would drive in through the Black communities, particularly, just around after the sun started going down. And we'd stop on a corner, and everybody would come out of the house. We'd have about a 5 or 10 minute street dance, and you'd have to give your speech. and tell them to get out to vote, and then drive slowly on down to the next neighborhood and stop.
Wow.
But you gotta, I mean, we gotta do it our way. We can't just knock on doors. People aren't gonna let you in the door in this coronavirus.
That's right.
But they will look out that door and they will dance on their front steps if you got a good piece of music going.
That's right. Wow.
Now these are old folks, so you got to go back to the rock and roll area. They're not going. They're not into rap yet. I mean, and I don't know how to dance the rap music, but everybody knows how to dance to Gladys Knight and the Four Tops and Sonny. Well, you know who.
That's right.
Gotcha. Yes, sir. I think that's great, and that's sound advice, profound advice. We have to meet them out there, get boots on the ground, and we have to touch bases with them the best we can during this COVID. That's right.
And with in my closing, with the passing of Ginsburg, how do you guys feel with President Trump, wanting to move forward with picking, someone for the courts?
I've seen so much of her lately as a kind of rock star, but November the 10th, affordable health care will come up for voting in the court. They kill affordable health care, 26 million people fall, more white than black. So it's not just her, she's standing between us in life and death. And I think that's, to me, that's why McConnell is such a big deal to us.
Right.
But you have to remember that Trump appointed, even the two people that Trump appointed to the court did not vote, voted to make him expose his taxes. So
that's true.
The fact that we have a woman on the court that Trump appoints, I just can't believe that a woman who went to Notre Dame and who taught at Notre Dame, Father Hesburgh was with us in the movement in the 60s. And almost everybody I've worked with coming out of Notre Dame has been pretty good people. So he might appoint her, but I don't know, once she gets appointed, she's on her own. And then I don't know that the lady down there from Cuba, she's
right.
trying to get away from Castro. Trump is trying to be a Castro here. And so I just don't know that, I don't want to worry about what he does.
Right.
He is right now in real trouble. And I'm going to leave him to the Lord. But we got to get our people believing that this country, as bad as it is still better than any place I've ever been. And when people ask me, where would I rather live than here? I
America.
said, I've been to 152 countries.
My, wow.
And I loved them all. But when it comes to picking a place to live, I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, you guys.
Now, if it gets too tough in Atlanta, and you the mayor down in Valdosta, I might come back down there.
Come on, you both have to come visit. You both
welcome you with open arms.
South Georgia. Well, thank you so much. It's such an honor to have you guys on. I truly appreciate it. It's amazing, and to have a young Black man on, with, I know that the Trump administration is really trying to cater to Black people right now, and I believe they're in Atlanta today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And it was just really important for me to, to have a young Black male on with two of the greats, in our civil rights.
You saying we not young?
No.
Go ahead and get her, Ambassador Young.
I'm not saying
That's
that.
all right.
No, it's truly an honor, seriously. But I appreciate you and thank you for all that you are continuing to do. Reverend Jackson, I see you on the news all the time. I just seen you up there with George Floyd, the people that were protesting for him. And I see you guys all the time. It's just an honor, and I truly appreciate that. And thank you for coming on the Game Changers.
All right, that's an interview with Reverend Jackson and Andrew Young on Game Changers with our friend Angela Ward. And it's a very important conversation, particularly on Reverend's, as we celebrate Reverend's birthday during this conference. We'll be cranking back up with our next panel at the top of the hour. And while we get everyone settled in, we're going to play a quick video for you guys just on the life and legacy of Reverend Jackson.
For me, oh, just pray for me. Oh, pray for me, pray for me.
I'm Reverend Jesse Jackson. I was born in Greenville, South Carolina, in the throes of legal segregation of apartheid. But against those odds, with the help of God and loving parents and inspiring teachers, I was able to break that cycle and make a contribution. I was born in the throes of segregation, where we had limited options of access to education, healthcare, and jobs. And so I knew the struggle in the sense I was in the midst of it. But I was not struggling, I was surviving, I was adjusting.
At Greenville's Sterling High School, Jackson graduated with offers for a minor league baseball contract and a college football scholarship. At North Carolina A&T, Jackson majored in sociology, was the quarterback on the football team, and served as the student body president. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. appoints Reverend Jackson in 1966 to head Chicago's Operation Breadbasket, Southern Christian Leadership Council's self-help economic uplift program. In August of 1967, Dr. King appoints Reverend Jackson National Director of Operation Breadbasket, which negotiates hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars for African American neighborhoods across the country.
The legacy then was we were fighting for a goal. The goal was a public accommodation bill, the right to vote in jobs. We won the public accommodation bill. We won the right to vote. We got some jobs, but not enough. But it was a demonstration of the parade. Parades, you're exhibiting yourself or exhibiting goods and wares. It was a demonstration of changing public policy. We won the 64 Civil Rights Act, 65 Civil Rights Act. We won our battle. So we decided to march again back to Memphis to meet with the same people again. And we went on our way to dinner that night. I was waiting for him to come out the room. And he said, we're going here. You don't even have a tie. I said, Dr. King, the prerequisite for eating is an appetite, not a tie. He laughed. He said, you're crazy. We laughed. He said to a friend of mine below, please play my song, Precious Lord, tonight. Yes, I will. He raised up and said, Doc, I believe him right here. There's a picture you see of us pointing at Andy Young and I pointing, saying the police were coming to us with their guns out. And we said, the bullet came from that way. I mean, no, come to us, go where the shot came from. I then walked away with Mrs. King with the telephone and called Mrs. King by her bedside. Said to her, very long 10 steps from where I was to where the bedroom telephone was. I said, Mrs. King and Dr. King been shot.
We've always been able to turn a minus into a plus. That trouble doesn't last always. And yes, we're going back to Memphis, and we're going to Washington, and we're going to win. That poor people must have a job and income. That every child must be able to get his mind developed. That hunger is immoral, and it certainly should be illegal. That we don't have any choice but to fight. And I've already seen a new glory. I've seen a promised land, and that we just cannot turn around.
Summer 1968.
There appears to be a kind of insensitivity to our demands on the part of the congressman. There is a kind of blasé atmosphere. Some have come to visit us. The camp strikes them as a kind of novelty.
During the Washington, D.C. Poor People's Campaign, Reverend Jackson is appointed mayor of Resurrection City. It is here that he first fashions his signature chant of "I am somebody."
I am somebody. I may be poor, but I am somebody.
We talked about an organization that would involve people in a united struggle, and so it was people united at first to save humanity, and then at a later point it became people united to serve humanity.
Just what is Operation Push? Well, Operation Push is a civil economics organization. It's a religious organization with an economic mission. And we believe that the black church is the political and spiritual salvation of our people. And it is to that extent that we challenge churches and churchmen to get involved.
Excuse me, Reverend Jackson, are we ever going to get to answer a question here?
The question is moot. Under the Reagan administration, answering questions is no longer a priority. One-liners, smile styles, and profiles. Issues like education, health care, and social programs have to take a back seat to $1 trillion military build-up, a $700 billion tax cut for the rich. As a matter of fact, 90,000 corporations last year made profits and paid no taxes, while people making $2,000 below poverty paid taxes.
Reverend Jackson announces at the Washington, D.C. Convention Center before 5,000 people that he is running for President of the United States.
There was an anchor who said, "Mothers, go get your children. Bring them before the television. Sit down, hold on to your seats. You're about to hear one of the greatest speeches that you've ever heard in your life."
But just because you're born in the slum does not mean the slum is born in you and you can rise above it. We must leave racial battleground and come to economic common ground and moral higher ground. America, our time has come, and come November there will be a change because our time has come. Thank you and God bless you.
What do you do, Jesse? I mean, we see it at the rallies, and what? I mean,
I suppose,
it's like an honest question, right?
Indeed it is. You know, when I look at the young people here tonight, I fight for freedom. I fight for the American dream.
To build them up, it is our job to protect and support.
Some say my future not that bright. Some say I'm useless, unholy, and I'm not living right. But at the beginning of the day, look in the mirror and say, I am somebody. Oh. Well, I believe the future's in my hand. And I tell every boy, girl, woman, and man.
Okay, I'm in.
Make it, I can't believe it. Created and achieved it. So I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Maybe down and pushed away, but at the end of the day, I am somebody. Oh, so take away the hate and give me love. Yeah. So take away the hate and give me love. Give me peace instead of pain, joy inside this rain. I will remain somebody. Oh, so take away the hate and give me love. Somebody. Take away the hate and show me love. Maybe down but not destroyed, empty but not void, 'cause I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Oh, I am.
I served as faithful as I could, for as long as I could, make life better for people around me and try to leave an imprint in the sand of times. You know, some of my friends in the struggle were killed, others were destroyed in so many ways. So I'm a survivor. I've been blessed to be a long distance runner.
I am somebody. Ooh, I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody.
All right. A wonderful presentation. Well, that's also available on the Rainbow Push Coalition, both website and on our social media. I have the distinct honor of presenting our next panel. Our next panel will be on the subject of criminal justice reform, particularly the amount of activism and energy in our streets this summer, the racial reckoning that America and indeed this society has gone through. This is a prescient time to have this conversation. Our moderator for this session will be Judge Greg Mathis. Judge Mathis is a national figure known for his advocacy campaign for urban youth and equal justice. He's the longest running African-American male host on television with a show now in his 22nd season. He has an inspirational life story of a street youth who rose from jail to judge and has provided hope to millions who watch him on his Emmy award-winning television show. So with that, I will turn the floor over to Judge Mathis and allow him to begin the conversation. Judge Mathis? I think you got to unmute, Judge Mathis.
Thank you, my brother. You
Thank
see
you,
what
sir.
happens when you're not in the office and got an assistant, right? You're on your own. And so I am glad I'm unmuted. I've unmuted myself. And thank you for having me. I love being with my Rainbow Push family every opportunity I can. And to serve is even a better feeling. And so I'm honored to be able to host this panel. It's a panel that we're talking about creating opportunity in our community and some of the challenges that lie therein. And I want to introduce our panelists, a distinguished panel, Reverend Todd Yearley. We know that he is the Vice President of Rainbow Push Coalition and is doing a great job. Thank you for joining us. We have Robert Patillo. Robert is Executive Director of Rainbow Push Coalition's Southern Region. So we thank you as well, my brother. And let me get to Jamie Pleasant, PhD, Dean of, this is terrible, Graduate Educational Clark Atlantic University. 40 years ago when I started television, I don't even think I wore glasses. Now I have to pull them off and look closely at the letters. Then we have C.K. Hoffler, President of the National Bar Association. Thank her for all the work she's doing in our legal community. Leon McDougall, the President of the National Medical Association. We thank him and the association for the work that they're doing, no doubt on COVID-19, the commitment and the type of sacrifice that they're making. Please thank your members. Also have Richard Barron, Director of Fulton County Registration and Elections with us, very important post we need to hear from. NSU Ufot. She is the Executive Director of the New Georgia Project. Also, we have with us my friend Judge Brown Reynolds, Penny, as we call her, Judge Penny, President and CEO of the JP Foundation, Inc. Thank you for joining us, Judge. Joe Leonard, and Joe Leonard is the Assistant Secretary of Civil Rights, the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Thank you. We've had some civil rights challenges there in past years. We're glad you're there and coming on and join us today. Lastly, or one more, Brian Ponder. I don't want to refer to him as lastly, one more. He's a trial attorney in New York, and we thank everyone for joining us today. And I'm going to ask if each individual would give background on themselves or what they might want to address. And if you would, take 2 minutes, and as long as you don't filibuster me like someone we know, I won't have to cut your mic off. So I will start with Reverend Todd Yearly. Reverend, you here with us? All right.
Judge Mathis, good afternoon, and to all.
We're about to get a filibuster for real, y'all. Go ahead, Rev.
Don't put me on the spot like that. Good afternoon. Actually, I'm just hanging out to glean the pearls from this esteemed panel in a time when criminal justice reform is at the core of the justice question. When we think about the adverse impact, there was Reconstruction and then deconstruction at the end of the Civil War. And it started with convict leasing and the creation of a prison industrial complex that continues to plague our communities. Right down the street from my church in Baltimore is Sandtown, Winchester, the neighborhood where Freddie Gray lived and was injured, ultimately losing his life. It is documented that Sandtown, Winchester has the highest percentage of African-American males taken from community and caught up in the correction system in Maryland of any neighborhood in the state. And when we consider the economic harm that's been done by the criminal injustice that we continue to see playing out across the country, we have an important mission to carry out. And so I'm just grateful. I'm going to sit in the corner. I don't often get to do that as a preacher, so I'm going to sit on the back pew and listen to y'all preach. And if I say amen, y'all just keep on going. But thank you, Judge Mathis, for your service, your leadership, and I'm ready for the ride. I got my seatbelt on.
Thank you, and we thank you for the wisdom that you always share, both spiritually and things here on earth. Let me now allow our brother Patillo. Brother Patillo, if you would, give us an introduction.
Thank you so much, Judge Mathis, and I think it's an honor to have you moderate this panel in this session. I did want to add that former State Representative D. Dawkins Hagler has joined this panel also. She's one of the leading experts as a former legislator in Georgia on how we can harness much of this energy that we have around the issues of criminal justice reform. How can we harness that energy into an actual movement that can affect public policy? So I'm going to turn my time over to D. Dawkins Hagler for her opening comments. D, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Okay, thank you so much, Robert Patillo, and thank you, Judge Mathis, for moderating to all of the esteemed guests. It is a pleasure to be with you all today. And so I kind of wear several hats. First of all, I'm an ordained preacher, a minister, AME preacher. So people sometimes get twisted with my politics, but I need people to understand that my activism came from the fact that I was called to do the work that the Lord sent me to do. And so it kind of filters out into other things. But one of the things we have to be careful about is how do we make movement when we are making public policy, as well as when we're pontificating from our couches. So that being said, that's all I want to say. D. Dawkins Hagler. And I'm going to let everybody else introduce themselves.
Thank you so much. Sister C.K. Hoffler, one of my favorite lawyers in the world.
Judge Mathis, it's so great to see you again, and I have to acknowledge my sister, Judge Penny Brown Mendel.
That's right.
So great sharing the stage with you here in Atlanta. Robert Patillo, great lawyer. Reverend Todd Yearly, Reverend lawyer. Reverend Jeanette Wilson, Reverend lawyer. Judge Mathis and Brian Ponder, thank you all. We have a strong legal panel. As president of the National Bar Association and as chair of the board of Rainbow Push Coalition, I'm wearing two hats today. Police reform is one of the three pandemics, the need for policing reform, or what I call police brutality, is a pandemic that I have taken on this year in my administration as president of the National Bar Association. We have a robust task force that is focusing on nothing but that. We have formed an alliance, of course, with Rainbow Push Coalition. Rainbow Push and National Bar are partners, not only because of me being chair of one board and president of the other, but we've always had a historic relationship with the Rainbow Push Coalition. Reverend Jackson has always been that leader to help us define our civil rights, human rights, and policing rights policy. But this year, you look at the lawyers for George Floyd, because I know this seminar is on police reform in the wake of George Floyd. They are two National Bar members, Ben Crump, Chris Stewart, and others are leaders in the National Bar. So we have a vested interest. We have joined also with the Congressional Black Caucus in supporting the George Floyd Justice and Policing Reform, which would put into place, if passed, it's pending in the Senate right now, if passed, what we need in Black and brown communities to fight policing injustices and excessive use of force. We only have to talk about Breonna Taylor. I got to say her name because right now in Kentucky, our vice president of the National Bar and Ben Crump, our past president of the National Bar, are fighting to make sure that justice is brought there because there's so much negativity happening despite the historic settlement. Despite that, in terms of justice for Breonna Taylor. So I say today that on behalf of the National Bar Association Rainbow Push, we are delighted for this panel. Judge Mathis, there couldn't be a better moderator, and to share the stage with all these magnificent people, and I include in there D. Dawkins Hagler as well. And if I've missed, Bobby Wilson and others, please forgive me. And the incomparable Joe Beasley. Oh my goodness, Joe Beasley's on this panel. And we say happy birthday to Reverend Jackson, and we thank him for allowing this panel to go forward so that we can all make a significant contribution on one of the great pandemics of all times in this country, police injustice and the need for reform based on the police brutality and murder, primarily of Black men and Black women.
All right, thank you so much. Now we see why she's our leading lawyer in our community, and indeed one of the leading lawyers in America. Is Joe Beasley really on the line?
Yes, he is on the line right there. I saw his face was on and then he took it off, but he is right here.
Well,
he is right here on the line. Okay, there we go. See?
Joe Beasley, I'm ordering you around now. You ordered me around in the 88. You ordered me around in the 88 campaign and treated me like a kid. Now I'm going to treat you like a kid and order you around.
Appreciate you very much, Judge.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, a soldier of some 50 years. We thank you and we appreciate you. Let me ask if Brother Beasley, give us a little 2-minute background and some of the any observations you want to make.
Well, I just saw these great people on the panel. I'm not officially on this panel. I'm on the panel tomorrow on international affairs, but I want to just observe these great people that's on this panel, and so I appreciate it, Judge.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming on. It's so great seeing you. You bring a smile to all our faces, indeed. Let me now introduce Barbara Arnwine, a sister that's been in the fight and the struggle for many, many years. She's a pistol, and is she on with us today? She may not be.
Yeah, I think Barbara was on the earlier panel, but I do think we still need an introduction from Judge Penny Brown Reynolds and also from Brian Ponder.
Certainly, that they were next. Judge, my dear Judge Penny, and a friend of many years, we thank you for all the work you've done, and we'd like for you to take a couple of minutes.
Well, Judge, I thank you. You're the gold standard of getting everybody straight. We fall in line. You're still looking good. And so we thank you for all of your service. I have to say to all of the panelists, I'm happy to be with you all. And to our leader, the president of the National Bar Association, of which I was the founding judicial chair in the state of Georgia. This is my leader, my sister. She is the truth, and I am behind her 100%. And then my sister, D. Dawkins Hagler, Reverend. I'm wearing red, although she's a judge, and I'm a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. I see all the sisters got red on today because we came. I think somebody has they need to mute their phone because the phone is ringing in the background. What I want to say is this: the system is working exactly the way it was designed to work. Period. It is working just the way it was designed to work. We know that the data shows, and I can say this now, Judge, I don't know if you know this, but I'm about 4 months away from defending my dissertation and getting a PhD in criminal justice and criminology, because the next half of my life is going to be about dismantling and reforming because you and I and most of us have worked in the belly of the beast. And we know that as many times as you change the players, that means the judges, the DAs, if the system has a construct of oppression and we follow that continued construct, oppression will continue to come out. So the truth of the matter is the data shows that historic crime rates have been dropping in America for 3 decades. Yet the system continues to operate the way that it does because there has never been police accountability in place in America. We must do all we can to deal with qualified immunity, which gives them an escape from accountability. There is no job in America, whether you're a judge or in these lifetime appointments for federal judges, where you are not held accountable for what you do. They've not been held accountable for their misconduct. And I heard Chris Rock say something, and he's a comedian, but he really made a very valid point on The View the other day. And he said there are some careers when we can't say we can tolerate a few bad ones. For example, a pilot. We can't say that, oh, that was a bad pilot, and so therefore he crashed the plane and that's okay. He says the same analogy needs to be used with police officers. It's not enough now to be able to say that we have a few bad police officers. We must eradicate, get all of the racist police officers out of there if we're ever going to dismantle the way this system has been set up. And I also want to say that training is not enough. They've been training for years. We must deal with this issue of the inequities in the criminal justice system from every aspect of the system. But I close the way I began. The system is working the way it was designed to, and that is to oppress Black men and women. And they've been doing a good job of it up until this point. Thank you.
That's some inspirational justice. Give my sister a hand. We got to give her a hand. That's some real knowledge, wisdom, and inspiration. So we thank you. That's why we love you so. And let me also allow Deborah Fur Holden, if she would join us, and from my favorite, or one of my favorite universities, Dean of Public Health at Michigan State University. Are you with us?
Can I say something before Deborah Verholden? I think she's on the next panel. She is a epidemiologist in the country, which means in the world, leading epidemiologist. Okay, I throw that out there, but I'm not sure she's on the panel.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they wouldn't let. I need her on my panel. Anybody leading the world? You're leading the world. Dr. McDougall is leading the world. I need some other leaders of the world. So tell her we missed her.
Absolutely. I think Brian Ponder is the last person to make introductions.
Okay, very good. Brian is a trial attorney in New York. Go ahead, my brother.
How you doing, Judge Mathis?
Good, good.
Well, it's just an honor to be a part of this panel with you, Judge, and the others. I like to say my practice is consumer law, but my passion is justice. Many people may have seen me leading several marches in Georgia because that's my home state, even though I practice in New York with Ahmaud Arbery and others, Rayshard Brooks. And I look forward to the discussion, and I agree with Judge Brown. The system is working exactly how it's designed to work, and I look forward to discussing some reform issues and topics with you all.
Thank you. Let me begin by giving honor to the young men and women whom have sacrificed their lives and really are martyrs to our community, because they are the ones that started the movement. We thank the sisters from Black Lives Matter for putting the fire under the feet of the world, but we would not have had a Black Lives Matter had there not been a George Floyd, had there not been a killing of George Floyd in May of 2020, March 2020, the killing of Breonna Taylor, Stephon Clark, March 2018. Philando Castile, July 2016. Alton Sterling, July 2016. Walter Scott, April 2015. Tamir Rice, November of 2014. Michael Brown, August of 2014. Eric Garner, July 2014. And perhaps the young man and the family in which he is from, his mother, Sabrina, has started this fire as well as it relates to that grand jury system that is so flawed, in my opinion, that being Trayvon Martin. So we give honor to those martyrs, and we thank them and we thank their families for their sacrifice. I would like to begin by reading a report to you. Just the conclusion of the report, and see if you recognize. There was a police report or study that discussed police uprisings, police killings, and community uprisings. They had a visit, and that visit included several cities. Those visits included several cities that had experienced uprisings. So speaking to the witnesses of the events and consulting with experts nationwide, the commission concluded that white racism is essentially responsible for the explosive mixture which has been accumulating in our cities since the end of World War II. The report discussed the critical role that poverty plays, caused by segregation, a lack of access to adequate housing, education, employment opportunities, all played a role in the uprising. It also identified the role police officers have played in these racial disorders, declaring the police are not merely a spark fire. To some Black folks, police have come to symbolize white power, white racism, and white supremacy. And the fact is that many police do reflect and express these white attitudes. The atmosphere of hostility and cynicism is reinforced these white attitudes. And it is widespread belief that Black people in the existence of police brutality are in a double standard of justice and protection, one for Blacks and one for whites. The commission condemns moves to equip police departments with mass destruction weapons, such as automatic rifles, machine guns, and tanks, weapons which are designed to destroy, not to control. They have no place in dense populated urban communities. If anyone can tell me what that report is from, what panel or commission it is from, you will be elected yourselves as president. Can I get someone to weigh in on what they think the name of? You wouldn't imagine. It is the Kerner Commission report from early 1960. Same issues we face today. Kerner Commission, of course, did not go much further than a study because President Johnson kind of skirted it because it made him look bad as sitting president that we had those facts. So let me allow you all to begin. What do you think are the other solutions? The Kerner Commission gave theirs and they described the exact conditions we're facing today. They made recommendations I can go through if you'd like, but it's you all's turn to talk. And so I'd like to know what other solutions you think they are. We have heard some of banning chokeholds. Some cities have. So you all tell me what other things we should implement.
Well, Reverend Jackson's on the line. I see his picture. We just want to say happy birthday to our fearless leader whose shoulders we stand on, who has fought the fight, continues to direct us, and is leading the way again in policing reform. So Reverend Jackson, happy birthday. We just have to take a moment and pause and say thank you and we love you. Reverend Jackson.
Thank you, Leah. Happy birthday.
Panelists, let me make a recommendation. Number one, I'm convinced that it's not just racial, it's also ideological. The idea of a demonstration against status quo. That boy that killed 2 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin, the idea of a demonstration is the other. Killed them and then became a hero.
$3 million for his defense. Breaking news now that there's 6 of these terrorists thought to kidnap the governor of Michigan and overthrow the government. They should be treated as any other terrorists. They're like Al Qaeda. They cannot be given a free pass. But to kidnap her, violate her, and the city. And so they embolden them. And you said they're heavily armed. Yeah. They train in camps up in the woods. They used to train down in Florida for the Cuban Revolution. They train up in the American Revolution. So it's kind of civil war here. Second, I'm just talking to you about. I think we got to take out. You look at on to Jello, to Rodney King, to Michael Brown. Keep on calling the Breonna Taylor. This pattern of police killing black people is the international disgrace. It's not just local, black because they're African American rather than black, because we're not limited to skin color. But we got to look at the impact of internationalization of crime against humanity against us. And so I thank you, Judge, for your participation and for your leadership on this. You've done down to the years, you use your situation to make yourself a phenomenal person and leader. And I thank you so much. And so
thank you.
The idea that you have the right to AK-47, they don't hunt rabbit and deer, but they don't hunt people. And there's no defense against that. And you have the guy in the White House, all evidence and mental challenges. He's a dangerous man. He's promised over to the government if he loses November 3rd. Tied up in the court, he's unqualified judges. So we're in for a different kind of civil war in America today, my friend. This is not talk. This is like real talk. But I'll tell you, between now and 4 or 5 things to read today on my birthday. Number one, thank you for acknowledging my birthday, Sister CK. But I want you, number one, go to your website, RaymondBush.org, membership. Join Raymond Day, or remember, renew it today. Renew. Secondly, people can do something. Judge, what we're trying to do in Chicago, for example, and in California, ask me to bring a packet of diapers. Leave here. Now, in every community, you can get your church, maybe whatever, maybe in Detroit, maybe. Women that have babies are wearing diapers 2 or 3 weddings all day long because they can't afford diapers and the babies in rashes. It makes you want to cry, man. And so people just bring a pack of diapers, baby shoes, baby food, and masks. Diapers, baby. So wherever city you're in, church, you can do your church, or active church, collect baby diapers, baby shoes, water, and masks. Be a heck of a help. Last we talked my book. You can get the book at Amazon.com. Please get the book. My 888 speeches are in this book. Let me say, Judge, back to you again. You represent something good for us in America. You carry yourself well. Your family development, kids and lawyers. You represent the best in us. I want to express my thanks to you here in this panel. I want those who listen today. Please go join the Raymond Bush today. If you've been a member for a long time, renew it because we have work to do. We took 1,000 people downtown to vote two days ago in Chicago, right around the country. So thank you, Judge.
Always thank you for your wisdom. We thank you and we love you. And we thank you for your leadership. And I personally thank you. And I'm glad to be your favorite student since I was age 18. So thank you for raising me right.
Thank you, Judge.
Let us resume.
I thought I was your favorite student, Rev. What kind of stuff? I've been repping you for 32 years. I thought I was your favorite student. I'm only 37, of course, but I've been your lawyer for 32 years. I just had to interject that.
Well, when he gets you out of jail, then he's your favorite. He didn't come get you out of jail.
Good point. You got me on that one.
I found you in the ball on him in jail.
All right, let us resume. Give me some solutions, some suggestions on how we can address the things that the current commission concluded was occurring in some of the causes some 50 years or a little over 50 years ago, and that is quite shameful. Everything I described are the exact conditions we face today, and primarily with the criminal justice and police law enforcement community. So take a shot. Who wants to speak first? All right, I'm going to ask.
I'll go. I'm sorry, brother. You want to go?
Oh, go right ahead, Judge Brown.
Okay. Yeah, we're in the courtroom. I would get to say, but since I'm going to yield to Judge Matthews, a couple of things. We always say that the more things change, the more they stay the same. And it looks like every 50 years we are finding ourselves in a revolution with this country that continues to be what it has been. To me, and I have a couple of solutions. I'll say one so I don't take them all up, and then I'll let other people comment. Too many people in power have grown comfortable with the brutalization of Black people. And we don't want to say that. We keep saying, you know, people of color and all this other stuff. It's Black people. And we have to be comfortable being able to say that. So I think that what we can expect our leaders at the local level, you know, we always concentrate on the presidential level, but it's these mayors that are appointing these police chiefs. So let's go down to the local level. Racism has got to be declared a public health crisis, period, in America. We've got to declare it a public health crisis. And the brutality of people. I am of the belief that from being a jurist, that in a just society, it requires that those who commit a crime are punished. And so if we carve out a place in society where those who commit crimes, we make police officers victims. And then when we get ready to talk about them, we have to always preface it with, well, you know, they're good police officers. Well, they're good Black people. So why don't we just take off everything and say the first thing is in how we view, we can't get comfortable making Black men and women subhuman, that somehow it is the police that are victims and not the people who are the true victims. And so I think that we have to have a brand new consciousness beginning that in how we frame our issues and discuss how we discuss it. I think we need to come to a consensus that racism and the brutalization of Black people through the criminal justice system is a public health crisis. And I have something that, why can I justify that? Every 3 minutes in America, an African American is arrested for a minor crime by the police. Why is that significant? It is because in 95% of the instances where individuals have been killed, African Americans by police, it has been over minor crimes. A $20 fake $20 bill that wasn't even real. Running in your own neighborhood wasn't even a crime. And so I think that if we call it a public health crisis, then we can have action items to be able to deal with it. That's my first item.
Let us hear from our next panelist who'd like to weigh in on that. As I'm sorry, can we hear you, brother?
Judge Mathis, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Okay, and I really hate to piggyback, but Judge Brown really hit it on the head. I would like to say that we can only get as much justice as our local elected officials allow. And I really think it's really as simple as holding the local officials accountable. And I must also say it's a pleasure just to be on here with Reverend Jackson. And in his spirit, I want to say that in addition to addressing criminal justice reform, we need to get our local elected officials to conform to the laws on the books. And what I mean by that, Judge Mathis, is we already have laws. We keep looking for the next, what else can we do? Cameras, this, that. We already have the laws on the books, the policies. Our biggest fight, Judge Mathis, is getting these laws to apply to the police officers. We marched just to get an arrest. And with the Ahmaud Arbery case, this wasn't even, it was a former police officer. So we don't need to really, if we think about it, invent more laws or anything. We just need to get what's on the books enforced. Now, let's look at Breonna Taylor. We now seeing the grand jury system, and I know Judge Mathis, you say it needs to be unwound. Well, I'm of the opinion we need to work with what we have. Okay, that's something we have, and I think that system is not flawed necessarily because it's meant to prevent overzealous prosecutors from trying to indict anyone for nothing. But the level of proof that needs to be shown in a grand jury is probable cause, and we all know the New York judge said you can indict a ham sandwich. That Breonna Taylor incident, they didn't present anything to try to indict the police for killing Breonna Taylor. They only presented things, we're assuming because it's secret, they only presented things regarding the negligence of shooting into another apartment. Judge, we know that prosecutor in Kentucky did not want to indict those officers for killing Breonna Taylor. And here's the last thing. First of all, back to the local officials. We need to take a look at what these prosecutors are and are not doing. If they're not seeking justice, because we have to rely on them. We can't, as private attorneys, go in and prosecute a crime. If they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, Judge, we need to vote them out. Take an inventory every election season, get them out of there. But what these prosecutors are doing, like in that Breonna Taylor case, they're selectively choosing not to go after police officers for their crimes.
Before we move on into our next guest, I do want to remind you, or I don't want to debate with you, let's say that. But the reason we don't know what went on behind that grand jury because it's secret. And that's what I'm against. I think we need more transparency because exactly what you described with Breonna Taylor happens all over the country. The prosecutor steers where he wants the grand jury to go. And secondly, once the grand jury receives only his evidence, the grand jury does not hear from a defense attorney defending the person who's about to be indicted by the grand jury. All they hear from is a prosecutor who sways the grand jury the way he wants them to go. And one of the reasons is because there's a symbiotic relationship between police officers and the prosecutor's office, because they need those police officers to help them prosecute their cases for the future. So I think we have a little difference there, but I wanted to weigh in on what that difference is, since you made reference to that difference that we have. All right, we're gonna go and weigh in with our next panelist.
Okay, go ahead. Because I wanted to weigh in on this. Yeah, I'm okay, but I want to weigh on this topic. So I want to piggyback on something Judge Penny said about racism being a public health crisis. And it goes really deep, because what has happened is racism, white supremacy permeates through public policy. So I heard my brother say that it's a simple fix with elected officials, but it's not that simple, being on the other side myself, because they take what they've learned and been socialized and then put it into public policy. So what you would have, say for instance, in Georgia, if we had laws on the books that allowed you to do a citizen's arrest, which led to Ahmaud Arbery being chased out in the street like an animal, or say for Breonna Taylor, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a policymaker, or with Breonna Taylor, if it's legal to have a no knock warrant, then they can justify in their minds why they were able to do that. Or in Georgia, we with stand your ground, it needs to be repealed. See, these things have to change. But you have things in place like incumbency protection, which we don't talk about enough with the public, that are set up to keep elected officials in office, even when they're doing egregious things to people, whether it is money, whether it is the power of people who are in high positions protecting them. I mean, this is a real thing, incumbency protection. We talk about it all the time among elected officials, but when you have people who have set up the laws, like you start off by reading that commission report, to keep us in a state, perpetual state, and Judge Penny said this, the laws were set up to do just what they're doing. So first of all, we got to go back and repeal bad laws. Then we got to get people, Black people in particular, who sometimes don't have the courage, because they could be in a position 40, 30 years and don't have the courage to change public policy because they're afraid of repercussions. And then we got to get white people, call them out on their racism, and then say to them, you know what, we will try to vote you out to the best of our ability, but at the same time, we have to make sure that it is indeed racism, a public health crisis, because we are suffering in America from bad public policy and Black elected officials who are afraid to speak up. I serve with them all the time. They're afraid. They don't have the testicular fortitude to do the right thing.
All right, thank you so much. Who would like to weigh in next? But first, let me introduce to some and bring to others our dear friend Reverend Jeanette Wilson. You know, I'd like to give her a title, but the only title I know of is that she runs the entire organization. I don't know what other names are floating around with titles. She runs the organization, and she's executive director of everything, including Push Excel. Let's hear from our dear leader, Jeanette Wilson.
I think Reverend Wilson's logged in, but I think she's working on another project, and hopefully she'll be able to hop in and give us some words of wisdom when she gets an opportunity.
Okay, if not, she's going to jail after all that introduction. He's either Judge Penny, so one of us gonna sentence it. Judge Penny, you want to give her 30, or you want me to give her 30?
No, you do it. Don't put me in this with you. You want to be Mr. Big and Bad? You do it.
I'm going to say on behalf of Reverend Jeanette Wilson, this is what had happened was moment. What had happened was she was maybe gonna be in the beginning, but she had to do other things, and so that's what had happened. Was if I could weigh in, first of all, I agree with my sister, Judge Peggy Brown Reynolds, for all that she said. Absolutely, racism has got to be declared a public health crisis, a pandemic. It's a pandemic. But whether it is declared or not declared, should be declared, won't be declared, we still have to remain focused on how to do what we need to do, our agenda as relates to policing reform. Because if we have to wait for somebody to declare racism as a public health issue, we might be waiting for another decade or so. That's number one. We don't have but 10 days, 20 days, maybe 27 days to be exact, to make sure that we push the agenda and we get people out to vote. That's number one. We do have to make sure that people vote down ballot. So it's not just the presidential election. We have to vote down ballot. I had the unbelievably difficult, awful, horrific experience recently, 3 weeks ago to be exact, of my two teenage boys, aged 16 and 17, soon to be 18, while driving my vehicle, because their little jacked up vehicle was in the shop at the time. So driving my more high-tech, more something vehicle to school. They go to a private school. You all know Woodward Academy. Some of you all know it in this area. They were going for a meeting because we're learning from home. On their way from Brookhaven to College Park, they get stopped by the police. I only have two children, two boys, two teenagers, Black, both of them over 6'3", both of them over 210 pounds. And they got stopped. And I'm working doing, we all did these Zoom calls, and I get a text. I always keep my phone because you have children. Your phone always has got to be close by. And I get a text, Mommy, we've been stopped by the police. My heart stopped right then and there. I felt like I was in an alternative universe. And then my second son texts me, Mama, we got stopped by the police, but we're going to be okay. Remember what you and everybody else has told us. I thought I was living in an alternate universe, and that was 3 of the most difficult minutes, really, frankly, of my life as an adult. So fortunately they survived it, but at that moment, what I did is I sent them both a comforting email. It's gonna be okay. Remember, you must live so that we can help you. And they did live. And it was for no reason. They would just stop for being Black and driving an expensive sports utility vehicle. That's my interpretation, but they lived. Why do I say that? We have got to do something. It's so personal for all of us. I bet everybody on this call has had a similar experience with a nephew, an uncle, and their grandfather who's now deceased, who if he were alive, he would be 97. Talk to them when they were barely able to comprehend, because he wanted to make sure they knew what they needed to do when they were able to drive if stopped by the police. They may have been 3 and 5. Every man in their life, every woman in our family has talked to all the organizations that they're a member of. The coaches, because they both play football, have talked to them about what to do as young Black men when they get stopped. So in our children's mind, they have this when they go out into the world, what could happen to them if they're stopped by the police, because they see the excessive use of force, they see the murder, they see the killing. But when it happened to us 3 weeks ago, I felt like my life was going to stop, because I can tell you, Judge Mathis, I don't care how much education and success I've had in my life. I work with Willie Gary, ain't nothing but success there. And having the benefit of working with Reverend Jackson and all of you over the years knowing you, none of that meant a bit of anything to me as I sat for 3 minutes and prayed that the narrative would not be, as opposed to saying Breonna Taylor, saying Ozzie Hoffler and AJ Hoffler. And that was real. And that's what I was praying. And I said, God, please don't let this be my narrative. Because I would have lost both sons, not one, but both, because they were both in the car at that time. So I say that because if people don't believe we need to reform the system, just if it hasn't happened to you or your children, it's coming. And the world is more dangerous for them today than it was a year ago. When 6 militia planned to kidnap the governor of the state of Michigan because of her progressive views on voting, election protection, civil rights, and human rights, and implementing measures so that we can have free and fair elections in Michigan, a battleground state, kidnapped so that they could teach her a lesson and hold her as a hostage because of her treason. Ladies and gentlemen, we in trouble because she's not Black. She's progressive, perhaps, on some issues, but she is not Black. So for us, it is dire. So people have to vote. They got to go to the polls, vote down ballot, hold your elected officials, and I say this most respectfully to the most wonderful elected officials we have on this panel. We must hold their feet to the fire, but we have to be accountable and go in our communities. We're in a virtual format. You can do that virtually. In your churches, with your organizations, in the schools, virtually. You don't have to be afraid of COVID if you're sitting in your home. But if you're okay being out, then there's a role for you as well. But in the immediate 27 days, it's making sure that people go to the polls and vote and speak truth to power, because that's the only way that we're going to get policing reform.
Thank you. She's the lawyer of lawyers, and we appreciate that wisdom. And let me weigh in personally as well, as you spoke to your son's arrest and police misconduct. My son, some 4 years ago, home from his work in the U.S. Senate, where he's where he is a senior advisor, and he was just home visiting. He's in his sister's car over in Malibu, a relatively nice car, and the police pull him over, and they do the regular thing. A call was made, and you fit the description. And so they pulled him out of the car, handcuffed him, threw him against the back of the car, and then pointed all their guns at him. Once they pulled them out of the car. And so I can't recall how he proved that it belonged to his sister. Yeah, because her name was on the registration and his name was on his driver's license. So they were convinced, and I guess they looked up their addresses and saw that they were people who were of means. And that example, and as well, quite frankly, I just had an encounter with a militiaman in the hills of Colorado just 2 days ago, driving because I'm too scared to fly. And so we entered into a gas station to fill up, and a guy came out with the entire militiaman outfit. He had the clothing that you wear in the woods, the camouflage clothing. He had T-shirt with the swastika on it, a long beard. We were parked directly next to each other. He walked 2 inches from me. He never looked up. I was attempting to look him in his eye, not to start anything, but just wanting to see how he responds. He had the flags on his pickup truck, all the things of a militiaman. And certainly I was in the wrong place, I find now, because if they would kidnap Judge Whitmer, certainly little Greg Mathis, they take me apart. And so I have those direct experiences as well. Let us hear from our next panelist, please.
Judge,
yes.
I want to clarify something, because I've worked in all 3 branches of government, and I know that former Representative D. Hagler understands what I truly mean when I say the declaration of a public health crisis. Anything that you want to solve, you need money for. And in our government, when you make a declaration of a public health crisis, that means automatically billions of dollars are redirected and diverted to a particular area. That's why now we can all of a sudden spend billions of dollars on giving all of the PPO and all of the things that we're having to give, because the government, the way it works, whether it's on the state level or federal level, once something has been declared by those who are in authority, declared a public health crisis, then that means there'll be billions of dollars that can then be redirected, because no matter what we say we want to do with reform, everything revolves around money and budgeting. And from being in the legislature, I remember that you can't solve anything with that. So I do wanted to say, and I should have, and when I say that, because I've been arguing that position, I think that I do need to flush it out a little bit more, but I knew that Representative Hagler understood what I meant, because once that occurs, because it's all about public policy. Number 2, at every level, I think that they count on, and people can decide who I'm talking about when I say they, that we will never devise a strategic plan, because this can't be done piecemeal. They've got us convinced, and if I can just use some language that Judge Mathis might say, hoodwinked, bamboozled into believing that the problem is so difficult that we can't tackle it from many different ways. Oh, that is so big that we only have to focus on this aspect. What I have come to find out is that if we don't draw a line in the sand, much like they do, the Republicans do it all the time as it relates to abortion and as it relates to other issues. It's time for us to draw a line in the sand and say, along the boards of DAs, judges, legislators, elected officials, city council people, you're either a racist or you're anti-racist. Yeah. And we need to be bold enough to say, concerting ourselves. Let's say the Divine Nine. I know we have our 501c3s. We have all of our institutions. We finally come together as a Black Congress, and we set up our agenda, not waiting for them to give it to us, but we say, this is our agenda. And what we do is we find someone in Georgia, we got 159 counties. We run somebody against everybody who's currently in office, whether they're Black or white, because sometimes, as my mentor, Dr. Joseph Lowry said, everybody who's our skin is not our kin. Absolutely. So unless you're gonna step up and be willing to declare that racism is a public health crisis, and this is how you put a vote to action. Because see, voting is good. Our younger generation, they don't want to deal with it because we haven't done a good enough job to let them know voting is about protest as well. You may not want Biden in there, but I know doggone well you don't want Trump in there. So sometimes you got to vote to protest. But it's enough of this plaything, because we're going to act like it's just white people oppressing us when it's ideals. We are ensconced in ideologies that have gotten comfortable in believing we're not worthy of better than this. So what I'm saying is all our best and brightest minds are to come together, not just at our banquets, because, you know, they think that they can buy and sponsor a banquet table and that they can just pimp us out by giving us a little bit of money. The time has come now for us to stand firm in this thing. Declare and say at every level of government, if you're not standing with us, you're standing against us. Now listen, we don't have to agree on everything. That's part of our problem. But what we do need to learn is to do what they do. This man is an abomination to everything that is decent. And no matter what, they will follow him off this cliff that come November, whenever the whole thing is going to be certified. Why can't we do that? Can't racism be that bright line that we say enough is enough? I just wanted to get that off my chest, Judge.
Let me just say, I agree 100% the racism. What I'm saying, I agree 1,000%. What I'm saying is, I can't wait for it to be declared, because see, right here, right now, we need to continue moving into action. So I agree 1,000% what my sister, Judge Penny Brown Reynolds, has said, 1,000%. And I love that you raised the Divine Nine. I'm not Greek, but I tell you what, if I know one thing, if you have the Divine Nine organizing the way that they organize together, that is a huge victory. Why do I say that? Because right now we have a partnership with 5 of the Divine Nine for our election protection effort at the NBA. Almost 7,000 lawyers. Let me tell you, that is so powerful because of the tentacles of where we are. It's not just the Divine Nine, it's all the other organizations that they have. So I think absolutely, the only point I was making, the only distinction is, while it's being declared a public health crisis and we can get the money and all that kind of stuff, we need to organize and push and move.
And Madam President, you're my leader. The NBA can declare it. We don't need white folks to declare something.
Okay, when you said declare, we can declare it today. Because let me tell you something. The National Bar Association have a partnership with Rainbow Push where we did the healthcare manifesto. And so even those 3 organizations together could do that. We already have the partnership to do that. Now I know what you're saying. I thought you meant like through some administrative government something. I'd be like, we've been waiting for 10 years for that. But if you're talking about organization, absolutely. That's an easy one. And we got Rainbow on the phone. We got Dr. McDougall, who spoke earlier, and the 3 of us going to come together and do that. Thank you very much for clarifying. That's done. That's done. And then I want to send you the declaration, Madam Judge, so you can look at it, because I think that is absolutely positivity. The healthcare manifesto on COVID really addresses a lot of the same things that you're saying.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. And we know that the COVID-19, as you just said, is being practiced in a racist. We see racism in the treatment and addressing the COVID-19, whether it's the poverty, whether it's the frontline workers who have to go to work. We see that affecting, that's an unequal justice as well. And also, all those recommendations and the facts and statistics that are still about the same from the Kerner Commission, from the time of the Kerner Commission and their report. The only thing I saw missing, they made every recommendation that every study has made. It was probably the most thorough that I have read, but it mentioned zero, and it covered every area. It mentioned zero about reparations or even the consideration, let alone the entitlement or the repayment. And the good news is that since 1989, Congressman Conyers introduced H.R. 40, the legislation to create the Commission on Reparations. And since 1989, there was no traction, but we thank God for those martyrs. And that's why I call them martyrs. They've created an opportunity for us to further our fight for justice and further our effort for equal justice under the law and economic justice and reparations. And so I'd like to hear you all's take on reparations. Now we have a majority of the U.S. Congress have agreed to vote for the legislation to impanel or to have the commission. And we have over a dozen votes in the U.S. Senate. Short only, I guess, I'm a lawyer, I can't count, but so that's short 40 or so, or 40 more or less of the 51 that is, yes.
I have to run because I've got another program.
Thank you so much.
But if I could just say very quickly, I've been on board with reparations since the 80s when I was in law school, when Randall Robinson, Trans-Africa Forum was preaching it and pushing it, and Reverend Jackson. And then when Johnny Cochran was alive and I was a partner at Willie Gary's office, we were all part of a group with Charles Ogletree that filed this huge lawsuit. Yeah. And it was dismissed on jurisdictional grounds. So I'm in it, I'm with it. Now is the time. And I tell you, I that's a whole nother seminar. But I'm going to circle back around, Judge Pretty Bound Reynolds. I'm going to get a draft of our declaration and whatnot, and I'd like to send it to you. I'm going to talk and a declaration that racism is a national health crisis or all that. I'm going to get that because we need to know that from this conference with Reverend Jackson, that is one of the deliverables. And thank you so much for suggesting that. And goodbye, everyone. I'm sorry I've got to go do another program. And Judge Matthews, always much love.
Thank you, Madam President, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have anyone that wants to weigh in on the reparations movement that is accompanying the movement for racial justice? Well, no one wants.
If I may.
Yes.
Judge Matthews. Oh, I just want to go on record that I completely agree with you with respect to the grand jury, the secrecy. There should be no secrecy in justice. And just recently we saw with Daniel Cameron, he alluded to the secrecy as being to protect the members of the grand jury. That makes no sense. We have regular juries that actually convict people. The indictment process, there's really no danger to people knowing what goes on behind those closed doors. As far as reparations, I completely agree with it. We need to do all we can to come together to make that happen. In addition to reparations, with the criminal justice reform, I want to say that we as attorneys have to come together and do what we can to expose the facts leading up that could lead to conviction. For example, in some of these Georgia cases, Ahmaud Arbery, they left evidence, the truck used in the crime, at the criminal's place for weeks. You know, so we're going to have to do information requests. We're going to have to write letters. I was in touch with the GBI. We're going to have to do our part because, as we see, a lot of these prosecutors are biased and they're not going to do the legwork. They're not going to do it. So we're going to have to volunteer some of our time to expose these things, post it. We have social media and post to show what crime has been committed so we can get some justice for our people.
I'd like to weigh in on it.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may.
Judge?
Absolutely, I support reparations. I don't even think we need to have a study about whether or not we deserve it. I think we need to be studying why we should get, when we should get it, and how and in what way. How do you compensate with cash value on the hundreds of years of free labor and servitude? It was more than labor. It's what it did to us as a people. We have to understand, number one, we don't need a debate among ourselves as Black people as to whether or not we are entitled to reparations. Do you understand that we never got what we were supposed to get in the first place? So this is not a question of They always want to put us in a place of we have to study and beg them for what is ours anyway, because it always puts us in a place that we are undervalued and devalued. So I absolutely believe in reparations. Number two, I think there are multiple ways that we can effectuate receiving the money. Do I believe we ought to have a cash value placed on it? Yes. How do you do that? We can fund our HBCUs and give our young people an opportunity to be able to go to school for free at our HBCUs. We can say to Black businesses, we're going to give you $25,000 and $50,000 or $100,000 grants to start a business in your community. But we can't go into these negotiations begging them for something that they're supposed to give us anyway. So what we have to do then is educate the people on why did we get to the point. We are the only racial group that has been oppressed, that have to beg for something that every other group received because of what America has done to us. And so I completely support it, but I think we all need to get on the same page about it. This is not a handout. How you gonna hand out something that we were owed in the first place? So that's my opinion on reparations.
All right, thank you. And we're supposed to end at 10 minutes ago. My assistant just found out and told me, Mr. Stacy Leak. So you all remember that name. He doesn't do a thorough job. No, but I'm just kidding. And one more comment regarding reparations, and then I'm going to give you all an opportunity to wrap up your remarks. Anyone want to weigh in?
Okay, so I'm going to say the last thing. I wholeheartedly agree with Judge Penny, and I have a problem with people saying that even now we should not have conversations about reparations during this election. When else would you have this conversation? We already know, most of us, that we're going to support Biden and Harris, and so I think it is disingenuous for us not to put it on the table. We should always put it on the table. We should have never not had it on the table. And so it is up to us to, like you said, to demand. This is not something that we need to have conversations about. It's already, in the making. And I want to hear Biden say more about reparations. I don't care. The people who weren't going to vote for him still not going to vote for him. He needs to talk to us as a base about why we should have reparations and why he supports it.
Thank you. And let me say, with regard to reparations, one of the things we should be considering at this very moment is how we are going to if and once, I believe once, because we're going to fight until it happens, the commissioners and panel, we need to know what to ask for. That's always the challenge. Whenever there's an opportunity, you must know what to ask for, whether it's an education for our young people, whether it's home ownership that increases the wealth is the #1 way to increasing family wealth, or other areas that we should be compensated, small businesses, etc. Perhaps an authority needs to be created, as they have done in the past with other authorities and commissions, where we've created Fannie Mae to help with housing. We created other authorities, quasi-governmental and otherwise. And let's not leave Wall Street out of the picture. Wall Street profited to the tune of some 1,000 per slaves. Indeed, they financed the slaves that the Southern planters could not afford, or the Southern plantation owners couldn't afford the type of money. If you wanted 200 slaves, you had to have $200,000. They could not afford that. So they had Wall Street, the bankers, to loan them money. So let's not leave them out. Those who slavery could not have occurred at that level had it not been financed. So in wrapping up, I'll allow Judge Penny to begin, and she's going to give us our marching orders and a very inspiring go away.
Well, let me begin by just saying, Judge Mathis, I mean, from the moment you were on television, before I ever even dreamed of being on television, and what I loved more than anything about you is our Black men have been demonized so much by society and this media, and you have stood tall. You raised your family, their lawyers, your beautiful wife. I mean, the whole thing about who you are has represented the best of who we are as Black men and Black people. And I want to say to you, thank you for all that you have done, all you've done to inspire us. There are a lot of people we look up to, and I don't want to miss this opportunity to tell you, brother, job well done. God's not through with you yet, but I thank God for you and everything that you've represented. To everybody who's been on this panel, we're not going to all agree on every single thing, but we are all warriors, and the revolution has begun. Respectability politics must be taken out because we are in different times. There is an intergenerational divide between young people who are out here protesting, believing that somehow we just dropped the ball on them, and maybe in respects we have. Some of us have been the first at things, and we were trying to get ourselves in the door. But as I always say to people, our silence conspires with injustice. Gone are the days of being quiet. This is our moment to stand up and stand tall. There is no room for cowards in what we're faced with when we have a person who is running for elected office on racism and bigotry. It's no longer put in the closet, it's up front. For all of these people who've been comfortable in the boardrooms and in the suites, and these judges who've had their robes on, who haven't been like me and Judge Mathis and Judge Hatcher, who speak our mind because we don't have a slave mentality. We've been free a long time.
That's
what
right.
I want to say to you is find something deep inside of you. If not now, when? We are not what we say. We are who and what we do. Thank you so very much.
Right. Thank you. You sound like a runaway there, Judge.
I got that Harriet Tubman spirit. People never knew that, but
Right,
yes.
That's right. They don't know who they let loose. Thank you. Who would like to give their wrap-up remarks next? Why don't we go to my friend and buddy, Brian Ponder, counselor?
Yes, Judge Mathis, thank you. And I just want to let you know too, thank you. You're such an inspiration, to younger generation lawyers like myself. I read your story. I remember reading about your story and Johnny Cochran's story before I went to law school after a decade of working. Your inspiration. I appreciate how you speak up for us, and I follow you on social media. I'm also your fraternity brother, Alpha Alpha, and I just.
All right. That's right.
So, in wrapping up, I just want to encourage people to really consider the vote as a chance to get local officials in office that's going to actually fight for us. It really boils down to that. And with respect to Judge Mathis and I, with respect to the grand jury secrecy, I think that we need to get with legislators to change the procedural rules that have that secrecy in place. It's only a procedural rule, not part of the Constitution itself of the states or the federal government. That needs to change. We need full transparency. And my point, as in working with what we have, if we see a crime committed and the prosecutor doesn't get an indictment, we know what it is. They can get indictment. Indictment is one of the easiest thing to get. So we need to get those prosecutors out of office quickly, and while they're in office, hold them accountable. It's a shame people had to burn down a city to get prosecutors to act in some places. It shouldn't have to come to that. So we just have to keep up the fight. So local elections, and get our legislatures to change the rules so that there's no secrecy in this justice process. Thank you, Judge.
And just a short note on that reiteration, that was great advice, Brother Ponder, in terms of going to our legislators to change the procedural, the secret. That is what can be changed, the secret grand jury or the extended transparency. So you're right, the U.S. Constitution would have to be changed to eliminate the grand jury. We know that's not going to happen. So the procedural rules of somehow changing the procedural rule that affects grand jury secrecy should be reevaluated and amended. So with that, and we're going to allow our dear sister Dee Dawkins-Hagler to wrap it up for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, Judge Mathis. I have thoroughly enjoyed this, especially being on the panel with my sister. I just love her. She always brings the fire. I just want to give a happy birthday shout out to Reverend Jackson. And while we were on the call, I turned my screen off for a minute because Joe Beasley called me on that reparations call. After we had finished and said, let them know that I read a report from Shirley Franklin and the number is 70 trillion. So I did it for you, the great Mr. Beasley, Ambassador Dr. Beasley. So y'all got it. It says 70 trillion and don't let up not 1 second, not 1 inch. So I would like to finalize by saying, we have to make sure we continue to get rid of bad policies that's on the books. This stand your ground has to be repealed. I mean, we're still talking about it in 2020. This crazy citizens arrest stuff, it has to go. No knock warrants, it has to be, eliminated across the board. We have to stay on top of this because individual states and municipalities, they do what they want to do based on who's in office at that time. And then people have to call out good leadership versus bad leadership and not be afraid to do it. We don't have time to play no more. We don't have the luxury anymore to do the go along to get along. It's too much at stake. Our children are depending on us. And we got to put our money where our mouth is. Stop pontificating and quarterbacking from the couch. If you're not putting no money, no skin in the game, just hush. If you're afraid to lead, get out the way. And just let those who are ready to get in this fight and stay in this fight do what they got to do. Thank you all. I appreciate being on this.
One last comment I have is about the one word, perhaps the most profound word I've heard from all the profound things that Judge Penny has given us, and that word was courage. Courage. And let me say to our brothers, I want you to take back to the weak that they don't have to be scared. Don't punk out Black men. We have sisters who have founded the Black Lives Matter movement. The majority of the people who are marching are the white suburban youth, or for the most part, Black youth, women. And so, brothers, while you're laying back watching sports, that's not gonna stop the police from kicking your door down and busting you upside your head or pulling you over. When you're sitting there on the corner talking about you want respect, nobody's gonna give you respect until you get out here and defend your community and fight for justice for your community instead of pushing your women out there in front of you, having them fight your battles while you sit back in the hood, talk about you want your respect and how tough you are standing on the corner. No, you're weak and you're punks unless you stand up and fight in front of our sister. Take them bullets for our sister. That's what a real man does. Thank you all, and God bless you. We appreciate all the work that you all do in the community. Stay strong and keep the faith.
Thank you so much, Judge Mathis, for blessing us with those words and for moderating this panel. Of course, want to thank Judge Penny Brown Reynolds, want to thank Attorney Brian Ponder, want to thank Attorney C.K. Hoffler, want to thank former State Representative D. Dawkins Hagler. We'll make sure to send out their social media information to all the attendees on this conference so you can continue receiving great words from them. Thank you all so much. I do want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors for the conference. As we said before, it's very important that we realize that the companies that have put forth the effort to really support us during this are the ones that we need to make sure that we support going forward. Also, if you are enjoying the programming you're receiving today, we do encourage you to join the Rainbow Push Coalition. Go to rainbowpush.org for your opportunity to join the organization, be involved with so much of what is what's currently going on in the country, and the urgent need for public policy in order to turn the marches into a movement and then into a maintained presence from the legislative aspect. We're going to take a short break. Bottom of the hour, we have an interview with the author of the new book. This is a late edition. The new book, I Am Somebody, Why Jesse Jackson Matters. Author David Masciotra will be joining us at the bottom of the hour to discuss that. We're going to play a short video on Reverend Jackson's life, and then we will be back after the break. Thank you so much.
Somebody, oh, I am. Pray for me. Oh, just pray for me. Oh, pray Pray for me, pray for me.
I'm Reverend Jesse Jackson. I was born in Greenville, South Carolina, in the throes of legal segregation of apartheid. But against those odds, with the help of God and loving parents and inspiring teachers, I was able to break that cycle and make a contribution. I was born in the throes of segregation, where we had limited options of access to education, healthcare, and jobs. And so I knew the struggle in the sense I was in the midst of it. But I was not struggling, I was surviving, I was adjusting.
At Greenville's Sterling High School, Jackson graduated with offers for a minor league baseball contract and a college football scholarship. At North Carolina A&T, Jackson majored in sociology, was the quarterback on the football team, and served as the student body president. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. appoints Reverend Jackson in 1966 to head Chicago's Operation Breadbasket, Southern Christian Leadership Council's self-help economic uplift program. In August of 1967, Dr. King appoints Reverend Jackson National Director of Operation Breadbasket, which negotiates hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars for African American neighborhoods across the country.
The legacy then was we were fighting for a goal. The goal was a public accommodation bill, the right to vote in jobs. We won the public accommodation bill. We won the right to vote. We got some jobs, but not enough. But it was a demonstration, not a parade. Parades, you're exhibiting yourself or exhibiting goods and wares. It was a demonstration for changing public policy. We won the 64 Civil Rights Act, 65 Civil Rights Act. We won our battle. So we decided to march again. We went back to Memphis to meet with the same people again. And we went on our way to dinner that night. I was waiting for him to come out the room. And he said, we're going to his, you don't even have on a tie. I said, Dr. King, the prerequisite for eating is an appetite, not a tie. He laughed. He said, you're crazy. We laughed. And he said to a friend of mine below, please play my song, Precious Lord, tonight. The answer, I will. He raised up and said, Doc, the bullet hit him right here. There's a picture you see of us pointing at Andy Young and I pointing, saying the police were coming to us with their guns out. And we said, the bullet came from that way. I mean, no one come to us. Go to where the shot came from. I then walked away and went to Mrs. King, went to the telephone and called Mrs. King by her bedside. Said to her, it was a very long 10 steps from where I was to where the bedroom telephone was. I said, Mrs. King and Dr. King been shot.
We've always been able to turn a minus into a plus. That trouble doesn't last always. And yes, we're going back to Memphis, and we're going to Washington, and we're going to win. That poor people must have a job and income, that every child must be able to get his mind developed, that hunger is immoral and it certainly should be illegal, that we don't have any choice but to fight. And I've already seen a new glory. I've seen a promised land, and that we just cannot turn around.
Summer 1968.
There appears to be a kind of insensitivity to our demands on the part of the congressman. There is a kind of blasé atmosphere. Some have come to visit us. The camp strikes them as a kind of novelty.
During the Washington, D.C. Poor People's Campaign, Reverend Jackson is appointed mayor of Resurrection City. It is here that he first fashions his signature chant of I am somebody.
I am somebody. I may be poor, but I am somebody.
We talked about an organization that would involve people in a united struggle. And so it was people united at first to save humanity, and then at a later point it became people united to serve humanity.
Just what is Operation Push?
Well, Operation Push is a civil economics organization. It's a religious organization with an economic mission. And we believe that the black church is the political and spiritual salvation of our people. And it is to that extent that we challenge churches and churchmen to get involved.
Excuse me, Reverend Jackson, are we ever going to get to answer a question here?
The question is moot. Under the Reagan administration, answering questions is no longer a priority. One-liners, smile styles, and profiles. Issues like education, health care, and social programs have to take a back seat to $1 trillion military build-up, $700 billion tax cut for the rich. As a matter of fact, 90,000 corporations last year made profits and paid no taxes, while people making $2,000 below poverty paid taxes.
Reverend Jackson announces at the Washington, D.C. Convention Center before 5,000 people that he is running for President of the United States.
There was an anchor who said, "Mothers, go get your children. Bring them before the television. Sit down, hold on to your seats. You're about to hear one of the greatest speeches that you've ever heard in your life."
But just because you're born in the slum does not mean the slum is born in you, and you can rise above it. We must leave racial battleground and come to economic common ground and moral higher ground. America, our time has come, and come November, there will be a change because our time has come. Thank you, and God bless you.
What do you do, Jesse? I mean, we see it at the rallies, and what? I mean,
I suppose,
it's like an honest question, right?
Indeed it is. You know, when I look at the young people here tonight, I fight for freedom. I fight for the American dream.
To build them up, it is our job to protect and support.
Some say my future not that bright. Some say I'm useless, unholy, and I'm not living right. But at the beginning of the day, look in the mirror and say, I am somebody. Oh. Well, I believe the future's in my hand. And I tell every boy, girl, woman, and man, if I can think it, I can believe it, create it and achieve it. So I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Maybe down and pushed away, but at the end of the day, I am somebody. Oh, so take away the hate and give me love. Yeah. So take away the hate and give me love. Give me peace instead of pain, joy inside this rain. I will remain somebody. Oh, so take away the hate and give me love. Somebody. Take away the hate and show me love. Maybe down but not destroyed, empty but not void, 'cause I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody. Oh, I am.
I served as faithful as I could, for as long as I could, make life better for people around me, and tried to leave an imprint in the sand of times. You know, some of my friends in the struggle were killed, others were destroyed in so many ways. So I'm a survivor. I've been blessed to be a long distance runner.
I am somebody. Ooh, I am somebody. Oh, I am somebody.
Joining us now, author of the book, I Am Somebody, Why Jesse Jackson Matters. Joining us now is author David Masciotra. David, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Robert?
I am doing outstanding. And thank you for being able to join us in celebration of one Reverend's birthday, and also in our 21st annual Creating Opportunities Conference here in Atlanta, Georgia. What inspired you to write this book about Reverend Jackson?
Well, thank you for having me. Let me just show the book here to everyone with us today. It's great to be with you. It publishes on October 15th, so it's available now. And if you were to order it, you'd get your book next week. It's a great question to ask, particularly on Reverend Jackson's birthday. He was someone I admired since I was a child. I grew up in a home where people admired Reverend Jackson. My grandfather, a World War II veteran and a member of a labor union, always admired the way that he fought for workers. And my mother admired his work for racial justice. So, and perhaps this is slightly uncommon for a white child, but I grew up with constant and consistent endorsement and praise of Reverend Jackson. And I first interviewed him 6 years ago to write a story on the Daily Beast to mark the 30th anniversary of his first presidential campaign, of course, from 1984. And those 84 and 88 campaigns were seminal and groundbreaking and history-making in the story of American politics. And it was one of the blessings of my life that Reverend Jackson and I developed a rapport. And he invited me back to interview him many times, and I traveled with him and observed his work up close. And I would say that he is the most effective and consequential living civil rights leader. And through a study of his life, we learn about not only a momentous and extraordinary life of achievement and the fight for democracy and equality, but we also find a predicate to begin to study and scrutinize and understand the central struggles of the American story. And that's the fight for racial equality. That's the fight to actually activate the rhetoric of democracy against the policies that assault it. And that's the fight to build a broad class-based coalition of common interest. And that's the fight to have a more peaceful, humane, and diplomatic posture around the world rather than leading with weaponry and warfare. So all of that is what inspires me about Reverend Jackson and what I hope will inspire the readers of this book.
And let's turn back to that 84 and also 88 campaigns, because much of what we hear from the progressive movement today was reflected in those 84 and 88 campaigns. Even we saw our first African American female vice presidential nominee debate last night, which is something that Reverend Jackson was talking about doing in 1984. Can you kind of talk about the groundbreaking nature of those campaigns?
Yeah, absolutely. Ernest Hemingway, even though he was personally an atheist, said, "No one can understand Western literature without understanding and appreciating the Bible." Similarly, whether one is a personal supporter of Reverend Jackson or not, one cannot understand contemporary politics and the contemporary progressive movement within the Democratic Party without understanding and appreciating Reverend Jesse Jackson. In those campaigns, we can talk about demography and ideology. So beginning with demography, Jackson entered the race in 84 because he felt, as many people still feel to this day, despite the progress, that the Democratic Party was taking for granted its most loyal base of support, which was the Black electorate of the United States. So he acted as a docent, as an usher for a multicultural constituency to enter into Democratic Party politics, beginning with Black voters, but then also moving into Native American voters, Latino voters, progressive women voters, activists tied to issues ranging from poverty relief to environmentalism. And he was the first candidate for president to speak publicly in support of gay rights. So he brought gay voters into the party. And so many, including Bernie Sanders, Paul Wellstone, David Dinkins, Wilder in Virginia, and Barack Obama himself, have cited those campaigns as inspirational and instructive to them in their effort to become part of the political process. When we talk about ideology, Reverend Jackson endorsed universal health care in 1984. He talked about tuition-free community college and tuition-free public universities. He talked about child care, talked about paid paternity leave. He talked about reducing the defense budget and having a more peaceful and cooperative relationship with countries around the world. He was the first to support Nelson Mandela and call for a two-state solution in the Israel-Palestine conflict. And as you just pointed out, in '84, he also talked about the necessity of having a woman on the presidential ticket, which many historians and journalists believe directly led to Mondale's selection of Geraldine Ferraro. Now, many of these positions were dismissed, even denigrated as radical for the time. But like a prophet who isn't recognized in his own time and country, we see now that 35 years later, many of those positions have become mainstream in the Democratic Party. So he was prescient and he was prophetic. He was vastly ahead of his time, and his influence resonates and resounds today as a result.
Well, one of the issues I think that we have is this discussion with some of the younger people out in the streets. I'll see these T-shirts saying, "I am not my ancestors," or something along those lines. I think part of the reason that this generation feels that way is because they're fed this Black history fairy tale instead of an actual historical accounting of what happened and what led to where we are today. So if you're raised to think that Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln had breakfast one morning and then ended slavery, then them and Rosa Parks rode the Underground Railroad to Selma, walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, did the March on Washington, then Obama was president. If that's your understanding of history, then of course you would say, "I am not my ancestors." What do you think this generation can learn from that generation that birthed Reverend Jackson and the movement that he launched?
Well, a few things, and I really enjoyed your unfortunately accurate summary of the way this is taught in many schools. The civil rights movement is treated as an artifact that we can look at in a museum, rather than a living, breathing, evolving part of American politics, culture, and economics. The civil rights movement never really ended. As Reverend Jackson said, there's 4 phases to it. The first and second phase are complete. We're still in the third and fourth, which is the struggle for political equality and economic parity. But to your question, one of the chapter titles I gave in this book was "Remove Not Your Ancient Landmarks." It's a Bible verse that Reverend Jackson is fond of quoting. If you remove those landmarks, you get lost. And what we have right now is we have a lot of well-intentioned, committed young activists whose hearts are in the right place and who want to achieve progressive, beneficial change for our country, but they don't have the organization and they don't have the awareness of structure, rules, and regulations and how to navigate a system. So to manipulate the mechanisms of constitutional democracy to their own advantage. And that's one of the key lessons that Reverend Jackson and the late John Lewis and the late Martin Luther King and the late C.T. Vivian and Ella Baker and Rosa Parks and those who led the civil rights movement can teach us, can teach anyone fighting for progressive change, that you have to develop some sophistication and awareness about the structure, the rules, regulations, laws of our society. And you have to know how to work within that system to actually achieve a policy result, rather than what we see, unfortunately, right now is so many movements devolve into mere messaging, social media campaigns and trending hashtags. Well, that's all good for perhaps motivating people to think about the cause, but meanwhile, political and corporate power who are fighting progressive change, they're laughing because they're making the rules, they're enforcing the rules, and those social media campaigns don't really affect their bottom line.
And that's a perfect segue, because what we have seen is a large amount of what I like to call performative justice, where you do all the things that look like you're doing something without actually having to do something. So it's easy to put on the back of your helmet Black Lives Matter. It's harder to say, well, 10% of NFL contracting is going to go to minority communities. One of the hallmarks of Reverend Jackson is bringing in that economic aspect of the civil rights movement. Can you touch on that a little bit, how his economic push was divergent from what we fought for when we were simply trying to get the citizenship rights and the right to vote, how he moved the movement to the next level?
Yeah, well, that was with Operation Breadbasket beginning in the late 1960s, and then he continued that with the establishment of Operation Push, and it still carries on into the present. The history department at Middlebury University said the story of Operation Breadbasket and Operation Push is the most important, but also most unknown stories of the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King had said to Harry Belafonte shortly before his death that he feared he was integrating Black Americans into a burning house. And one of the reasons he had that fear was because there was such a stratification along class lines that even if Black Americans gained political equality, they would only have the opportunity and the liberty to be poor and to be discriminated against and exploited. And Reverend Jackson, with Operation Breadbasket, started saying very simply, as one of the slogans of the time, cut us in or we'll cut you out. Meaning if we're going to shop in your businesses, if we're going to patronize your businesses, you need to start hiring us to work in your businesses. You need to start giving our entrepreneurs contracts. You need to start putting us on boards of directors. And here again, it's astonishing how prescient that was, because at the time, the work of Breadbasket earned employment for thousands of Black workers, earned trade union placement, which previously wouldn't admit Black workers, spots in those unions, and earned hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts and ancillary economic benefits for Black businesses. But that still continues today with Silicon Valley and with some of the major multinational corporations whose records on diversity and diversification are abysmal. So that's something he's still fighting. And some of these details, they don't have the excitement of what you aptly call performative justice, but these details are essential to progress.
And that's one of the issues that I think gets forgotten when we tell the story of the last 40 or 50 years of the civil rights movement. It's kind of like that line from Hamilton, who lives, who dies, who tells your story. The way that I came to work or volunteer for and later work for Reverend Jackson and become involved in PUSH was back when I was in college. Reverend Jackson was giving a speech in Atlanta. I came down to the Atlanta office. Then Executive Director Janice Mathis was there. And I'm thinking we're going to go march and protest and picket and do all those fun things. She gave me a report saying to pull the boards of directors and executive leadership for Fortune 500 companies and make a table as to their levels of diversity within leadership. I think that's what separates Reverend Jackson and Rainbow Push from other organizations, that concentration on, look, anybody can march, anybody can protest. That's a very important and essential part of the movement. However, understanding who's in leadership and understanding how to have your fair share is the real niche that has to be cut out, because as Reverend Jackson often says, the public sector jobs are the backbone of what built the Black middle class. The ability to integrate unions, the ability to have hiring quotas and requirements for municipal governments. Can you kind of talk about, as you said, the less fun, less sexy aspects of the civil rights movement that Reverend Jackson really helped to spearhead?
Well, when I interviewed Reverend Al Sharpton for the book, he told me a great story that one day he called Reverend Jesse Jackson, who of course was his mentor. Sharpton began as a teenager working for the New York branch of PUSH. And Sharpton was excited because in an act of protest against some of the racially discriminatory and just flat out racist policies of the city of New York, Sharpton led the National Action Network to shut down public transit for one morning. And he called up Reverend Jackson and with excitement announced, we did it, we shut down public transit for the entire morning. And he said it deflated him because Reverend Jackson responded by saying, okay, great, but what did you get out of it? And Sharpton said that in the moment he was disappointed to hear that's how Jackson reacted, but he ended up learning such a profound lesson from that reaction, in that these acts of theater, while they might make the news and while they might generate some conversation, don't accomplish much if they're not directly attached to a policy, demand, and ambition. Similarly, I once asked Reverend Jackson about the Dorothy Day quote. Dorothy Day, of course, started the Catholic worker homes, and she's, all due respect to her, she's a great hero of our history. But I asked him about her statement that what we need in the United States is a revolution of the heart. And he surprised me by saying, no, that's wrong. He said, because beliefs don't change first. First, laws change. Laws then force behavior to change. And then once behavior changes, sometimes beliefs might change as a result. And the example he gave was changing the bus policies in Montgomery, Alabama. So a racist who didn't want to sit next to a black person on the bus wouldn't have to until the law changed. Then once the law changed, the white racist might have to sit next to a black person. So then his behavior changes. And then maybe then and only then he might begin to realize, well, the bus doesn't move any slower. I still get to work on time. And this black woman or gentleman sitting next to me doesn't seem all that bad. So maybe my attitude was wrong. But it goes law, behavior, beliefs. That's the equation. And so much of activism now has reversed that equation. We try to change beliefs first and then change behavior and then maybe hope that some laws change. Well, that's out of order, because if we continue to operate according to that model rather than the Jackson civil rights model, we're going to wait forever.
What do you think is the most important story that you tell in the book?
That's a really fascinating question. I think maybe the most important story is the story that begins it all. When Reverend Jackson was a teenager, the first time he was arrested was for trying to check a book out of the public library in Greenville. And the racist police officer who was enforcing an evil law threw him to the curb. And Reverend Jackson told me that he sat there and he cried. And that scaffolds a battle between good and evil. And today we celebrate Reverend Jackson on his 79th birthday. And we recognize that he changed history and made history. And no one even knows the name of that police officer. So that is a story that captures both the stakes of the struggle for freedom and equality and progress in this country, but also the centrality of hope that we can identify in that struggle, that progress is certainly possible.
One of the first memories I have working with Reverend Jackson is around that same time back in college, which is crazy. It's 20 years ago now. I'm old, but I brought Reverend Jackson to Clark Atlanta University, where I was a sophomore at, for a speech, and one of the students ran up to Reverend Jackson and asked, "When are you running for president again?" And Reverend Jackson looked at the young person, the student, and said, "I may not run again, but I want to make sure that you're able to run if you want to." This is, 10 years before President Obama almost. Can you explain the impact he's had on this generation of politicians and this generation of leadership? Because as as you said, you don't get a Barack Obama without Jesse Jackson in 84 and 88. You don't get a Kamala Harris without Jesse Jackson. You don't get an Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders without Reverend Jackson. Can you kind of explain how that influence has worked?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to talk once again about structure, on that basic point, many people don't realize, even many historians and leading journalists, that the Jackson campaigns fought for proportional allocation of delegates in the Democratic primary, meaning that if you and I are running against each other in the state of Texas and you win 51% of the vote and I win 49, rather than winner take all, I get almost half those delegates. People might sound here again, say, oh, that sounds boring. But considering that in 2008, Hillary Clinton won New York, California, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, she would have become the nominee of the party under the old rules. But because Jackson changed the rules, Obama became the nominee and, of course, became president. But to your larger point, beyond that specificity, in the 80s, we saw the emergence of the Jackson Democrat. So it was all of the young Black and Latino activists he brought into the party. And then it was progressive white figures like Paul Wellstone and Bernie Sanders. And to counter the Jackson Democrat, the Democratic Party created the DLC, which was a more moderate, centrist, one might even say conservative version of the Democratic Party. For a period of time, it appeared as if the DLC would be dominant because Bill Clinton was the leading DLC figure. Al Gore was the number 2 figure of the DLC. But right now in 2020, we see not only the emergence, but the dominion of the Jackson Democrat. As you say, Kamala Harris wouldn't be on the ticket today if it wasn't for the work that the Jackson campaigns accomplished in the 80s. Even Biden, who has a centrist moderate record, has begun to adopt many progressive positions that Jackson first emphasized in the 1980s. So I'll return to that Ernest Hemingway quote. Even if you're an atheist, if you want to understand Western literature, you have to appreciate the Bible. Even if you don't know or you don't even care to know, you cannot understand the modern Democratic Party and modern Democratic Party politics without understanding the impact, the influence, and the inspiration of those 84 and 88 Jackson campaigns.
In our last few minutes, then we have about 5 minutes left in this session. Could you really just tell people what do you think the primary takeaway of the book is going to be? Is it going to be a focus on his family background or a focus on the policy aspects? What can people hope to learn, and what did you want to be their primary takeaway when you wrote the book? As people are learning more about this history that just simply has not been told.
Yeah, and that's key. That one of the reasons why I wrote this book is because it's not told, and when it is told, it's not told enough. The book's focus is the political, economic, and cultural influence of Jesse Jackson. So that's the why Jesse Jackson matters part. The essence of the book, I think one can gather from the main title, I Am Somebody. That is, of course, Reverend Jesse Jackson's signature call and response line in speeches. But from that, we can extrapolate a political philosophy and agenda that seeks to make real and applicable and actionable participatory democracy. So denying no one's humanity, denying no one's agency, denying no one's integrity, denying no one's somebodyness. That Jackson enters politics and civil rights activism to fight for the political equality for Black Americans after he's thrown to the curb for trying to check a book out of a public library, and moving forward he fights and wins victories for the somebodyness of not only all types of people within the United States, but people around the world. You know, there's a chapter in this book on his international work, everywhere from gaining religious freedom for people in Cuba to rescuing hostages in countries like Iraq and Syria and elsewhere. So it's this idea of what Martin Luther King called the beloved community, what the poet Walt Whitman referred to as the password primeval of democracy, that everyone has a chance, everyone has an opportunity, and everyone has a deep and profound value of humanity. And that's the guiding principle and focus of Jackson's work, and I hope the guiding lesson of this book.
Before we go, can you tell people how they can get a copy of the book? We're showing the Amazon pre-order right now. How can people get copies of the book, and how can people follow you on social media?
They can get the book at any book retailer. So it's on Amazon, as you're showing. I appreciate that. It's also, you can get it directly from the publisher, which is Bloomsbury. You get it from Bookshop. Beginning next week, you can go to your favorite bookstore and ask them to order a copy for you. And then people can follow my work. I'm on Facebook and Instagram, and my website is www.davidmasciotra.com. I'm also a columnist with Salon, so go to salon.com and you can read most of my recent political musings.
All right. Well, thank you so much, David, for joining us. It's a very important book, very important work, and crucial information. And we do want people to run out and grab that, as well as Reverend Jackson's book, which is also upcoming. A lot of reading materials. Look, we're in quarantine. We're at home. So you might as well read a few books. You know, you got enough Netflix. So thank you so much for joining us, David.
All right. Thank you, Robert. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely. So our next session, we are going to be replaying our discussion with Dr. Anthony Fauci from this Monday, as part of our conversations on the continued conversations on the coronavirus epidemic, as well as our continued efforts to educate the community about what the proper protocols are, what the rules are. We had an hour-long town hall with Dr. Anthony Fauci, including our public health task force of Dr. Deborah Furholden, also Dr. Leon McDougall of the National Medical Association, and Reverend Jesse Jackson. So we did want to make sure to give all of you the opportunity to see that. And of course, all of these webinars and town halls are available on the at Rainbow Push Atlanta. We do want you to join the organization, become a member. Go to rainbowpush.org or rainbowpushatlanta.org. Follow us on social media. We have a lot of great programming, and we want to use this part of the conference to really highlight some of the things we've been working for. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to myself from a couple days ago for this discussion with Dr. Anthony Fauci. Thank you so much for joining us for this fourth in our four-part installment on the African American community and public health, particularly during this COVID-19 pandemic. We have the honor today of being joined again by Dr. Leon McDougall from the National Medical Association, Dr. Deborah Furholden, as always, from the Dean of Public Health at Michigan State University. For those of you who have been participating in from the beginning, we've had town halls with Dr. Francis Collins from the National Institute of Health, Dr. Robert Redfield from the CDC, as Dr. Schlawe, as well General Perna from Operation Warp Speed. Today we have the pleasure of being joined by Dr. Anthony S. Fauci, the not just national but internationally known as the leading expert in infectious disease. Before we get started, I do want to open up for opening statements from our founder, our leader, Reverend Jesse Jackson. Reverend Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Patillo. Dr. Fauci, how did you do today?
I'm fine, sir. How you doing?
Dr. Furholden? Dr. McDougall? Let me express my thanks to you, Dr. Fauci, for sharing with us today. You mean so much to us. We appreciate you so much. You've been good for the healing of the nation. and we are sensitive to what you've been up against. And that's all I did. We're very sensitive. One reason I went to Dr. Furlong and Dr. McDougall, you saw almost no black faces on the arguing the case except explaining how many black people are dying. Since people are having a problem with credibility, I want you to get to know these people because some of them fit someplace in interpreting what's happening. I'm surprised and alarmed, frankly, Dr. McDougall, how many people told me that they don't believe Trump is sick. This is a stunt. I said, yeah, I believe he is sick. I'm telling you, I've met many people, credible, serious people. This is a stunt, which means if they don't think he's sick now, they won't believe in the vaccine either. So unless people like Dr. McDougall and National Medical Association, people like Dr. Furhola, read some of the interpretation of it, it'd be even less believable. Follow what I'm saying, Dr. Fauci?
Yep, I hear you.
That's what can we learn from the Trump drama around this hospital? What do we glean from that?
Well, Reverend Jackson, one of the things I think is just the cold truth of it is that we have been trying so hard over the last months to get the public health message across that we need to be very, very much adherent to public health issues like wearing masks uniformly, not congregating in crowds, having distance of 6 feet among individuals, doing things outdoors more than indoors, and washing hands. Those are 5 fundamental principles. And unfortunately, that's not what happened. And even the President of the United States, as powerful as the president is, and the people around him, when you did not have the implementation of proper public health measures, you're vulnerable. So that, I think, is the lesson that people need to understand. The virus doesn't care who you are or how important you are. The common denominator to protect you against that virus is public health measures to avoid acquisition and transmission. And unfortunately, that's not what happened. There's no doubt that the president got infected. This idea about a hoax, as you point out, is nonsense. We don't want people to go there because if they believe that, they'll believe anything and everything. The president is infected for sure.
And Dr. Fauci, just understanding that information, what do you think the African American community in particular needs to be cognizant of as we enter the fall season? As you've said previously, we're facing the prospect of the dual epidemic of both flu season and COVID-19. We've still heard tall tales about the idea of a vaccine being available within the next month that Dr. Redfield has already said at best we're looking at next summer. So particularly for the African American community, what should we be cognizant of as we enter this next season and phase of the virus?
Okay, so that's a good question, Mr. Patillo. The issue is that as you enter into the fall and winter season, everybody is more vulnerable to getting infected because one of the best defenses against infection is to try and do things outdoors more than indoors. And as the weather itself will have to compel us to do more things indoors, the vulnerability to infection will be greater. Since the African American population is more vulnerable to getting infected in the first place, and when they do get infected because of their comorbidities, they are more vulnerable to having a serious negative consequence of getting infected. So the upcoming fall and winter months are going to be particularly dangerous to African Americans, which means that they've got to make sure they take particular care to avoid getting infected. And sometimes it's difficult because of the position they find themselves in, with what kind of jobs they have that puts them into much close contact with people rather than those who have the opportunity for doing things virtually. So the African American population needs to be proactive in trying to defend themselves against this virus, but society needs to make sure that they put resources in to make things like testing more easily available to people who live in fundamentally African American communities. I think that's important because you need to put the resources where the vulnerability is.
All right, and one of the things that we've been cognizant of is particularly with regards to the comorbidities in the African American community. What are we talk about comorbidities, but what are the things that people should be aware of that make them more susceptible to negative healthcare impacts from the virus?
Yes, that's okay. That's a good question. There are a number of underlying diseases which are referred to as comorbidities. Sometimes you say comorbidities and many people haven't even heard of that word. What it really is an underlying disease that you have that is separate from COVID-19. And those underlying diseases are more prevalent in the African American community. And they are hypertension, obesity, heart disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, kidney disease. Those are the things that when you have a greater incidence and prevalence of those disorders and you happen to get infected by the SARS coronavirus 2, it is more likely that you are going to require hospitalization, possibly intensive care, and the death rate among these individuals is much greater. The numbers are really, really quite disturbing. If you look at the rate of hospitalization per 100,000 population, and you look at African Americans compared to whites in the United States in the middle of the COVID-19 outbreak, it is 363 African Americans per 100,000 are hospitalized by COVID-19, whereas 80 per 100,000 of whites. That is a big disparity. And that's something that we need to correct, but we're not going to correct it overnight. Because my feeling strongly, Mr. Patillo, is that the social determinants of health, the things that for generations have African Americans have more diabetes because of diet associations, have more obesity, have more hypertension, have more heart disease, are things that are going to take decades to correct. So if there's anything about this outbreak that's a positive thing, hopefully it will have us shine a very bright light on something that we should have been addressing much more aggressively decades ago. So when we get through this outbreak, which we will, we don't want to forget about the fact that African Americans have suffered disproportionately because of things that were really beyond their own control.
And my last question before I turn the floor over to Dr. Furhold and Dr. McDougall and Attorney C.K. Hoffler, President of the National Bar Association. We've had a interesting discussion this week about experimental treatments. We've had the treatment that President Trump has gotten under the compassionate use authorization. We've had the treatment for his lack of oxygen. Can you explain some of these experimental treatments and which are have been shown to be the most effective for treatment of the virus?
Yes, of course. So thus far of direct COVID-related treatments, as we know from the public press that has reported this, the president has received remdesivir, which is a direct antiviral drug that has been shown in a randomized placebo-controlled trial of over 1,000 people to diminish significantly the time to recovery in people who are in the hospital and who are having lung issues. The president fulfilled that criteria. He's in the hospital and his oxygen level, according to his doctors, dropped transiently. The next drug he's on is dexamethasone, which is a steroid drug. This was shown in the UK to have a significant positive impact in a randomized placebo-controlled trial in diminishing significantly the 28-day mortality in individuals with COVID-19 who are in the hospital and either on ventilators or requiring oxygen. In fact, he is in the hospital, and temporarily at least, he required oxygen. And then finally, he received a monoclonal antibody from the company Regeneron, which is still in the experimental stage and has not been proven yet to be effective or safe. That is now given to some individuals, including the president, on a compassionate use basis. So those are the three major drugs that they have made public that he has been on.
Dr. Fauci, what does it mean to take all three at the same time?
Reverend Jackson, that's not a problem. That happens often. It isn't an unusual thing because each of those drugs have different targets. So the antibody targets directly the virus. The dexamethasone targets the aberrant inflammatory response that you get sometimes later in the disease. So it's not a particular issue that you got all three of them.
Let me ask you this question. My concern now is that Trump, in fact, can still make a difference. The Saul, the killer, became Paul the healer. If he changed his trajectory, he can still save a lot of people if he makes a decision to not reinforce where. If he used this occasion to prove he has an answer that other people don't have, he'll make matters worse. If he, in fact, has a different compliance rather than defiance of science, comply with rather than define the science, he still can make a country. I think we should be able to put that. He still can make it. He can save 100,000 people. Don't you think?
Yes, and I hope that when he gets out of this, he'll talk a lot more about how you can protect yourself from getting infected and be much more proactive about the kinds of public health measures that we've been talking about. Absolutely.
All right, I wanted to go ahead, Reverend Jackson.
I was simply saying that it's easy to, we had this disposition toward Trump in the first place, but I'm trying to use a tactic that's different. First of all, we pray that he will recover. That's a humane thing to do. But no, if he changed his trajectory, if he says, I've learned something, I see something, that's what Boris Johnson did, by the way.
Right.
He changed it. And so if he would change his trajectory, how many people could be saved between now and the first year if he asked for mass distancing and sanitation? How many you think could be saved?
Oh, I think you're talking about just really numerous individuals, hundreds of thousands, if not more.
My. Dr. Verholden?
Yeah, Dr. Verholden, we want to swing over to you and open up the conversation a little more with Dr. Fauci. Dr. Verholden?
Hi, Dr. Fauci. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm an epidemiologist, and one of the things that we've been battling is that we really don't have a national standard. We don't have national guidelines. I think of other epidemics that we've endured, and I remember many of our great leaders doing daily briefings as our trusted and credible sources of information. Oftentimes, we can reach communities and impact communities at the local level in ways that sometimes don't quite work at the national level, but we're really relying on our national leaders. Do you have any thoughts about the likelihood that we might see something like that, either from you or from Dr. Collins or perhaps from Dr. Redfield?
Well, Dr. Verholden, we've actually been doing that. I mean, I'm sure you realize that I've spent a considerable amount of time out there, as has Dr. Collins, as has Dr. Redfield. If you're talking about a central White House-led plan, I think that's important that we have a consistent plan with a consistent message. And I think Reverend Jackson was referring to that about possibly changing the trajectory of things by getting a consistent, constant message from the top. Messages from me have been very consistent. I've been doing it now for many months, ever since February that we've been doing, or even January, actually.
Doctor, before we go to Dr. McDougall, let me raise this again. If he were to make the shift in trajectory, approximately how many lives would be saved between now and January 15th? Approximately how many?
Oh, I think, well, we have 200,000 deaths now, 210,000 deaths and we have 7 million infections. There are projections that if we have a bad winter, that we could have as many as 400,000 deaths by the end of the year in the winter. So if we can cut that in half, you've already saved 100,000 people.
Brother McDougall?
I think we can do that.
Dr. Fauci, thank you for your service. I just want to pivot now to vaccines and the clinical trials that are going on. The National Medical Association, I know our health committee for the Rainbow Push Coalition, we're advocating for enrollment in clinical trials for people from diverse backgrounds, African Americans and Latinx and American Indian populations. What percentage of clinical trial participation would be considered sufficient to be confident in the safety and efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccines following clinical trial completion? And I also ask this in the backdrop of efforts being made to increase enrollment of people from those groups, and the enrollment somewhat lagging, and now being a pickup in that percentage of folks being enrolled. And I guess a second part of that, would that affect being able to declare, when one would be able to declare that a vaccine is safe and effective for the participants involved?
Those are good questions. I'll take them one at a time. They're related, but they have some separate aspects. So first of all, if you look at the numbers, the relative proportion of, let's just take two minority groups, African Americans and Latinx. If you really want to feel comfortable that when you show a vaccine is safe and effective on the whole, that it is also truly safe and effective in every single demographic group in the trial. Therefore, it should at least be what the relative proportion of that demographic group is in the population. So for African Americans, that would be 13%. For Hispanics, that would be somewhere around 17%, and maybe even up to 18%. Right now, in the clinical trials that are at that point where you can make a judgment as to how they're doing, we're doing pretty well with Latinx. We're probably around 15 to 16%. We started off really, really low and slow with the African Americans, but we've put a major press, if you want to use the basketball analogy, a full court press over the last month or two to get more in there, and we're approaching double digits now. So I think we're going to at least be up to 10%. I'd like to see 13%. And in fact, in some of our HIV trials, we try to get even more than the demographic representation of them, because you really want to go by what the burden in society is. Because right now, African Americans and Latinx bear a disproportionate burden of the disease. So that once you have the efficacy and the safety, you could say honestly and look in the face of these people and say, we want you to take the vaccine because we know that it's safe and effective in you.
People don't need to know it's not congenital. You can't distance on the bus early in the morning. You can't on the one reason why people have these underlying conditions is that they wait so late to get medical. They don't have insurance on the, which goes to the question of Medicaid for all, because who will leave out? Everybody and nobody out, it seems to me.
Right. Don't want to leave anybody out.
Our attorney C.K. Hoffler, president of the National Bar Association, NBA has partnered with the National Medical Association and Dr. Verholden in producing our coronavirus manifesto. So our attorney Hoffler, want to open it up for you to ask a question of Dr. Fauci also.
Certainly. First of all, thank you, Dr. Fauci, for your service to this country and for being a source of information. our concern, the National Bar Association is the largest and oldest African-American bar in the world. We represent over 66,000 African-American lawyers. And we have tackled 3 pandemics, with COVID-19 being one, election suppression, and police brutality. But focused on COVID-19, the question that I would have to you, as we are trying to get out the message in our community as lawyers and as leaders, is what type of legal action, if any, given that Black and brown people, as we see, are most impacted, is there any legal action or anything, and I know that you're not a lawyer, but in terms of these trials, in terms of trying to take preventative steps to help our communities, is there any legal action that you can see or that you can think of or that you've been privy to that you feel could help or go a long way in helping our communities?
You know, I don't know if they're legal actions, ma'am, but I think assurances of accessibility to the clinical trials, because if you want to have clinical trials, you have to have the minority populations be able to get to the clinical trial. So I wouldn't say it's a legal action, but it's something that you go out of your way to get these minority populations into the trial. For example, to assure that the clinical trial sites are either in areas where it's populated densely by minority populations. And if you can't do that, perhaps provide transportation so that they can get to the clinical trial. Because often you find that the reason they're not in the clinical trial is not that they don't want to be, is that they can't get there. So that's one thing I can think of off the top of my head.
The advantage of having Dr. Furhola on the phone, on the Zoom, and Dr. McDougall, these are able epidemiologists, and we convene some others, by the way. They're not on the phone today, not on the Zoom today. We need their faces out there making the case.
Yes.
Address that, Dr. Fauci.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I always say, and I have experience that goes back now almost 4 decades with HIV, that when you want people in the community to listen to you and to participate in the conduct of anything, be it fundamental research or a clinical trial, you've got to get them to relate to people that look like them, have experienced their life experiences, and that are trusted by them. So when you get leaders in the African American community out there talking to the population, encouraging them to get involved in the treatment of the vaccine trials, they listen so much more to trusted community leaders than they do to anybody else, including me. And that's the reason why I continue to engage with the minority community leaders, everyone from politicians to sports figures to people that they trust. You know, I did a podcast, Instagram, I believe, with a variety of people from the community, including Steph Curry, who is, you know, everybody knows Steph Curry. Everybody wants to be Steph Curry on a basketball court. And he gets listened to when we talk about that. Also, people like Cornel West, who I just had a very nice discussion with on Facebook Live, and also people that I generally wouldn't interact with, such as rappers. You know, I'm at a stage in my life where I didn't benefit from the fun of listening to rappers when I was young. My kids are, but not me. But I did some things with rappers like Fat Joe and Lil Wayne and people like that. And I found that the number of hits that I got were almost as much as being on CNN. And then somebody like Tiffany Haddish, who is a phenomenal comedian, an African-American woman, who's very talented. We were on together for about 45 minutes. And it's like I was on a major network, the number of people that were listening. So there are ways that are not standard ways to reaching out to the African-American community.
If when you're on CNN or MSNBC, you mentioned the fact that Dr. McDougall and Dr. Furhola put together a manifesto. It helps the fact that you're advocating it, because you have young programmers, they don't know them and don't know much about a lot. but they know you, they know Redfield. So you're advocating the public will help us very much.
Okay.
When I see Dr. McDougall on or see Dr. I feel good because they know, and there's some other outstanding epidemiologists in America, African American, but they have no platform.
Good. No, I'll do that. So, Dr. McDougall, could you send that to me or have someone send that to me, please?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Fauci, I have a question for you. It piggybacks on what you said, because one of the things that I've noticed, I looked up in Reporter and I looked at some of the folks leading Operation Warp Speed, and it looks like there's a dearth of African-American investigators at the forefront of the trials. And I know for a fact, I'm a Hopkins trained epidemiologist, and I work with some really competent, capable people. You know, I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. McDougall and many from NMA. Where is NIH's commitment to expanding diversity at the leadership table for these trials? Because I also think that would go miles for African Americans and Latinx populations to see themselves represented at the highest level at the scientific table of decision-making and authority over these trials.
You know, the commitment is strong, Dr. Verholden. The difficulty is that we haven't had enough people around. I think we need to get the leadership of the trials, but we also got to get the investigators coming up through the ranks so that they're there for us to pick them. But that is a strong commitment that we have from the very top of getting African Americans and Latinx involved in virtually everything we do at leadership levels, be they fundamental basic laboratory leaders as well as clinical trialists.
Dr. Fauci, one of the, I'm reading some of our social media questions that we're getting in. One of the questions is about the actual and realistic timetable on the vaccine. What we saw with SARS in 2002, with MERS in 2015 into 2016, was the limited effectiveness of any vaccine because of the short-lived impact of the antibodies in the system. Could you kind of explain to us what the realistic timetable of getting a vaccine and how long that may last if we are able to achieve that in the near future?
Yeah, I think a realistic timetable to get a vaccine available, at least, you know, in a graded way for people who need it the most first, and then after a few months to virtually everyone who wants or can get a vaccine. I think we're going to start seeing the results that we can act on with safety and efficacy somewhere around November or December of this year. It's possible, feasible that it could be earlier. I doubt that that's going to happen, but I think November, December is a good bet. Since major investments have been made in pre-producing vaccines, even before you know the vaccine works, means that by the time we get an answer at the end of this calendar year, we'll have enough doses to begin to start vaccinating people who are, for example, healthcare workers who are putting their health and their life on the line to take care of people, vulnerable people who are elderly or who have underlying conditions, and then people who have important critical jobs in society, and then elderly in general, and then the general population. So there's a graded prioritization of that. The question about how long immunity lasts, we don't know the answer to that yet. We do know that in some of the trials that we've done that it will last at least long enough to get us through one cycle. Whether or not we're ultimately going to have to boost someone later on, we don't know the answer to that. We're just going to have to wait and see. Now, with regard to when vaccines will be available, the purchases are going to start accumulating over January, February, March, and April. They've already been purchased. I'm talking about the production of these. I believe by the time we get to the third or early fourth quarter of 2021, that we will have been able to vaccinate everyone who wants to and needs to be vaccinated. So even though the vaccines will be available, some of them, at the end of this year and the beginning of next year, by the time you ultimately get people vaccinated, it likely will be 6 months or more from then.
And Dr. Fauci, do you know if those vaccinations will be free of charge? Will they be readily accessible to everyone in our communities, or will there be a hefty charge?
Well, first of all, the vaccine itself will be absolutely free. The vaccine is free. The question is, will there be an administrative charge to get it injected into your arm when you go to whatever the site is for the distribution. We were told at the task force level that no one will be deprived of a vaccine because of having to pay for it if they can't do that. I don't know what that mechanism is going to be, Ms. Hoffler, but I heard that loud and clear at a task force meeting. So let's hope they're working on that to make sure that people are not deprived of the vaccine because of a cost.
Well, the reason why that's
I'm sorry. CK, go. What was the K?
I was saying the reason why that's critically important, we started off the conversation by saying that the Black and brown communities are disproportionately impacted. If we have a vaccine and the vaccine is not available, or people in our communities are not able to access the vaccine, that would be the consummate tragedy. And so I don't know who and how we need to appeal to those who are working on this on a task force to ensure that the vaccines are, because it's one thing, I mean, it's got to be available from an administrative standpoint. Otherwise, that would defeat the purpose, and we will have a compounding of pandemics, of the pandemic continuing in our communities, and that would really be a travesty.
Well, I think it's a possibility of a double-barrel travesty. The first travesty is what you said, that the people who want to get vaccinated can't get vaccinated because they can't pay for it. The other tragedy would be if we don't convince people that they need to get vaccinated. So you have an African-American community who needs the vaccine the most, and two possible reasons why they don't get it. One, they can't afford it, and two, they don't believe it's safe or effective. We've got to overcome both of those obstacles.
Well, we still have a hangover from the Tuskegee experiment.
Yes.
We have a hangover on that question.
Absolutely. Totally understandable.
Now, let me ask you one. I want to really take back up Patillo. Is this, Dr. Fauci? You said that maybe 200,000 would die from this back in March. They dismissed you and all that. You said maybe 200,000 more can be saved if X happens. I think tonight, when you see it, the aspirational number, if the president shifts his trajectory, 200,000, we're going to be able to use that figure, 200,000. That's a big deal. It gives us some to hang our hat on, as opposed to just attacking him. Say he can be a redeeming force. If he comes, he said today he's found a new appreciation of this thing. He's read some and all that. But then, unless he declares a new trajectory, nothing will happen. So to say how many maybe could be saved, and if he changes it, it gives us something to rally around.
Yep, I agree.
Last in terms of CDC, assuming that only Dr. Adams is in the circle at the White House, is that right?
Yeah.
Now, if CDC were to put forth its own task force, we have Native American epidemiologists, we have Latinos, African Americans. If CDC puts its own task force together, it's inclusive, it gives us a platform. You can have the best ideas going if you can't tell it. So please hear my appeal to get these guys on television. Dr. Roller and Dr. McDougall, the guy like in California, what's his name? He's so brilliant in California, Dr. McDougall.
Dr. Adam Malam, I think that's who he used. Oh, Dr. Oliver Brooks.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Fauci, returning to some of our emailed in questions, and for the attendees, if you do have questions, please drop them either in the Q&A box or in the chat box, and I will try to summarize some of your questions. With regards to the effectiveness of some of the let's say things like hydroxychloroquine, chloroquine, some of the use of many of the things that have been in the media, antiseptics, Clorox, Lysol. Can you give us the once and final and true answer on all of those proposed treatments?
Yeah, it's pretty uniform. They don't help, they can hurt. That's the answer. So, the ones I mentioned to you a little while ago, the ones that have been shown to be effective. But Clorox, bleach, hydroxychloroquine, they don't work.
All right, Dr. Verholden, I think you had a question.
I did. I want to talk to you, just ask a quick question about equity. You said that we're moving towards getting equity with representation for African Americans in the clinical trials. And one of the things that we saw with testing, when testing rolled out, is we rolled out testing to communities most impacted. We rolled out testing into communities that had overrepresentation of African Americans. But in fact, they still were not the beneficiaries of testing. We had barriers like originally you needed a primary care physician script, or you needed transportation. You couldn't walk through a drive-through testing site. So we've learned a lot around how to bring equity, besides just making sure it's in the community where we want it to go. What is the plan to make sure that that doesn't happen with the vaccine? And the reason I ask that is, here's my concern. If we simply just have distribution in those communities, but we don't bake equity into the administration with some requirement that the vaccinated population mirror the service population, I feel, and I know based on how things go, that our natural drift will be towards some inequity in the administration of the vaccine. That would undermine my credibility, because I'm telling my community, we need you in the trials. But I also want to assure them you will then also be the beneficiary when a safe vaccine is ready for distribution and administration.
Yeah. You know, I wish I could be able to say, I'll guarantee you that everything you're hoping for actually happens. But I personally can't. But I can tell you that what's different this time around is that at the level of the organization that is overseeing all of this, which is Operation Warp Speed, there's two components. The scientific component, led by Monsef Slawi, who I understand you've already spoken to.
Sure, yeah.
And a logistic and supply chain component that's headed by General Gustav Perna, who I believe you may have also spoken to. And what they are telling us, and I have to go by their word, is that there will be not only this attempt to get equity, but the mechanisms in place to make sure that it happens. So I'm going to hold them to their word, but that's what they're telling us is going to happen. Not only are we going to have a good supply chain, but the distribution is going to be guaranteed to be equitable.
And I don't mean to harp on this again, but when it's, is there anything that we can do to ensure the equitable distribution? You know, sometimes you can file something here or there. I'm not trying to suggest litigation, but you can file something here and there. Is there anything that you feel that we can do to push that agenda? Because that's critically important to our communities.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of at this point in time that would be practical would be to continue to shed light on it. Because it's very interesting how when you keep pushing people and harping on things, it gets done. When we were in one of the first trials, in the beginning, the level of African-American enrollment was extremely low. When I say extremely low, I'm talking 4%, 4.1%. And we hammered at it week after week after week that we've got to get it up. And it went from 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to now 9. And hopefully we're going to get it to 10.
Dr. Fauci, we did have a question about masks and kind of the details about masks. We all know to wear masks and to socially distance, but for example, can masks be washed and reused? What are the optimal masks that people should be wearing? We've seen everything from bandanas to KN95s. So when people are thinking about the question of masks, what are the details that they need to be considering?
Well, the washability of a mask depends on the material. The mask that I use is a mask that's a cloth mask like this. So we know that the particles that we're talking about, the droplets, don't get through this because of the nature of the material. So when I'm finished with it, what I do is I take it off this way and just wash it, drop it in I usually collect 5 or 6 of them at the same time and drop it in a washing machine and take it out and then put it back on again. So you can do that. Some of the paper, less clothy ones might be more fragile washing thoroughly, but that's not the case.
All right. Sorry, Dr. McDougall, I believe you had a question.
Well, to follow up on that also, I think one of the questions involved the N95 mask. And I know here in Columbus, Ohio, we have a corporation called Patillo, and they've formulated a way to sterilize used N95 mask. I believe it involved like peroxide and some ultraviolet light and so forth. So they've developed a process for that. And now my question would be this, for the sake of transparency, Dr. Fauci, if emergency use authorization is provided by the Food and Drug Administration for a vaccine, how will the community know that there were no significant differences in adverse events when comparing African American and Latinx communities to the European American community with the trial?
Well, the Moderna trial has 30,000 people. The Pfizer trial has 44,000 people. And the Janssen trial has 60,000 people. And I believe that if we get the proportion of people in the trial, like I mentioned, you know, somewhere around 17% for Latinx and at least 10% or more for the African Americans, we'll be able to make that statistical determination.
Thank you.
I want to give a question from our queue, just so we've got a lot of folks tuned in. Somebody says, Omar Danner asks, we understand that the vaccines overwhelmingly will require 2 doses over a 30-day period, and you can't mix manufacturers. We've seen capabilities like MyVax for tracking the test and vaccines. Is there a single national approach for tracking, and is there a focus on disproportionately affected populations?
You know, I would have to get back to you on that, Dr. Verholden. I heard from the group that there is. I can't give you the details of it. So I'll try and get back to you on that.
Great, thanks so much.
Dr. Fauci, I understand you have to wrap up. Are there any final statements that you would like to make for our community? And also, are there any additional resources that you would like to share, such as websites, such as clearinghouses, for where we can get accurate information with regards to the virus and the African American community?
Yeah. Well, I do have one request that I make all the time. We really do need your help. You know, Reverend Jackson was talking about making sure that several of you get out there in a more public way. Hopefully we can expedite that, but we need you out there speaking to your community because you are the ones that they trust. We've got to get equitable representation in the trials for the reason of Dr. McDougall's last question. How can we assure that when the vaccines are approved, either with an EUA or with a BLA, that we can look our colleagues in the eye and say, you know, it's just as safe and effective in you as it is in another population. So stay out there with us. That would be great if you could do that.
All right, and where should people be turning to get information up to the minute? You know, Rainbow Push has done a great job with providing people such as you, Dr. Collins, Dr. Redfield, Dr. Schlaue, General Perna, but what are the government resources where we can get the unfiltered, not politically motivated, the actual information that we need to have?
Yeah, if you're talking about anything that has to do with clinical things, the NIH has a website called COVID-19 Treatment Guidelines.nih.gov. And that's just one word, COVID-19 Treatment Guidelines.nih.gov. And then, as you probably heard from Dr. Redfield, the CDC has really a terrific website that I use all the time.
All right, and from the panel, are there any final questions for Dr. Fauci before he has to run?
I do have a question. You're going to think this is rather basic, but I'm also chair of the board of Rainbow Push Coalition. And so with both hats on, National Bar Rainbow Push Coalition, and we have a partnership with everyone here on this line. When we have elections coming up, and anticipating that people will be in line for hours, and they're in hours now with early voting. And I know this is rather basic, but which mask? You showed us the mask for hours standing in line outside. Which mask would you recommend for our community? Because we at the National Bar, we're sending masks to various cities in our communities to make sure that people are protected. So do you have an answer to that?
I think any cloth mask like this is fine. We have multiple versions. You can get a typical surgical mask. I don't think you need an N95 at all, and you shouldn't be using them up. But for example, here's one that we have from the NIH, which is that this is my institute that I direct, NIAID. See, typical mask. When I vote, I'm going to wear something like this, even if it's a couple of hours online.
Dr. Fauci, let me raise this point. This past Friday, announced that the New England Patriots would not play the Kansas City Chiefs football. Cam Newton tested positive. He delayed the game by 1 day. What does, if he's positive on Friday, playing on Monday seems to me a short turnaround.
No, I think, Reverend Jackson, they delayed the game because they wanted to find out if there was anybody else that was positive. I don't think they were going to get him to play. I think they were looking on clearing the other people, and it would take that long to do it. That's what they were referring to.
Secondly, Trump is leaving the hospital today at 6:30, going back to the White House.
Right.
6:30 today. That's a big deal.
Yep.
I would like to thank, I want to thank Patillo for setting the call up. Your aspirational agenda penetrates deeply. If you advocate more Black and Brown participation in the trials and in the disposition that people like on the Zoom today, right. And the manifesto. These doctors had put together the medical manifesto because we knew we were in hit hard. These are their doctors. It's who they turn to. So please, if you do CNN tonight, I'm sure it's going to be a hot because Trump coming out of the hospital today. You're advocating and the aspiration sense what we're talking about. Identifying Rainbow is doing, it will help us very much. It will help us help you.
Okay, I got it. I'm hearing you. Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, well, thank you so much, Dr. Fauci. I understand that you do have to run, but I want to thank you so much for joining us and the hundreds of people who are on this call currently and who you'll provide outstanding leadership to this entire nation. So we want to thank you again for joining us, and hopefully we can continue these conversations going forward between your department, between the NIH, between the CDC and governmental entities and the African American communities. Thank you so much, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Reverend Jackson. Appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. And in the time that we have remaining, I would like to direct some of the questions from our queue to Dr. McDougall and to Dr. Verholden, who are experts in this field in their own right. And I think we'll be able to provide outstanding information regarding some of the questions in the queue. One of the questions that people have is, I believe, a question about who should be prioritized when the vaccine is released. As Dr. Fauci said, it may be the end of this year when the initial batches are released and then into 2021. What communities should look towards being to prioritize? I'm directing that to Dr. McDougall and Dr. Verholden.
Yes, very good question, Mr. Patillo. So communities, people who have multiple chronic diseases. Dr. Fauci mentioned a number of those earlier in his presentation: hypertension, I would say diabetes, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, those obesity, people who suffer from a number of these ailments. In addition, I would say healthcare workers and essential workers, those at higher risk are first responders. So the group of people who are at higher risk from the service that they provide to this nation, I would rank them higher. Dr. Verholden, did you want to include others? Or?
Yeah, I'll put I like the physician epidemiologist combo. From sort of a macro perspective, we need to focus on communities also that have been hit hard. Getting a vaccine out will be a rapid way for us to help flatten the curve. We also want to focus on communities that are very densely populated. We saw what happened in New York. When you've got people on top of people, infection tends to spread a lot faster. Two other groups from kind of a community level perspective are communities in medically underserved areas. MUAs, it's a federal designation. These are communities that as they get hit by the virus, they also have inefficient access to the types of care that they would need to promote recovery. And then lastly, communities with high proportions of what we call the socially vulnerable. And there's a social vulnerability index that was developed by the feds that's being applied. And I really do think it brings in equity because it's not just focused simply on economics, but it's got a lot of factors built into it that really do place people at excess risk. So I think those 4 places, communities that have been hit hard, communities that are densely populated, medically underserved areas, and communities with high proportions of socially vulnerable populations.
And a final question, this one comes from Molly Rowe. Retroactively, what do you think could have been done differently in the fight against COVID? How would these things have made a difference? I'm going to open it up to everyone, including Attorney Hoffler and Reverend Jackson. What should we have done differently, and what do we need to do going forward? Thank you for that question, Molly.
Could I maybe start and just pivot to the Rainbow Push Coalition, National Medical Association, National Bar Association, 12-point plan, public health manifesto is all there. It was published April 15th of this year. So all those preventive measures, everyone on this call today, we put that together. And from all the physical distancing to sheltering in place and worshiping in place. We've been talking about that for months. So that would be my answer.
Patillo.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, I have to go to another meeting, and I'm so glad you put this together today. I do want to say that this coming Thursday is my birthday. We're celebrating this coming Saturday, Rainbow Push. I need your friends to join rainbowpush.org. We need your help to sustain. We don't have a government grant, not looking for one. We need your help to sustain our organization. We really need that. Tune in if you can sometime Saturday. But also, my point in Dr. Fauci was that unless you guys unless you and Matthew have a platform, you don't exist. I'm not gonna get up off of that cause. Out of sight, out of mind. We need a black epidemiologist.
Sure.
So please support it. And also I have a book, Keeping Hope Alive, Amazon.com. I'm shamelessly right now commercializing, but it's important that this book. And on the real side, please join Rainbow Push. And we're going to Trump not giving us an occasion tomorrow to do some press releases, because I think he's sicker than they say he is. Mm-hmm. But the medicine he is used to get better, we should have access to it too. Mm-hmm. If he's used a combination of 3 medicines that reduce his illness, we need to know if that really works. It's going to be broadly applied. It can't just be for him and pets.
Thank you so much, Reverend Jackson. And before we close, I want to give everyone a chance to make closing statements. We'll start with Attorney C.K. Hoffler, then Dr. Verholden, and Dr. McDougall.
Well, thank you so much, Robert, for putting this together. Reverend Jackson, thank you to Dr. Deborah Verholden and Dr. McDougall. Thank you for, all that you do. And you all should be on TV every single day, all the time, from my standpoint. And that's how we will get the message out to our communities when they see us, because right now, because we've always been the guinea pigs for bad trials, people are distrustful and don't believe that we should be a part of these trials with COVID. So they need to hear from people who they trust. I mean, the president of an organization that represents 45,000 African-American doctors. And we would join in with you, support you, elevate, and in any way we can at the National Bar Association for the leading epidemiologist in the world. We not say leading epidemiologist in the world, Dr. Verholden. She needs to be out there. So, and she looks like people who they need to see someone that they trust, who they know they can rely on the research and work that's done. And so anything that we can do at the National Bar Association to help in that regard, we want to do. What I say to people is just vote and do it safely. I asked the question about the mask because people are going to be in long lines. They've already been in long lines for early voting. And so I wanted to know, he did not say those little paper masks that everybody says. And since the NBA is furnishing masks in densely populated areas, we are going to make sure that all of them are the types of masks that he recommended. And I believe the types of masks that you all are recommending.
All right, Dr. Verholden.
Yeah, I want to pick right up where Attorney Hoffler left off. And I think what she said is brilliant. And I've been telling everybody to plan your vote and vote your plan. And you have to have contingencies built into that plan. I'm begging people not to wait until November 3rd to vote. If that's the best you can do, that's the best you can do. But if you have the opportunity to early vote, to request a mail ballot, to request an absentee ballot, please plan that vote and then vote that plan. And then be a support for at least 10 other people. I said at least 10 other people. If you've got elderly loved ones, be the person that drops their ballot off and take a picture, putting it in the box, send them the picture so they feel like they had a part in that process. There's so much that we can do. Anything that you don't like about what's happening or what is not happening, your opportunity to make a difference and to use your voice will be with that vote. And we are voting for more than just the president. I remind people of that. Do not get seduced into this us versus them, Democrat versus Republican, or Trump versus Biden. There is a lot at stake. So I say voting right now is probably the #1 public health strategy that we need for our future. We're looking forward to a vaccine, but we're also looking forward to the voice of the people being heard and us having the leaders that we choose to have, not the ones that we are relegated to because we didn't let our voices be heard. And again, Attorney Patillo, thank you for putting this together.
Thank you. Dr. McDougall.
Happy birthday, Reverend Jackson. And a number of times the topic came up in regards to how do we know the information that we're receiving is correct and true for our community. So the National Medical Association, House of Delegates passed a resolution to establish a COVID-19 task force on vaccines and therapeutics. So we'll be speaking to that. So that information will be available because there is a cloud of political influence concerning some of these decisions that are being made. So we're all working together. So we want to provide that information to you. So that's my final statement.
All right, I want to thank all of our guests today, Dr. Leon McDougall, President of the National Medical Association, Attorney C.K. Hoffer, President of the National Bar Association, Dr. Deborah Verholden, the Assistant Associate Dean of Public Health at Michigan State University, of course, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's leading infectious disease expert. So people ask, how can we see the entire 4-part series? You can, this week on October 8th and 9th, we will be doing the Rainbow Push Coalition Atlanta office's 21st annual Creating Opportunities Conference. You can register for that at rainbowpushatlanta.org on the first day on October 8th in the evening, starting at 2 p.m. We will be playing all of these town halls back to back, including Dr. Francis Collins, Dr. Robert Redfield, Dr. Slowy, General Perna, and of course, Dr. Fauci. We'll be playing those this Thursday starting at 2 o'clock. We'll be having panels and town halls on everything from Black economic advancement, criminal justice reform, the African-American community and the COVID-19 virus, elected officials. So it's going to be a very important event. Make sure you register for that at rainbowpushatlanta.org. Want to thank all of you for attending. Please make sure you join the Rainbow Push Coalition so we can continue to bring these sorts of events to you. And as Reverend Jackson would say, keep hope alive. Thank you so much for coming. All right, that was the first part of our series, our first video from this week involving Dr. Anthony Fauci. As was referenced many times, we had an initial conversation with the CDC Director, Robert Redfield, and we're going to be presenting that next. Again, it's crucial that we have this information. It's primarily because this is really the only mechanism by which we can get this information to our communities. So we're going to add in that conversation now. For this second part of our African American Healthcare Town Hall, we'll convened by Reverend Jesse Jackson, the Rainbow Push Coalition, in conjunction with the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Our esteemed panelist for today will be Dr. Leon McDougall, who is the president of the National Medical Association, Dr. Deborah Verholden, Dean of Public Health from Michigan State University, and our keynote speaker, Dr. Robert Redfield, the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Reverend Jesse Jackson is traveling back from Kenosha, Wisconsin, will be joining us during this call to give us some words of wisdom and also to commemorate the March on Washington, which is being commemorated in Washington, D.C. As we speak, and also the 65th anniversary of the death of Emmett Till, which also occurred on August the 28th, 1955. So it's a very momentous day and a very momentous occasion to be having this conversation. Questions, we will be doing a short Q&A at the end of this event. Questions should be submitted in the chat box, or you can email them directly to me at robertpatillo@rainbowpush.org, and we will try to have as many questions answered as possible. With that and without too much ado, because I do want to give as much time to our speakers, we will turn over to Dr. Redfield, the director of the CDC. Dr. Redfield, good morning.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to thank the Reverend Jackson, obviously, for his continued leadership in these critical areas for our nation. And thanks for the invitation to be here today. This COVID pandemic has really shown a spotlight on the persistence of disparities in our nation and the challenges we face to overcome them. And I think it really underscores the need for purposeful action to bring about significant improvements in health equity. Really can serve, I think, as a jumpstart, again, to try to develop purposeful strategies to actually make significant improvements in health equity in our nation. I'm troubled by the disproportionate impact of COVID on African Americans, Hispanic Latinos, Native Indians, Alaska Natives. To accelerate the progress in trying to reduce these disparities, CDC did establish a Chief Health Equity Officer of COVID-19 in our incident management structure to really make sure we look across the entire approach to identify and address health disparities. CDC is working to ensure the strategies which to be culturally responsive and tailored to address unique circumstances of different groups at risk for COVID-19. We're collecting data to monitor and track disparities among racial and ethnic groups in terms of number of cases, complications, deaths, and to share broadly that information to see how one can effectively address these observed disparities. We're leveraging our surveillance systems to monitor COVID-19 and protect the communities at increased risk, and using these diverse systems to try to flesh out a more complete picture and understanding to include race and ethnic data. And we're working with communities of color to protect the communities put at increased risk. The persistence of health disparities combined with historic housing patterns, work circumstances, and other factors have put members of some racial and ethnic minorities at higher risk of COVID infection, severity of illness, and death. Health disparities continue to adversely affect groups of people who have systematically experienced greater obstacles to health. We're obviously working to the goal of achieving greater health equity, and we can accomplish that. And I think it's really important when we recognize and value that everyone equally. Race and ethnicity have been risk markers for underlying conditions in public health. They've also included socioeconomic status, access to health care, increased exposure to the virus that can be driven by different occupations. We have seen really stark disparities in the new COVID cases. As of August 18th, the case rate for Black Americans was 2.6 times higher as compared to non-Hispanic white persons. Hospitalization rates were 4.7 times higher, and death rates were 2.1 times higher. So significant stark disparities, as we're all aware of. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused changes in the way that we connect and support each other. As individuals and communities respond to COVID recommendations and circumstances, there are often some unintended challenges that impact the emotional well-being, such as social connectedness and social support. Shared faith, family, and cultural bonds are common sources of that social support, and finding ways to maintain that support and connection, even when we're physically apart from social distancing, can empower and encourage individuals and communities to protect themselves, care for those who become sick, keep their kids healthy, and better cope with the stress of confronting the COVID pandemic. There's several ways that community and faith-based organizations can help support the SLO. I think first and foremost is to put into practice what we have, the most powerful weapons that we have to confront COVID: a face mask, social distancing, frequent hand washing and good hand hygiene, being smart about our getting involved in crowds, maintain that social distancing, obviously staying home when we're sick. We can share these prevention strategies by our example with the community, right, and use ways to effectively communicate them to community members. Obviously, take advantage of trusted local and media that knows how to effectively reach in formats, diverse audiences. Connect the people to healthcare providers and resources to get them the treatment, the medicine that they need. Hire people from the community to share COVID prevention messages and link people to the resources for free or low-cost services, including COVID testing. To reach out to local public health departments to offer community testing sites, build platforms for sharing information, and for sharing community insights. Work with others to connect people to healthy food, temporary housing, services to meet their physical, spiritual, and mental needs. And I would say in closing that I do want to just reiterate that we are not defenseless against this virus. We do have a powerful series of weapons at our hands right now that can confront it as we wait for, which I do believe will hopefully come before the end of the year, the deployment of a COVID vaccine, safe and efficacious COVID vaccine. But I want people not to underestimate the important power in a face covering, social distancing, hand washing, smartness about crowds. And the last thing I would say, particularly as we're moving into September, to embrace the flu vaccine with confidence. I think if we do those 5 things, that we can begin to make a huge impact on this pandemic as we work together systematically to address the health disparities that we've seen. And I'll close with, every crisis is an opportunity. I've spent a lot of my life witnessing health inequity throughout this nation, throughout the world. I think that we collectively have a commitment to impact it. I've always said the health inequity is not, I happen to be a man of faith, it's not a part of God's plan, it's a consequence of man's decisions. We collectively can work together, I think, having understood the critical impact that this inequity is having, to really try to make purposeful, meaningful, significant, sustainable, progressive impact on the health inequities that are in our nation. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Redfield. And so for those of you who have questions, again, submit those in the chat box, or you can email those directly to me, rpatillo@rainbowpush.org. I'm now going to turn the floor over to Dr. Leon McDougall from the National Medical Association, also Dr. Deborah Verholden, to continue this conversation with Director Redfield.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Dr. Redfield, for providing that wonderful opening statement. And so I just, speaking on behalf of the National Medical Association, representing over 45,000 African-American physicians and their patients, I really just want to have a conversation and help maybe clear up some issues as it pertains to priorities, because vaccines are in the works of being developed, and now African American, Latinx, and American Indian populations are being said to be priority populations as far as, or at least that's part of the planning to prioritize those communities as far as being available to have access to those vaccines. So I think where some of the mistrust comes into play goes back to May and earlier, when one, data being collected for who was actually being infected and who was dying and being hospitalized. The race and ethnicity data wasn't necessarily readily available. That has got better over time, but when these numbers started coming out, the data was disaggregated, and so persons like myself and Dr. Farholden and Rainbow Push Coalition, we would say, well, what's going on here? So then in our COVID-19 Public Health Manifesto, we noted in there, as far as a recommendation, to prioritize high-risk groups, because the data that was coming in showed quite starkly that African Americans, Latinx, and American Indian populations were being most affected. And then I was so pleased, Dr. Redfield, for like 2 days on the CDC website, there was a provision stating that these high-risk groups without having symptoms should be screened for COVID-19. So, but for some reason, that recommendation just disappeared off the website, and I contacted CDC, and they said, well, it was just an error. Okay, so now we go back to the data collection. We're not disaggregated. Now we go back to the prioritization in regards to who should actually be screened for COVID-19. We're not prioritized, and now over the horizon, there are a number of vaccines in the pipeline, and now, hey, you guys it's experimental. You guys are going to be first in line for the vaccines, and it just kind of it lends itself to not having as much of a trusting relationship with how things have transpired. So if you could maybe speak to that and to help us with this trust concern. You are muted, sir.
There we go. I think it's really important what you've said. And, building trust, as you know, takes time and energy and example. I know I've always tried to encourage, as I set up a program in Baltimore when I left the military in virology, particularly in HIV, to interact with the patients that I had an opportunity, many of which were African American, to try to stress the fact that, don't give up your right to participate in clinical research. But recognizing that one has to do a lot to rebuild that trust so people have fair access to that right. I'm reminded about, the area that I helped study, hepatitis C therapy, when the interferon was published in the New England Journal, and everyone was very excited because it had a 75% cure rate. But when I started to try it with my patients that were African American and had HIV, less than 10% of people were responding. And all of a sudden we find out that, well, that was never really evaluated to see how well it works in African American population. And of course, the history shows that as we expanded it, it was only about 40% efficacious in African Americans and less than 10% in African Americans with HIV. How did we get all the way to an approval of a drug for hepatitis C and not understand that? Part of the reason was the African American community, for a variety of different reasons, weren't engaged in those trials. But I do think there's a huge requirement by the investigators to build that trust. The same thing I could say about PSAs. And if you look at the PSA cutoffs and you see what's happening to prostate cancer in, say, white men, and you don't see the same benefit in African American men, and then you find out that the cutoffs that we used weren't applicable. So I'd love to continue to work with you and understand that building trust to participate in clinical research is critical. Now, I do think there's some individuals, when I was a clinical researcher in Baltimore, they were never going to trust me. And so that's why it was so important for me to have my colleague who had been with me for over 20 years, Charlie Davis, Dr. Davis, outstanding African-American infectious disease physician, because there were some people that would trust him more than they would trust me. For the vaccine right now, it is important, but I understand the complexity. We have trials going on, as you know. I just got updated on them today. And one of the real goals is to make sure that both African American and Hispanic Latino are really part of those trials. I think as we stand here today, they're still under enrollment, and there really is a hope. I know there's been an outreach to Morehouse, and I would make the outreach to you all today to try to get as much information as we can help get you, so we can build the confidence of individuals to want to participate in those trials. Because I do want to come back that these vaccine, when it's available, should at least be prioritized initially for the people that are most vulnerable either for infection or most vulnerable either for a poor outcome. But that will obviously be dependent upon that we have safety and efficacy data in those groups of individuals, whether it's individuals that are elderly with multiple medical conditions or whether it's individuals in different racial groups. But I understand the lack of trust. And I think it really does. What I asked to push back is that the African American community and individuals don't give up their right to participate in clinical research. It's a critical right, and really work to see that trust is regained and built, and so that people can benefit. And I gave two examples: the hepatitis C, interferon, and PSA. But there are many examples, I think, where some of the health disparity that we're talking about have been contributed to the lack of participation. And it's not fair to just say, well, we offered everybody the ability to participate, and who participated did and who didn't. No, I do believe there has to be a concerted effort to rebuild trust, particularly when you know that's going to be such a big driver of why some people will choose not to participate.
I'd like to just follow up quickly on something that you said, Dr. Redfield, and thanks for sharing. And I was in Baltimore for a long, long time. So you say Dr. Charlie Davis, and I smile.
Isn't he a great man?
Yeah, phenomenal. And there are lots of individual efforts and people who have individual values around elevating and supporting the voice of Black clinicians and Black researchers, et cetera, in research. But this key notion around trust, trust is something that once it's gone, it can be rebuilt, but it happens over time. And it happens over time with consistent actions that rebuild trust. So given that you're now in an institutional position of leadership, are there any efforts underway at the CDC to ensure that African Americans and other underrepresented minority clinicians and bench scientists and researchers are prioritized for leading these types of efforts? I think it would go miles to restore trust in these underserved and minority communities to see people that look like them, who are well-trained, the Charlie Davises, represented at the table of leadership in this work. And does the CDC have any prioritization around including or designating or setting aside funds for minority serving institutions like Morehouse, or requiring inclusion of minority PIs in these projects that are big tons of sums of money?
I think it's important, as you say, and it doesn't change overnight. I know internally we're in the process of going through a pretty intensive review, particularly to see that we have those leadership opportunities that we're helping to reach out to make sure we're bringing in a pipeline. I mean, one of the really great programs that Tom Frieden started was the Public Health Associates program, which gives young people the opportunity from all over the country to get engaged in public health after they complete their college for a couple of years. But I agree with you. I mean, one of the reasons I started the Health Equity Office, and I didn't just put the Health Equity Office over here, I put the Health Office right in the management of our COVID response. And Dr. LaBerge is really there to make sure that we're looking across the entire response at health equity issues, both in terms of participation. We've also done recently sort of a Southern Alliance for addressing COVID among non-Hispanic, Black, and African Americans in the southeastern United States from the CDC Foundation, where we're giving support to 3 historically Black colleges, Albany State, I think it's Xavier in Louisiana, and Jackson State. And then also, I think, Mississippi, University of Mississippi in Tulane. We also, I think recently there was a large grant given to Morehouse from the Assistant Secretary's office. I think it's really important to do just what you said. I mean, I think we have to get the traditionally trusted African-American institutions engaged in all aspects of our public health efforts, not just COVID. And that's what I meant when I said that I'm not convinced we've made a lot of significant progress in health disparity when I look back. If anything, I hope the COVID outbreak motivates us as it's time to make purposeful improvement. That purposeful improvement is going to really take what you said is the full engagement of all of us, including the African American traditional medical schools and universities and leaderships and organizations, medical association that we have here with Leon. We're doing something similar with the Hispanic community, building on a relationship that we've had with them in this group called Proceed, which is an Hispanic organization in northern New Jersey. We're also starting to reach out to an Asian American organization and Pacific Islanders. But I think the only way we're going to get to where we want to get to is when the leadership positions are reflective of the individuals that we're trying to get to participate, both in the public health efforts and the research. And we will continue. You know, the average life expectancy of a CDC director is 3 years. And I'm coming up on it. But I hope I help continue to influence the agency to move in the right direction. I do want to do what I can do to help you all and your organizations to help move this forward. I do want to get at some point back to Leon's question about testing, and I will. But getting this, forming a concerted effort to rebuild trust. The one thing I come back to say one more time is, though, I want the African American community to realize it's worth fighting for clinical research. It's worth fighting not to lose that right. It's worth having leaders like yourselves figure out the path to begin to rebuild trust. And I do, one of the prerequisites, obviously, to have African American leaders in these public health positions.
Calling Atlanta Rainbow Home.
So I don't know if I answered your question, but I do spiritually agree with you.
You did, and I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. McDougall, but I want to be clear, the Rainbow Push Coalition, we're advocating for equity all around the board, and we're talking specifically about African Americans, but I do not want to leave out my brothers and sisters in the Latinx community and the Native American, Islander community and other underrepresented and vulnerable population. So thank you. You did. Yeah, very Dr. Fauci. I'm going to hand it back over to my wonderful colleague, Dr. McDougall.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to. Like I just emailed from you saying she's going to do something else.
Question.
No, that's you asked me to send that link.
It would be helpful to the audience.
Yeah, but then
if you could explain how much authority you have as CDC director to appoint leads for divisions and departments within CDC, and what is being done to promote holistic review
the birthday toast
and equity and diversity across the leadership. How much?
Your name is up there.
The term is 3 years. How much authority do you have in that 3 years
at 4 o'clock.
to help reset
I haven't seen none now.
the leadership table?
And it's from my email?
You know, I have, you know, many of these positions, I think the authority is really driven more by example. Obviously, I have some ability, but a lot of the CDC, one of the goals I'm trying to do is to have the CDC be a one CDC.
I don't know who did that.
CDC, like many organizations, has become fragmented. We have multiple different centers. Each of those centers have center directors. And you may or may not know, but most of CDC's funding isn't really at the purview of the CDC director. And the CDC funding comes to us from Congress in over 100, 200 different defined projects. And so, you know, one of the challenges I have is how do I make sure the energy of CDC is directed against the public health priorities of this nation, as opposed to the individual interest of a lot of different legislators that have put different programs in. A lot of times they overlap, luckily, like maternal child health and trying to improve maternal survival. You know, there's no reason that 700 women die in this country each year from childbirth. We should be able to figure out what's driving that and have interventions. And, you know, CDC, like most government organizations, people apply for different positions. There's review committees, and then those review committees make recommendations. The CDC director does have the ultimate ability to accept or not accept the recommendations and start the process back over, as opposed to, say, independently just decide and appoint. But I do think it's really important, even before that, is to make sure we have programs that are having the opportunity for people to come into the system. You know, that we're making sure that we have leadership programs, making sure that we're more proactive in reaching out organizations like your own to look to seek for people to apply to these positions. And I think, you know, maybe as a spin-off of what happens today, maybe we can have a follow-up there. And how do we make sure that we're reaching out more proactively to institutions to let people be aware of what opportunities are there, or provide fellowships for people to come to CDC for several years and learn. And if we need to even have targeted programs like we did with the EIS program, where we make sure that if there's the need to make sure our health equity programs move forward more effectively, they bring more strong African American or Hispanic or Native American, Asia Pacific, all the different groups into the agency. I'm very open to that, and I'd like to continue that dialogue.
So you mentioned that you brought in a equity officer. Does that person, because my second hat is I'm a chief diversity and inclusion officer. So my question is, with the equity officer that you brought in, does that person have any say-so in regards to personnel decisions, or making sure that appropriate training is undertaken for search committees and things of that sort? And if not, that may be an opportunity there to have someone serving in that capacity.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to have Dr. LaBird. She's also our chief in my office, I have a chief minority division for the whole agency that she oversees to make sure there's appropriate training. Obviously, she make sure that there's fairness of opportunity to identify areas where there may be concern that we need to relook at diversity training. But I wanted, in the COVID response, I wanted it to be right in where the decisions were made. We have a single person at CDC now who runs that, who works directly and reports directly to me, independent of other reporting chains. And right in his command center now, we put the Chief Health Equity Officer to be one of the handful of deputies that oversee the whole response in real time, because both to make sure that we're paying attention to where the data is driving us, as you talked about with the inequities that we see, but also looking for those opportunities where we can be more effective in addressing areas that may be important, both from the inequity that may be occurring in the pandemic, but also to make sure we're providing that opportunity across the board. I won't say that there's not opportunities to do more, and that's why I think the dialogue. I think particularly for me, the ability to be able to reach out and engage the pool of highly capable professional individuals who may want to come and participate, within CDC, see if we're doing that as effectively as we can. I think there may be an opportunity there, as you mentioned.
So, for example, when we look at the recommendations, and then there's a prioritization for most affected communities for 2 days, and it disappears. Who's the go-to person? Because I was at the time president-elect of the National Medical Association, now president of the National Medical Association, made that inquiry and essentially told, well, it was just an error. So it really didn't make sense.
I would think your answer is right. I guess I'm the go-to person at the highest, but I can get you, obviously Dr. LeBird's also very involved in the entire agency in these areas. My head of the COVID response, Dr. Walk, I think, but I know that if someone comes to an issue like this, comes to me, I can help get the right answer, or at least let you understand factually what happened, as opposed to, maybe brushing over it. Clearly, we're going through a variety of different changes that we're doing right now in trying to prioritize testing, like you mentioned earlier, prioritize testing. And the press has totally misrepresented the recent recommendations.
Yes, could you speak to that? Because it sounds as though contact tracing, and it sounds as though now a roadblock has been put up by the CDC to prevent that from even happening. So
yeah, I appreciate giving me the opportunity, because it's not true. I think one of the hardest parts of this job is when information, unfortunately, isn't communicated by the press effectively, and then by the time it gets moving, you're up against a tidal wave. What the reality is here is that we did not recommend against asymptomatic testing or testing in contact tracing. What we did want to do was to basically place priority emphasis on testing individuals with symptoms, individuals with significant exposure, higher risk populations, vulnerable populations, critical infrastructure workers, healthcare workers, first responders, and individuals who may be asymptomatic when prioritized by public health and medical community. So what we were trying to reestablish is that testing should be actionable from a public health point of view. What was happening across the country is a lot of young people were being tested on their way to work that's it. I wanted to bring testing back into actionable items. If you and I go to get tested, there should be an action. So the idea is if you're asymptomatic, what we'd like you to do is you may want a test, but the question is, do you need a test? And the way you find out if you need a test is with a healthcare professional or a public health official who will then help you understand, do you need that test? And if so, what is the action that we're going to take? Oh, we're going to go test you because you did have a high risk exposure. And we're going to ask you to self-isolate while we wait for that test result to come back. And then when that test result comes back, I'm going to communicate with you and we'll figure out what the next actionable step is. This is what the intent was. It was to make testing actionable, and it was not to limit asymptomatic testing. We're working now very hard on a whole other series of what we call screening. You know, you heard the recent Abbott test got approved the other day. It's going to be a game changer. You know, it's a simple test like the rapid test for HIV or a pregnancy test. You don't need a machine. About $5, you can do it. It gets an answer in about 15 minutes. It's, has a good sensitivity and specificity. It's something that we think could be used for screening in a variety of different settings that we feel screening would be recommended, where you see some of these higher learning school screening, whether it's related to understanding an outbreak in a K through 12 school, whether there's different high-risk populations that would benefit for widespread screening to try to get control of transmission. All of those screening strategies are going to, once again, be done in individuals who are not symptomatic. So it was unfortunate that certain news outlets went out and just said, hey, CDC is recommending against testing asymptomatic. That's not what we recommended. If you read the sentence, it says you may not need a test. And then there's another piece that says we want you to consult with your doctor and public health to determine what the appropriate action is. So we want to continue to encourage people to take advantage of the, testing where it has potential public health impact. What we didn't want to continue to is have testing done and people feel there's no public health requirement associated with it. I don't know if
push a little bit on that, Dr. Redfield. I like a feisty little bit. I want to grapple just a pinch, and we got some questions popping up in the Q&A, so I'm going to try to integrate some of those too. I really appreciate you putting that those recommendations in context. So thanks for that. And one of the things that I think we could all agree, this has been the era of information overload, bad information, misinformation, credible information. We've got sort of everything in the kitchen sink happening all at the same time. And so I really encourage people to use trusted, credible sources of information. And absolutely, I consider the CDC to be one of those trusted, credible sources of information. So I only want to push just a little bit because we've got a lot of folks on, and we want to make sure that that trust stays high because we need you guys. So my question is this, and I'll tell you a 10-second story. Imagine you come out of a bar and there's a guy and he's standing under a big street light and he's looking around, and you look over and he's fishing around for about 5 or 10 minutes. And then finally you say, hey buddy, what are you doing? And he says, I'm looking for my car keys. I can't find my car keys. And you say, well, why are you looking there? And he says, because this is where the light is. So if we're only looking where the light is, i.e., with people who are symptomatic or people who have had a known prolonged exposure, as an epidemiologist, my concern is that we'll miss the opportunity to actually do the kind of community-wide surveillance that will help us flatten the curve. And so I appreciate you putting those sort of recommendations in context. I think what it instigated is a lot of people were confused in the way it was read, and the way many of us translated that was, if you're not symptomatic, you shouldn't be a priority for testing. So could you just speak on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think your point is really important. Let's say there's 3 areas that we're going to be focused on recommending testing. One is the diagnostic public health response. which is what we were trying to get re-engaged, so that if you had an exposure, whether you're symptomatic or asymptomatic, or you're symptomatic, that you're engaged in a medical public health evaluation. If you're asymptomatic, you have that decision made in the context of re-engaging the medical public health community. Now there's another area that you're going to see we're coming out with expanded guidance. It's called screening. So how do we use testing to screen, and which populations should be screened? There's a lot of debate. You hear different colleges that are screening, different businesses that are screening. We have a view, like you just talked as an epidemiologist, and in some communities, if you really wanted to get a handle on transmission, maybe the idea of diagnosis and contact tracing is not as effective as going in and screening a large population of, say, 3,000 people that happen to live in an area where we're seeing a lot of, maybe that's a more effective way, what we call community-based testing and screening. And then there's another area which is more systematic that we're working and doing and working to see how we can expand. It's called surveillance. Where can we get wow, something's happening here, so we don't have to wait until we see, a significant change in hospitalizations before we see. So all three are important. And you're going to see, I think, in the next week or so, such a huge emphasis on this screening piece that you just talked about. I think that we're providing, not me, the CDC, but the government is providing rapid point-of-care diagnostics to all the nursing homes in the country, so that they can do their own testing in real time. That will enable them to test their employees regularly, as we've recommended, now at least weekly. I hope it will also allow them to develop programs to test visitors, so visitors can come back in and see some of the individuals that are in nursing homes that have really been denied human connectiveness from their family for 5, 6, 7, 8 months. And then with the new Abbott test that was just approved, that doesn't require instrumentation, we're in the process of procuring a large number of those tests, I think over 150 million. And then working with the local, state, territorial tribal health departments to understand how should those be implemented from screening. So I want to just reinforce, screening is going to be substantially continue to expand. We're not trying to hide screening. We don't want people who believe there's a risk and that they should be tested not to. I want them to talk to their health professionals and public health professionals. And then all I'm asking is that all of us, both the individual being tested and those of us that do the test, I'm just asking us to make a commitment to make it actionable, so that there's an action as a consequence of it.
Dr. Redfield, so going back to the trust issue again. So there was a recent report that hospitals were being told not to report hospitalization data to the CDC. And could you explain that, or the rationale, or the marginal benefit? What, I think the audience is curious about that.
Yeah, well, it's important, and it's just we have a system that CDC put in place many years ago to help us with understanding antibiotic resistance in hospitals. It's a national health system reporting system, the national health safety reporting system that we have, and that system is an excellent system that we use for antibiotic resistance. And when COVID came along, I asked to expand that system to be able to track what's going on with COVID in this country. Now there's some, intrinsic issues with the system in that it was never a system that every hospital used. let's say 70% of the hospitals used it. And then the CDC epidemiologists and statistical people figured out how to write fancy formulas, how they could take the data that they got and then somehow model it to represent the whole country. And that's the system we used as the outbreak started to get a sense of what was going on in the hospital. So some of it's real reported data, some of it's modeled data based on the real reported data. Then what happened, and it was a good thing, is that we finally had an antiviral that we had evidence actually had an impact, Remdesivir. And as you know, initially that impact was shown to not have mortality, but decrease the days in the ICU. And then when they looked at larger studies, they saw there actually was a subgroup that it actually had a mortality advantage if you started it before they had to go on a ventilator. And now you're going to see the FDA, I think today or yesterday, expanded the EUA for anybody that's in a hospital would benefit from Remdesivir. So then we had an issue that we had so much Remdesivir, and the issue was the coordinator, Ambassador Birx, the White House Task Force. We wanted to make sure every hospital where someone could benefit from Remdesivir got it. And we didn't want to, it couldn't be calculated. And so the Secretary of Health had developed another system called the Hospital Tracking System, which had all the hospitals basically in it and could be changed quite easily. My system, truthfully, was a computer program system that had been developed over decades, which let's just say wasn't as simple as what we were able to do here with Zoom. It took several days, if not weeks, to modify the system, and it would still be modeled. The decision was that we wanted every hospital, we wanted to know where every patient was that could benefit from this, so that the U.S. government could make sure that hospital had Remdesivir. So that's why they did the change with the therapeutics. Now that said, CDC has total access to all the data. I can show you all the data analysis that we're doing on hospital. We have total access. We do the analysis. HHS isn't doing the analysis. We're doing the analysis. But it was driven by the advancements of therapeutics that needed real-time system. Now, those of you who followed some of my requests since I came into this position, I was surprised in March 18, how much lack of investment had been made in what I call the core capabilities of public health. I had my first briefing by CDC was on a subject that was personally very important to me, drug use disorder. I almost lost one of my 6 children from contaminated cocaine with fentanyl. Thanks be to God, and I do believe it to be a miracle. He decided eventually to go into recovery. He's 5 years in recovery now. But I understand this at a very visceral level. I thought I understood it as being a doctor in Baltimore, and taking care of many patients. I never understood drug use disorder and addiction for what it is, which is a medical condition, a chronic relapsing medical condition, until it really came into my own family. And then I understood it in a way that I wish I'd understood it for the 20 years I practiced medicine in Baltimore when I thought I understood. But that said, it was also a priority for the president, also one of the priorities for Secretary Azar. So I asked CDC to present to me where we were on drug use disorder and opioid addiction and overdose deaths. And they gave a really great presentation in April. And when it was over, I asked what the data was through. And they said March 2015. And I looked at my phone, I said, but it's April 2018. And they said that I didn't quite understand the complexities of how we gather data at CDC. And those of you who followed our MMWRs over the year do know historically, a lot of them were historical, telling you. So the bottom line is I went on a campaign that we have to modernize our public health data system, not just for CDC, but for the whole nation. And when we got into the reporting, for example, of race and ethnicity, I was embarrassed. as a CDC director, not, to tell you that I had data on 30% of people or less. Right? But how did I get that data? I get that data from the state, local, territorial, and tribal health departments. I'm 100% dependent. And so one of the other opportunities that I hope this crisis brings is that we understand this nation has to invest in building the public health data system, not just historical, but real time, actionable, and actually we want it to be predictive, that not only this nation needs, but it deserves. And the reality, that's hopefully one of the legacies that I'll have as I finish, is I've made a passion, a plea to invest in what I call the core capabilities of public health, which we have not invested in for more than 50 years.
How much support are you getting from the Secretary of HHS? And on top of that, has legislation been introduced to Congress to fund your wonderful ideal?
I've been on the Hill. I've made my arguments to both the House and the Senate committees. I've argued the merits of investing in what I call the core capabilities of public health. I've told them that I felt there needed to be base funding to CDC to accomplish that. That's not targeted for one project or another. I've let them know that I thought it was about a $5 billion a year investment that they needed to plan to do to rebuild the core capabilities of public health, data, lab resilience, and workforce. I made a little progress the first year. That I got $50 million for data. The second year with the supplemental, they gave us $500 million. But the truth is, this is an enormously important investment. And we're kind of on a race, because I think once the COVID vaccine comes and it's deployed, the people's minds might change about the necessity of investing in the core capabilities of public health. So I'm watching very carefully to see how effective that my interactions have been with the leadership on the Hill. I've made the same arguments to the Secretary, and I've made the same arguments to the administration and the White House. I've made the arguments to both the House and Senate committee, and I will continue. I've got broad, I think, support from the public health community, which, they're also, people want to know why they haven't done X, Y, and Z. Well, we haven't invested in X, Y, and Z, This is something that we come to after this, as we look at something I'd like to even get much more concrete on. What are the things that CDC can do now that's more purposeful, that is more likely to result in significant improvements in health disparity. CDC has lots of programs that touch on health disparity. But when I kind of look to see, well, where can I show purposeful improvement in those programs on impacting health disparity, I think there's an area that we could have further dialogue on for the whatever time I have left, because you don't know me very well, but I will tell you my whole life has been grounded in a passion for health equity. One of the reasons I got so involved in Africa was I felt I was becoming part of the problem. As I told you, I don't believe God's plan is for the health inequity that we have in the world or our country. I think it's a consequence of man's decision. And I was a really fairly effective researcher, and I helped make an impact on AIDS in America. So we went from a life expectancy that was, many of my patients died, to now you can live a natural lifetime. But I was watching my colleagues, my friends in Africa, their life expectancy went from 60 years of age in one of the countries under 30 years. I did a lot of work in Malawi. I saw this firsthand. I felt that I was part of the problem. My work has accelerated health inequity.
So one of the things I would say is that you're talking now to the president of the National Medical Association, the Rainbow Push Coalition. We have at least 11 or so health professions organizations that you can reach out to: the Association of American Indian Physicians, the National Hispanic Medical Association, National Black Nurse Association, National Black Farmers Association. There are people that you can reach out to perhaps provide more leverage in your advocacy for these issues.
And one of the great reasons I was so excited for the invitation, to be here.
And
I do hope that we continue this dialogue.
Absolutely. And Dr. Redfield, I would like to do just a little bit of Q&A in the time that we do have remaining, with you being respectful of everyone's time. We have a question from Yvonne Lewis, who says, what is being done to ensure that physicians' offices and FQHCs have access to the flu vaccine and presumably the coronavirus vaccine in their communities? It is clear that larger chains, major pharmacy stores already have access to these. How can we ensure that they are make it to our communities?
Yeah, I think one of the obviously I've said one of the most important things we can do right now is work very hard and to rebuild the idea of vaccination with confidence, and obviously continue to try to build confidence and trust in vaccinations in the African American community, Hispanic community, who have traditionally been under-vaccinated against, say, for example, flu. We continue to interact with some of the leading community-based groups to help try to define how do we improve vaccination. I'm excited about the fact that pharmacies are now able to do vaccines, and I'm glad that the Secretary recently approved it for the 3-year-old to 18-year-olds. So that clearly we have those sites, but that's not going to answer all of the issues for access to vaccines. Looking at other strategies, whether engaging faith-based groups, looking at other mobile vaccination centers. I do think getting vaccinated for flu right now is such an important example, and understanding the barriers to flu vaccine, because it is very probable that sometime between the end of November and December, there's going to be a COVID vaccine. And it goes back to your idea of trust and mistrust. If we haven't done our work, our collective public health work, to build trust, well, let's just say in the African American community, for vaccination, such that when that vaccine becomes available, disproportionately African Americans decide not to get vaccinated. And that vaccine really turns out to be life-saving. I think we have a responsibility for that. We can't just say, well, we offered it to everybody. And this is where I want to follow up with Leanne and you all after. I think, getting more systematic about, I think, the efforts that we're doing in health disparity and this area of vaccine confidence in the African American community. It's clear to me that you all can play such a critical role in helping push that forward, because I really would hate to see that we found out that we did have a safe and efficacious vaccine, but the reason that it was disproportionately applied is because, let's just say, the African American community didn't trust it, and so they stayed on the sidelines, left it on themselves for a shelf, as I say, they left it on the shelf for themselves and their family and their loved ones. And that effort's going to be real, because I think it's going to be harder to have confidence in this vaccine just because it's coming out so quickly, even though I'm going to say we're not cutting safety steps. But I can see if people don't have trust to begin with, I could see it get amplified. So I think we have a lot of work to do between now and November, building that trust. And I would argue the pathway is to do everything we can to get people vaccinated against flu. I did buy 9.3 million doses of flu vaccine for adults that are uninsured. Normally CDC only buys about 500,000 doses, but I wanted to make sure states and territories had the vaccine if there were adults that were uninsured. We also increased our amount that we do for children. Usually we do 16 million doses. We increased it to over 18 million doses. But just having the vaccine is not going to get us there. We do need your help in figuring out the path to build a sense of trust that the flu vaccine is something people should be more concerned about leaving it on the shelf for their family than getting vaccinated, and they want to be prepared to be able to embrace the COVID vaccine when it becomes available.
All right. One last question from Dr. Deborah Verholden, and then we'll take closing statements. We're at the 12 o'clock hour. Dr. Verholden? You're on mute, Dr. Verholden.
I always do my best, most brilliant work on mute. I'm going to take one of the questions that we have out of here. I'll take one from Shapiro Williams. And she asked, are you all going to correct the, what she calls misinformation publicly, or address maybe some of the confusion around the information that you were trying to communicate publicly? The way you've contextualized it here makes a lot more sense. Do you envision that you all will be sort of updating that statement or putting it into a better context?
Absolutely. You know, I think that, you know, I have 2 drafts on my desk as we're speaking right now that have been tweeting back and forth, you know, just to get, you know, make it very clear what we're saying. You know, whether the statement itself changes or there's a clarification piece that goes along with it, but absolutely. I want to make it clear that there's no intent whatsoever not to have individuals that have asymptomatic infection, you know, not to be tested. We just want them to engage with the medical public health community. And the other misperception that some people have, somehow we didn't want contact tracing to happen and we didn't want asymptomatic people tested. No, absolutely not. You know, we want the public health community to do its job.
That's great. And Dr. Redfield, we really appreciate you. And I do want to stick with what Attorney Patillo said and honor people's time. We have a lot of questions in the Q&A that have not been answered. So it would be great if you'd be willing to do just a drop of homework for us. That none of the questions are, I think there are questions you could all easily answer. We've just run out of time. If you'd be willing to give us just a quick response to these, we can post them up just to honor the folks that took the time out. I mean, this is just a huge honor, right? We're talking to the head of the CDC in the middle of a pandemic. So we do appreciate your time. And respectfully, I'm going to ask if you could do about 15 minutes worth of homework for us, just so we can honor all of our many participants.
I'd be happy to.
You're the best. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And Dr. Redfield, we would like to reserve this time for you to give any closing statements or remarks before we close out this segment.
Well, I think what I just would like to focus is to thank you all. And I know the commitment that the Rainbow Push Coalition has. I mean, I mentioned already, I think we should look at this as, this pandemic, we should look at this as an opportunity to get some really important things done. I've always said, never underestimate the possible.
Thank you so much.
I was just going to finish, and I really do see that working collectively together to rebuild trust and to really address in a purposeful way the health inequity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Redfield. I want to thank everybody for participating in this call. We will have a follow-up of this very shortly and continue this conversation with the African-American community. Thank you to Dr. Deborah Verholden. Thank you to Dr. Leah McDougall. And thank you to the CDC. And thank all of you for attending this wonderful section. And expect follow-up emails where we'll be inviting you to some of our future events. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon. All right. All right, that was our conversation with the CDC Director, Dr. Robert Redfield, as a continuation of our deep dive into African-American healthcare and health disparities as a result of COVID-19. Don't forget, at 7 o'clock, we will be having a session with Black farmers, including the Georgia Agricultural Commissioner, Mr. Gary Black, as well as USDA representatives and members of our Black farming community, so that we can fully understand the issues facing Black farmers and also the federal resources available, because the community that cannot feed itself will soon cease to exist. Next, we will be playing our town hall with our health committee, Dr. Verholden, Dr. McDougall, also myself and Reverend Jackson, and a conversation with the director of the NIH, the National Institute of Health, technically Dr. Fauci's boss, Dr. Francis S. Collins. who will go over many of the issues that are required in order to prevent many of the health disparities that have taken place. So we're going to go to that conversation already in progress, keyed off by Dr. Verholden.
Now we all know. And so I'm just really excited about the work that's happening, the work that NIH is leading, and talking about solutions as we push forward, creating a world where people experience their health as a right and not a privilege.
Thank you so much. And now, Reverend Jackson, some opening words before we go to Dr. Collins.
Well, Barbara, thank you so much, Dr. Verholden, Dr. McDougall. It's a great moment to be alive in one sense that we've exposed a crisis to be resolved, the health disparities between the Black, brown, and the poor, on and on the insured people. And so the question becomes, with us and the NIH want to form a bond, Rainbow Push, and NIH and NMA, how to close the gap. That's the only real point, is how do we close? We know the gap is there, Robert. How do we close the gap?
Thank you so much, Reverend Jackson. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to get some pertinent information on this during this conversation. We're going to continue this conversation on Friday, where we will have a follow-up to this town hall with the director of the Centers for Disease Control, Robert Redfield, at 11 a.m. on Friday. So those of you who are attendees at this meeting will get an email to register for that event also, so that we can find out what the CDC recommendations are, particularly with restarting schools and restarting athletics in the fall. With no further ado, I'd like to present our esteemed speaker for today's event. And originally, this event was to involve Dr. Anthony Fauci. As many of you know who've watched the news, he did undergo throat surgery on Thursday for a polyp in his throat. And we wish him speedy and quick recovery. The nation needs him. But graciously, Dr. Francis S. Collins has agreed to join us. Dr. Collins was appointed the 16th director of the National Institute of Health by President Barack Obama and confirmed by the United States Senate. He is one of the nation's leading public health experts. And with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Collins. Dr. Collins.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. Special.
We need to unmute Dr. Collins.
There we go. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Collins.
How about now?
We hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, yes, Dr. McDougall, Dr. Verholden, Mr. Patillo, and especially Reverend Jackson. Wonderful to be able to join you all for this conversation. I bring you greetings from Tony Fauci. Yes, as you said correctly, he underwent a surgical procedure on Thursday. If you've been listening to him over the last few months, you will agree that he needed that because his voice was getting more and more raspy as time went on. And yes, he had a very significant polyp on the vocal cord that had to be dealt with. And I gather that was successful, but he is told he can't speak. He certainly can't shout for a few more days. And you want to know something that makes Tony Fauci crazy is not to be able to speak and shout. So I don't think he's having a lot of fun. But anyway, I was glad to be asked to come and join you all in his place, even though I know you would have had a very good time talking with him about his perspective on COVID-19. But he and I are very much, I think, in the same place here. We talk, or we did while he could talk, every evening. Now it's me talking and him having to listen, which he hates. And we are doing everything we can to try to advance what NIH can bring forward here in terms of treatments and ultimately a vaccine that works to prevent this disease, because this has been just a absolutely dreadful 2020 experience for all of us. This global pandemic, clearly the most severe one we have seen in more than 100 years, has caused innumerable tragedies around the globe, more than 170,000 deaths in the United States, and all manner of other consequences in terms of what's happened to individuals and families as a result of the economic stresses that have come along with this. And we are not out of the woods on this at all. We are expecting that this is going to be a very difficult fall season. as this disease still is very much with us, and where other things like influenza are likely to also pop up and give us even more of a challenge. And I'm glad to talk to all of you about this, because one of the most troubling and heartbreaking aspect of this is the way that this disease has particularly hit people who already were suffering from health disparities of a very significant sort. If you look to see where have the hospitalizations happening, it is almost 5 times higher likelihood of hospitalization from COVID-19 for African Americans and Hispanics and Native Americans than it is for whites. And the death rates are about 2.5 times higher for Blacks and for Hispanics and for Native Americans than they are for whites. So this shines a bright and deeply troubling light on what we already knew was a serious problem with healthcare in our country, which are longstanding health disparities, and makes it even more impossible for people to walk away from those without recognizing them and saying, we've got to do something about this. The reasons for that, why is it that this has hit those communities so hard? They're really multiple. I don't think this will turn out to be something we will learn much about when it comes to studying genetic risk factors. I don't think that's what's going on. I think this is, in fact, a reflection of the fact that this disease already hits harder people with chronic illnesses, and we know those same groups with the health disparities that we are aware of are more likely to suffer from hypertension and diabetes and heart disease and other conditions of that sort. But we also know that the things that people do to protect themselves are less available to individuals from these groups. Maybe they don't have the ability, the privileges I do, sitting here in my home library, where I've been pretty much since the middle of March, to continue to do my work and keep safe, because they need to be out there. Otherwise, how do you put food on the table for your kids? So, as I said a minute ago, if you wanted to see starkly the evidence for the way in which healthcare and health experiences and health equity in the United States of America has a long way to go, you're seeing it right now. On top of that, of course, here we are in the circumstance with the death of George Floyd and others like that, where our nation is coming to grips, at least most of them are, with the fact that we have never really resolved the systemic basis of racism in the country. And that is an unquestionable contribution to those health disparities and to their consequences. This could be seen, I guess, as something really discouraging and depressing, or it could be seen as a motivator. And I think for myself and my colleagues at NIH, we want to use this in a motivator to try to understand better than we ever had what are the ways in which we could design interventions to try to deal with this fairly long-standing and unacceptable problem of health inequity. And as now very clearly demonstrated, COVID-19 is a big part of that. So what are we doing? Well, I guess here in my home office, I have never worked harder, I've got to tell you. I have been NIH director now for over 11 years, which is a new record. No NIH director survived this long, and I think I know why. So I'm probably putting in 90, 100 hours a week, and I know Tony Fauci is doing the same, as are many of the other leaders here. And what we're trying to do is to accelerate in unprecedented ways progress to identify treatments for people who get sick with COVID-19, diagnostic tools that make it possible to find out who's infected quickly, get an answer, not in 7 days, but like in half an hour or 15 minutes, so that they can in fact be isolated and don't continue to spread the disease. And of course, vaccines. And that is the long-term hope that we all have to count on if we want this ultimately to be something we could look at and say it's finally in the rearview mirror, but we got a long way to go there. So quickly, let me just say sort of where we are on each of those things. I think of this as sort of a three-legged stool. We have diagnostics, we have therapeutics, and we have vaccines. And we want all of those to be moving forward in a way that benefits everybody as quickly as humanly possible. For the diagnostic efforts, we have, I guess, in a certain way, made progress here in that the United States has now done about 70 million tests, which is more than other countries. The problem has been that, especially recently, the turnaround time for those tests has been too long. I am glad to tell you that due to a lot of effort and pushing on the laboratories that are doing this, mostly Quest and LabCorp, they have improved their turnaround response. And now 80% of tests do get a result back to that person within 3 days. That's still not as good as it could be or should be, but it's better than it was perhaps two or three weeks ago. So progress being made. But a big thing that we're doing at NIH is to try to bring forward other kinds of technologies that are what you call point of care, where instead of having the sample sent off to some laboratory somewhere and hoping you get the result back, it's right there on the spot. And we're making progress. A program called RADx, which stands for Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics, has identified now a number of these kinds of tests. And if you now go to a lot of nursing homes around the country, you will see right there at the front desk, when somebody's coming in for their shift, they're getting tested to make sure they're not bringing COVID-19 into nursing home. And if they test positive, they're going back out and not going in to see any of the other people in the nursing home. And that's just one place where this can be valuable. Of course, also in schools and child care centers and factories, we need that kind of testing. We're pushing that pretty hard. Another aspect of the diagnostic part, though, that is very troubling is that the same communities that have been hit particularly hard with COVID-19 have often not had access to testing. And that might be the place where it could be most appropriate and most valuable. So we have started a $500 million program at NIH, thanks to money from the Congress, called RADx-UP, which stands for Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics for Underserved Populations. And we put out an opportunity for communities to apply for support. And we got a big response to the first deadline, which was just last week. And there's another deadline coming up September 6th, where communities can put forward their requirements, their needs, their dreams about what could be done if they really had wide, rapid access to diagnostic testing, not just for people who are sick, but even for people who think they're okay. Because that's a big problem with COVID-19. That is what I don't think any of us expected way back in February, is that this is a virus that can be so readily spread by people who have no symptoms at all and may never get symptoms. And something like 40% of people who get infected with COVID-19 never even know it, and yet they're spreading it around. Which is to say, if you really want to get a handle on how best to prevent this kind of distribution of disease, we have to be able to find out who has it and not just depend on them feeling sick, because that has been insufficient. So RADx-UP, I hope, is going to be helpful in that space. Let me go on to therapeutics. Clearly, we need better treatments for people who are ill. And the sooner we can get them their treatments, even before they end up in the hospital or in the ICU, the better. And we're working on trying to move the treatment window forward to treat people early in the course of their illness. We already know, though, for people who are quite sick, remdesivir is a drug that we know can, in fact, shorten hospital stay and improve survival. And that is now being shipped out to hospitals. It's a bit limited in its supply right now. It will be more widely available in October when there's another batch of the drug that's finally been synthesized. We know that steroids, dexamethasone, can be helpful to people who are very sick in the ICU. And just yesterday, you probably heard an announcement from the White House about convalescent plasma. This is the idea that individuals who have survived COVID-19 have antibodies in their bloodstream that could potentially be beneficial to people who are not currently making their own antibodies and who could therefore be benefited by this kind of a donation. And that has been a wonderful example of American altruism, that 100,000 or more donations of plasma have been made, and over 70,000 people have received those kinds of donated units of plasma. The challenge is we still aren't quite sure how well this works and for which particular group it is most useful. And what FDA did yesterday was to say, well, it's clearly not harmful, and there's some evidence it might be helpful. So let's grant this what's called an emergency use authorization. And then let's continue the randomized trials, which is the only way you ever really know whether something works. And that's what NIH is trying to do, is to speed those up. So exactly what role convalescent plasma plays, I'm not sure. But I can tell you, this idea of providing somebody with this virus antibodies against it is probably a good idea, especially if you can do it early. And so while plasma is one way to do that, in a certain way, it's a bit hit or miss because you don't know exactly whether that unit of plasma is going to be as powerful as you might like. What you really want are those antibodies, and you want them in the pure form. And that's what you call monoclonal antibodies. Monoclonal antibodies derived from survivors of COVID-19, purified antibodies that you know really latch onto this virus. I brought my pet rock here, which is my model of coronavirus. So those antibodies stick onto the spike proteins that are on the surface of COVID-19. And once you've covered over this virus with antibodies, kind of like sticking chewing gum to it, it is not going to do anything like get into your cells. So it's a very good strategy, both for prevention and treatment. Those monoclonal antibody trials just got started just about a week ago, and we're excited about seeing how those go forward. And again, hopeful that that could be a big advance, not just for people who are really sick, but maybe even for prevention and in certain places like nursing homes. So all of that's underway. But here's something that I really want to ask you all about, and maybe you all can help through your many connections. We want to know in these clinical trials, who do they help? And it would be really unfortunate if these clinical trials for therapeutics and for vaccines are really only tested on white people because they happen to be the ones who show up when there's an opportunity for a trial enrollment. When after all, it seems that the heaviest burden of COVID-19 is on Blacks and on Hispanics and on Africa and on Native Americans. We want to find out, do these treatments and ultimately the vaccines work on those folks too? So we're working pretty hard to try to get the word out, but I've been around a while. I know there's a long history here and I understand it. And there's a particular concern in terms of trust about something that's being run by the government, maybe especially right now when everything is so polarized, but also a recognition and a remembrance of Tuskegee and other events in the past that have made it pretty clear that government research has not always played ethically in terms of how underserved populations were asked to take part. And we have to recognize that and try to work past that and explain why in this instance, you wouldn't really want to be left out. You'd want to be part of this. You want to find out, does this work for our communities too? So that's a concern I have. Let me go on to vaccines, and then I want to see what questions or conversation we might have about that. The vaccine effort is unbelievably intense and has moved at a pace that I think has never been seen before. Maybe even so much that people are worried that we're cutting corners. I want to assure all of you right now that no corners in terms of safety and efficacy of the vaccines are being cut. What we are doing is to kind of eliminate a lot of the dead time in between steps. Vaccines have to go through phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 trials. You don't even get to phase 1 usually for a couple of years after you identify the virus. For this one, we got to phase 1 in 63 days. By utilizing a new way of making a vaccine that didn't require an awful lot of complicated biotechnology, something really much simpler. The phase 1 trials are looking really good. That's basically where you give this to maybe a few dozen people and you say, did that vaccine cause them to make antibodies that you would predict would be protective? And the phase 1 said, yes, they did. And it also said, it looks like this is safe. Yeah, people, some of them got a sore arm. Occasional person got a fever for a short period of time, but just the kind of thing that we've always expected to see with a vaccine against an infectious disease. So then you go to phase 2. And now the big question is, does it work? And is it safe in a lot of people, not just a few? And that's where you do the phase 3. Phase 3 means asking 30,000 people to take part in this trial. Half of them get the active vaccine, half of them get a dummy placebo, and you don't know which one you got, and neither do the people giving you the shot, because this is what you want to have in order to really know if it worked. It has to be blinded and all of that. And that is underway for 2 of the vaccines already, one from a company called Moderna and one from a company called Pfizer. We, NIH, are very engaged in the Moderna trial, a little less so in the Pfizer trial, all of this being overseen by Operation Warp Speed. Those trials, which just got underway about a month ago, have already enrolled over 12,000 people each on their way to 30,000. And again, then the question is going to be, as we watch what happens over the coming weeks, did the people who got the vaccine, most of whom are in places where the disease is still spreading, like Florida and Texas, were they protected? You should be able to determine that and then know, did the vaccine actually work? And you also will check and see, was it safe? Did anything come up that shouldn't have in terms of some kind of side effect? So far, no evidence of any side effect problems. We won't know yet about the safety, probably for at least another couple of months. There's a big political discussion about whether you'll have an answer before November 3rd. I really doubt it. Not at the pace that these kinds of trials need to go in order to be rigorously done, but maybe we'll be surprised. Sooner would be better to save lives. So we have to do it scientifically and not worry too much about the political clock. But let me say here again, I'm worried about something. And that is, if these vaccines are going to be our hope for the future, we need to know, do they work for everybody? And the vaccine trials, while they are moving forward swiftly in enrolling participation, the participants are not as diverse as I would have wanted. They should look like our country. Maybe they even ought to oversample the people who've had the hardest time with this disease. At the moment, that's not happening. And I understand, again, why that is, that this is a hard question for a lot of people in those communities who've been through a lot to be addressing, like, should I take part in this vaccine trial that's sponsored by the government and by a pharmaceutical company? Why would that be a smart idea when everything I've heard about in the past doesn't warm my heart in terms of whether they're really interested in me? We have all of that baggage, and we have this terribly polarized political situation right now to deal with. And I would love to have advice from all of you all about ways that we might try to work on that. We are doing community engagement at the recruitment sites for the vaccine, working with the folks at NIH who have long experience in this, people like Gary Gibbons, who's the head of the Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, and Eliseo Perez-Stable, who's the director of the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities, and Tony Fauci himself. And we're making some progress, but it is still a pretty difficult hill to climb. And it is something that I'm sort of waking up at night worrying about. If we don't have participation by all of us in this kind of test, then will you really feel as if we've gotten the answers we need? And we don't have a lot of time to figure this out. Any outreaches that you can help me with and help Tony with would be much appreciated. I'm having this afternoon at 4:30 a call with Mark Morial for the National Urban League, who's offered some assistance. We're reaching out to certainly the National Medical Association, and I know you all work closely with them, Dr. McDougall, and so all the help we can get. And I guess what I'm sort of learning here is that what we need most here is trusted voices from the community to say, okay, this is a time where you want to be involved. You want to know, does this actually have the chance of benefiting my community? You don't want to be stepping back, but maybe that's better done by a physician in the community as opposed to a celebrity or some white guy like me saying, this would be a good thing for you. Why should anybody accept that? So I'm kind of looking for some advice and some help there. And let me just say, and then I'm going to stop and hear what you want to discuss. This is also a little snapshot of where we're going. I do believe, because the science is looking really good, that one or more of these 6 different vaccines that are going to get tested in the course of the next 3 or 4 months, one or more of them is going to work. And we will then be in a place by the end of 2020 or early 2021 where we have the ability to start immunizing people. When I look at the polls of what people say about that, and I see that something like 30% of Americans and maybe 50% of certain underserved groups say, I don't want that vaccine. That is really scary, because if we can't succeed in getting immunization there for a significant proportion of the population, COVID-19 is going to go on and on and on with all of the tragedy and death that's associated with that. If we have a safe and effective vaccine, we have the data to show it, and yet people don't want to take it, ooh, that's going to be a heartbreaking tragedy for our whole nation. And how we got in that place where this has already achieved so much suspicion is something people can write PhDs about, but right now, something we need to figure out, how can we turn this around? How can we get the real facts of the matter in front of people so they can make a decision for themselves that's actually what's best for them, and not some mixed up view of this, which has been presented in some conspiracy theory, and there's plenty of those out there. So thank you, everybody. It's a great opportunity to meet with you, and I just want to go through those three legs of the stool, and now I'd be glad to hear questions, comments from anybody, and engage in this conversation for a little while.
I'd like to.
Dr. McDougall?
Yes. Dr. Collins?
Dr. McDougall?
Yes. I think I'm unmuted here.
Yes,
can you hear
me? We can hear you, Dr. McDougall.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Thank you very much, Dr. Collins. So, solutions. One, in the COVID-19 Public Health Manifesto that was published on April 15th by the Rainbow Push Coalition, National Medical Association, National Bar Association, and 11 other health professional organizations, what we called for was prioritizing the screening of African American and people of color because of the very same data that you spoke to in regards to the severity of the effects. So guess what? So that recommendation was on the CDC website for 2 days, and then it just disappeared. So if we're saying that our communities are prioritized, perhaps that prioritization in screening without necessarily having to have symptoms could be put back on that CDC website. So to extend that olive branch for trust. Then data. So when the COVID-19 showed itself over the horizon and we as a group were looking at the data, there were no data on demographics concerning who was actually being diagnosed with COVID-19. And there's still pockets of data missing in states like Texas, where a large percentage of the data is missing in regards to who's dying, who's being infected. And so another way to help extend that trust is to be able to collect better, more accurate data. And it isn't help when we see that somebody makes the decision that CDC is not going to get the data anymore. Hospitals, we don't want you to send the data to CDC anymore. I don't know where it's going. It's going somewhere. So those are two. So restoring that trust. So if NIH or leaders in the health research and clinical trial arena can speak to that. And then thirdly, I love you mentioned the $500 million as available for RADx to help with underserved communities. So this is my first time hearing about this. So I would just be, it seems like a very good opportunity to provide outreach to communities that are underrepresented. So perhaps somehow publicizing that even more, because I know there are a lot of studies and things going on at NIH. So I would say, to answer your question, building that trust by repairing the breaches that have been experienced. And we're not talking about no Tuskegee. we're talking about 2020 United States of America right now. And so repairing that breach of trust now, I think will go a long way to help gain the trust of people of color. And I'd like to hear from Dr. Fur Holden also. We like the tag team.
I know, and this is a perfect place for me to pick up right where you left off with the NIH research. And so, Dr. Collins, thank you for taking time to be with us. We do have some questions in the Q&A, but I want to make a comment and ask you a question. Because when you think about having the participants in the trials reflect the community, we've got a major gap in that the clinical researchers, the public health researchers leading the trials and doing the work don't reflect the community. They don't reflect even the scientific community. I've been a NIH investigator now. I got my first 3 R01s in April of 2005. I literally feel like I must have hit the jackpot because I listened to the extreme difficulty that a lot of underrepresented minorities have breaking in. They typically are not at the kinds of institutions, oftentimes, that have the big portfolios and the big names that can sort of help usher them through. But I just know that the brilliance and the talent is there. And I think, man, if we can expedite a clinical trial, phase 1, and go from 1.5 years to 63 days, what can we do to bring that same degree of innovation and velocity to decreasing the diversity of the people doing the work? I think it would go miles for people to see themselves reflected in the people doing the work. They might trust me more since I'm with them, sleeves rolled up in the community, than they would a white researcher who is smart and brilliant and well qualified to do the work. But they ask themselves as well, where are people that look like me in the leadership of this?
Yes, totally agree with you on that. And you may know Hannah Valentine, who I hired as our Chief Officer for Scientific Workforce Diversity, has been putting forward a whole host of pretty bold programs that have begun to make a difference here. But boy, we've got a long way to go. We are so woefully underrepresented in our workforce in terms of individuals of color. And we have to go from what's now like 2 or 3% to 20%. And that's going to be a long road. But we are finally starting to see a change in the right direction after many years of well-intentioned programs that basically didn't accomplish very much.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I know that a lot of work has been done. We can innovate. We're going to have a vaccine, and a vaccine that's going to be safe and that people will be able to trust. I'm assuming NIH is going to bless anything before you would have us encourage our communities to participate. And that I do trust. I just want us to be a lot more aggressive in the same urgency that we have dealt with COVID-19, bring that same urgency and innovation to dealing with diversity in the scientific workforce.
That's a great point.
Dr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Collins, let me express my thanks to you and to Dr. Fauci for opening up to create this access. Is Reverend Dr. Todd Yearer on?
I don't believe so, but I can reach out to him, Reverend.
We convene a body of medicine led by Reverend Dr. Todd Yearer, Dr. Furholder, epidemiologist, as well as Dr. McDougall, who is at Ohio State, who also is a head of NMA. And I think that the answer is people with the same scientific qualifications don't have access to the scientific community. So I think that we really want to thank you for respectfully accepting the scientific abilities of these Black and brown doctors. We got Black, Dr. Brown, Native American, the whole range. So Dr. McDougall, you're in charge. You're the man.
And Dr. McDougall, on that point, where on this question of getting our community more comfortable with the scientific research and the scientific efforts that are going to happen going forward to ensure that we are properly represented in the virus trials, what can the National Medical Association do in conjunction with the NIH to start bridging this gap and start working towards a program that would inform the community about the options that are available, and also ensure that people have the proper ability to ask questions, get answers, and establish that level of trust that Dr. Collins was speaking of earlier?
Yes, a very good question. So the National Medical Association, we're engaged with Project Impact, and the goal of that is to increase diversity of researchers to help increase the diversity of people volunteering to participate in the trial. So that's something we're actually having a session with the Congressional Black Caucus in a couple of weeks, speaking to that very same issue in regards to diversity in clinical trials. So very important issue, something we're more than happy to continue to build relationships with the National Institutes of Health. Those things I mentioned earlier, though, speak more to the community and being able to come to the community and say, well, these things are being remedied, and we know that they may have even been cause of further mistrust.
Dr. McDougall, I can certainly do a better job of trying to get the word out about this RADx for underserved populations. You mentioned that. And I can speak to Dr. Redfield, the director of the CDC, and convey to him your concerns about the failure to have more visible notice on the CDC website about the importance of identifying people who may be infected from high-risk groups, as well as this big concern about where'd the data go and why is it not going to CDC anymore? That's been quite an uproar indeed. And I will pass that along. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to tell CDC what to do, but I can suggest.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Collins, I'm going to go to one of the questions from our participants. We have Ms. Charlotta Tarvers, CEO of Primary One Health, and she asks, are there any research projects taking place specifically addressing inequities, severity, contraction, and or recovery from COVID-19 among African Americans and other people of color experiencing the virus? And two, has the federal response and or directives to fund, test, contact trace, and treat been commensurate with the severity among those populations?
So we are right now in the process of putting together a program to try to see what are the long-term consequences of COVID-19 for survivors, because I think we had underappreciated until recently that this is not necessarily an illness where you just get sick and then you get better and everything's fine. It seems as if a lot of people have a long tail to the course there, what you might call the long haulers, who may be quite ill for quite some time. We need to understand that and figure out how to help those people. And in fact, as we set up those particular trials to sort of follow a cohort, that is going to represent the people who've had the heaviest impact. And a lot of those therefore will be from health disparity populations. In terms of, are we doing a good job right now of tracking in minority populations? We talked about that a little earlier. I would say probably not. And again, I'm hoping that this effort to try to get diagnostic testing more widely available to the highest risk groups, because that's been missing, is going to provide something that can be of some help. And that's what we're trying to do through this RADx-UP program.
This question is for all of the panelists, Dr. Verholden, Dr. McDougall, and Dr. Collins. It's from Shuristi Pandi, and says there's nothing to panic about except for the conspiracy theories being bandied about online. What is being done to change the mindset of the anti-vaxxers, the conspiracy theorists, the people who are putting out the misinformation, because those are the people who have extended this already, fighting against mask mandates, fighting against social distancing, fighting against literally everything. How can we change those people's minds when it comes to dealing with the vaccine?
I can speak to that. Or
please do.
So again, just this past week, the National Medical Association, in collaboration with the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, convened a panel of experts speaking to vaccine safety. And as many of us know, there are a number of conspiracies out there concerning the safety of vaccines and clinical trials. So we brought some of the top African-American experts to speak to that issue, and that is going to be released in September. Also, what's being proposed as an alternative in some communities is the use of alpha interferon. So we had Dr. Dow Hewlett speak to that, and there are some ongoing trials using alpha interferon in combination with other therapeutics for treatment of COVID-19. So that is one of the ways we're trying to convene trusted messenger experts to speak to these issues, and then persons like yourself are convening radio broadcast for to spread the truth, and to have persons like myself and Dr. Fur Holden speak on the public airways about what should we consider to be more reputable and more trustworthy information, in the Rainbow Push Coalition convening these types of town hall sessions and getting the word out. I know members of our National Medical Association, we have a collaboration with 11 other health organizations, Association of American Indian Physicians, National Hispanic Medical Association, National Black Nurses Association. I'm going on down the line. So our leaders in these groups being able to speak truth to these issues will be one of the ways to help get this word out.
Do you think the resistance to vaccines that I see in some polls as high as 50% of African Americans is deeply rooted? Or do you think that is like, well, I haven't heard enough now to tell me I'd want to do this, but maybe once you actually have some data to show me about safety and efficacy, I might reconsider? How deep does the resistance go?
So very good question. So as you are aware, about a year ago, there was a study done in Oakland, California, looking at the compliance of health care maintenance recommendations when given by an African-American doctor to a Black male patient. And flu shots, colonoscopies, all those things were adopted at a much higher level because there's that conversation. So then this speaks to another larger issue in regards to workforce diversity, Dr. Collins, and I know Dr. Hannah Valentine is working with you on that too. So just another reason to increase workforce diversity.
Can I offer something too as well, since we have Dr. Collins, which is that if we don't build equity in to funding, our natural drift is to inequity, right? That's what we've learned about our society, that it's just not fair play most of the time. And much of that predates us. It, you know, we all inherited it. And some people don't even want to be the beneficiary of it. But the way systemic racism works, you really don't have a choice. It's just ingrained in the fiber of how our world works. And so if you think about it, if we have funding that's available, and that funding is for, you know, clinical trials, I do think NIH is very heavy on the trials and not so much on the translation, the dissemination, and then the implementation science side of it. So we've got all these great therapeutics, all these great, you know, innovations, vaccines, et cetera, but there's a gap in how do we go from innovation at the bench and getting it up and out in communities. And oftentimes I think underrepresented minorities may be overrepresented in the social and behavioral sciences. So what really at NIH looks like racism, I actually think is disciplinism. It's discipline. But we're now seeing just having great clinical innovation without the bridge to then get uptake in the community is a part of the gap. So I think you can start to think about how do we build that in to the funding? Because I guarantee you, the institutes will figure it out. If you start to say there's got to be some dissemination implementation component, if you say, you know, to an institute, your portfolio and the race ethnicity of your funded investigators has to mirror the pool of investigators in the field, you wouldn't have to do much. You wouldn't need a program. You know, when my son was younger, he wanted a Xbox in his room. And I said, you get straight A's, you get an Xbox in your room. I didn't get the kid a tutor. I didn't spend more time with him doing homework. I gave him an incentive that mattered to him, and he figured it out. People will figure it out, but not if there's no real incentive. If you start to think about how to build equity and this workforce diversity into the funding, I bet you the institutes would figure it out. Yeah.
I'm totally hearing you, and you are echoing Hannah Valentine in my ear.
Okay, awesome.
All right, what we wanted to take we have about 10 minutes left, so we want to take a couple more questions, both from email and from social media. So just very quickly, I'm going to, if I do read your question, it's going to be in a summarized form, so forgive that. And for those of you who are looking for the live stream of this event, there was an issue with Zoom with the live stream, so we're going to upload this as soon as this town hall is over. It will be available both from the NIH and from the Rainbow Push's social media accounts for you to share. And I think if you register for this event, we should have captured your email address, and we will send you links to that once it becomes available. Another question from the chat box for Dr. Collins: we need researchers from communities of color reaching out to leaders from the healthcare institutions, such as, I'm going to insert Clark Atlanta University because that's where I went, Howard, Morehouse, Harry, and other HBCUs. Y'all can't keep forgetting about Clark when y'all put the HBCUs in here. As well as researchers of color at major institutions. So what efforts are being made to reach out to our HBCU community, to our other African-American organizations, in order to spread this information to ensure that we are included in these trials?
So it's a great question, and we are working hard at that. I put together at NIH this group co-led by Gary Gibbons and Eliseo Perez-Stable, who have now involved leaders of multiple institutes. And one of our major outreaches is to the HBCUs to try to see, is there a way that we can link up with their abilities to reach out to the community? They got a lot of great ideas, a lot of great people. Meanwhile, the Office of Minority Health in HHS gave a $40 million grant to Morehouse to help coordinate this as well. And so that's also very much part of this mix of how we're trying to make sure we're bringing everybody to the table who has skills and connections and the opportunity to spread the word. And that's what we need. I wish we had started earlier. I wish we had kind of thought back in January, oh, this might be an issue and we ought to start working on it now. But I think we've been working at it pretty hard now for about 3 months. And we don't have a lot of time, though, because these trials for the vaccines are underway right now. And if we don't end up with a diverse set of people enrolled in them, I'm worried about what they will do as far as really telling us what we need to know and convincing people that they should have confidence in the results.
All right, another, not question, but a comment. Dr. Verhoeven, you are our hero for speaking out on our communities. Thank you so much. We have about 7 minutes left. I want to give each of you an opportunity to make a closing. I know because you are doctors and medical, I'm going to give you a little bit more time. So if you could close up in about 2 minutes, first Dr. Verhoeven, then Dr. McDougall, and then Dr. Collins to close us out, and we'll have some final statements with regards to what we're doing next in this effort.
Yeah, sure. So again, thank you, Dr. Collins and Dr. McDougall and Attorney Patillo for organizing this. You know, I just reiterate, I think the solutions that are available to us to really engage African Americans, Latinx communities, Native American communities in this, we just have to bring that same will, that same might, that same determination, that same it shall be. To level in the playing field. And I really do believe, and I know it might seem like, well, Dr. Verhoeven, how do we do that right now? I don't know. I'm not the director of NIH, but you are, and I trust that you can figure it out. I would trust the vaccine if you said it is cleared phase 3 clinical trials and it is safe for use. I would trust if you said, Dr. Verhoeven, we need help figuring out how to engage communities of color. Those communities, however, are going to ask me, Dr. Verhoeven, what did Dr. Collins give you in exchange for that lets us know that this isn't just about COVID, that this isn't just they need, Black and brown, people engaged right now? How do we know that this is not going to be a one-off? And so I just really ask you to sort of think about that. Not that you haven't, but I think the trust that you're trying to rebuild, we have an urgency for it, but trust and relationships are a process. And if we really appreciate how we got here, it's going to take some work to undo some of that. And I do think expanding that workforce, having people that look like the people that we need in trials, leading some of the trials, leading the work, having a ready mechanism to get new and early stage underrepresented minorities at the table, at the NIH table, would go miles. So if there's a way to start to do that now and innovate with that same velocity, I think it would go miles for restoring some trust. And thank you.
Dr. McDougall.
And thank you too, Dr. Collins. Really appreciate your comments and being open to us as a community. And you mentioned earlier in your discussion the topic of racism. Racism as a topic of study or an intervention should also be considered as these various requests for applications and so forth are put together, because that's a long-standing issue that's being highlighted now during this global pandemic. So wrapping that into the solution finding would also be of benefit.
All right,
well, you were both,
Dr. Collins.
Yeah, you were both resonating very much with some of the hopes and dreams I have about how we might, in this desperate situation in 2020, figure out a way to turn this into something positive. And I think if we could all figure out how to tackle this together and not have it drive us apart, we might find that we could get to 2021 in a place that would be a little better. I will tell you that I am deeply concerned about whether NIH has been doing everything we should be in this longer range view about health disparities, health inequities, the imbalance of our workforce. After the killing of George Floyd, I think so many people sort of woke up to the fact that we couldn't just look away from this circumstance. We couldn't just say we're somehow over all of that. We are not all over that. And I brought together all of those 27 institute and center directors. We've now met as a group 3 separate times, each of them for 2 hours, focusing specifically on what NIH could be doing and should be doing that we're not already doing about health disparities and about structural systemic racism. I don't know that that was really in our lexicon so much until this summer, but it is now. And on Thursday, we'll have the 4th gathering of that sort, which I will lead. We've tried to break it down into specific areas of action that we, NIH, could undertake that falls within our mission, within our congressional authority. There's certain things that we have to be careful that we don't step into somebody else's swim lane and get smacked, but there's a lot we can do and will do. And I'm glad that you have highlighted the importance of being ambitious and bold and innovative about the workforce. Because if we don't fix that, I don't really see how other efforts we make are going to have the impact they need. And if we do fix that, I think a lot of other things will come along with that, just in terms of having those insights, that amazing energy that comes from diversity in the scientific workforce, which right now we are lacking, and we need to pull that together. And that means figuring out ways. I liked what you said about building equity into the system and not having it just sort of expected to happen, because as you say, historically, that hadn't worked. And we do have some opportunities at NIH. We have some levers to pull here that we haven't pulled. And it's time to really figure out how we could do that. So we're going to be hard at this. And again, I didn't want to have us plunge into it like, in a week or two. We had to really think through where are the spaces that we could take actions. And no doubt we will encounter some resistance from various forces about how this might mean rearranging some of the resources and where those resources should go. But I'll give you my personal word. We are not going to go back to the way things were. This is a moment in history. We must not pass up this moment. And if COVID-19 has shown a bright light on it, that's terrible, but we better look at that light and we better do something so that if COVID-24 comes along in another 5 years or whatever is lurking out there for us, we'll be in a better position to deal with this in a fashion that represents health equity and not what we have right now. So thank you. Your insights and your comments have helped me a lot.
And Dr. Furholden's about to jump out of her chair, so a couple minutes, go ahead.
I remember when Dr. Collins was installed as the director of NIH, and I've been following you. I was, much earlier in my career then. And Dr. Collins, I believe you. Not only will we hold you to account, but we'll be your partners.
Okay, I'm counting on that. I can't do this.
So you can get both. We will have our foot right here on your neck. Where's the diversity? But we will also be your partners. We will be your partners.
And a last question before we're done. Someone asked for Dr. Collins. If somebody does represent a group that does want to be involved and does want to help with this effort, who do they contact? How do they get in contact with the NIH? What can we do as a community to help?
Well, it's a big, complicated place, and depending what the question is, the connection might be a little different. I will just tell you right now, contact me, francis.collins@nih.gov. I read those emails. I figure out if it's a question that needs to go to a certain person, how to make sure that happens. I want to be responsive. So francis.collins@nih.gov. Bring it on.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Collins. Thank you, Dr. McDougall. Thank you, Dr. Furholden. Thank you, Reverend Jesse Jackson, for convening this in the Rainbow Push Coalition. For everyone who is on this particular town hall, we will have part 2 of this on Friday at 11 a.m. till 12 p.m. with direct.
This might be cooler. I mean, we're in the field, so. Oh, just click on it. It'll let you in. Robert, they say he didn't.
All right. Want to thank everybody who's been tuned in to our continued conversation on the African American community and the efforts that are being made to develop the virus. So now we're going to have, as a little surprise for everybody, we're going to give a lot of birthday wishes to Reverend Jackson. Joining us to wish a happy birthday to Reverend Jackson, we have Reverend Todd Urey. We have attorney C.K. Hoffler. We have Pastor Gerald Durley. We have Mr. Joe Beasley. We have Mr. John Graves. We have Kwame Abernathy also. And we will be adding more people throughout, but I'm going to go to you first, CK, for you to wish Reverend happy birthday, and we're going to open up the floor for people to say what Reverend means to them.
Well, certainly. Thank you so much, Robert, for this opportunity, and to my fellow Rainbow Push family. We celebrate the birthday of our incredible leader. And I see, I think someone probably needs to mute their phone, but of our leader, our great leader, who for 6 decades plus has fought and has been that social justice. I think somebody needs to mute their phone, but social justice engineer, and has given so much to this country, to the world, to civil rights, to human rights, to voting rights, to elections, and to ensure that we all had the right to vote. We all had the ability to walk into restaurants free. And so on this magnificent day, on October 8th, I'd like to, on behalf of Rainbow Push Coalition, as chair of the board, I'd like to say happy birthday to our fearless leader. Thank him for all that he has done. Thank him for all that he continues to do. Thank him for all the sacrifices, and let him know that every step of the way we have his back, because it is only fitting for us in celebrating 79 years of greatness in this earth, on this planet, that we say thank you to Reverend Jesse Jackson. And if ever in anywhere in the universe, because for those of you who have traveled with him internationally, you know that internationally people revere, adore, respect Reverend Jackson as if he were head of state, because for many he is that. So Reverend Jackson, for all that you do, for all that you've done, happy birthday. We love you, and we are standing right by you, shoulder to shoulder, as we always do, arms locked, whether it's virtual or not, and say that we salute you and we're right there with you in this struggle. And thank you.
All right, continuing this conversation, got to go to Santita Jackson. I'll just hand this all over to you, Ms. Jackson, as we give tributes to your father, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Oh my goodness to me. Greetings, everyone. I pray that you are well. I'm Santita, but I know all of you here. It's so wonderful to be here. Hey, Kwame, who's this baby over here? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Mr. Durley and Mr. Graves, Mr. Beasley, Todd, and CK, so many of you. I'm so glad to have you here today, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this. 79 years of age. Cannot believe that Reverend Jackson has reached that milestone. What a blessing it is to have had him this long. I mean, and at the risk of sounding, well, just really, I think that if we are very realistic and honest about our history, particularly leaders who served with this level of intensity and visibility, we've never been able to keep them this long. And so we've been very, very blessed to have him, not just personally, but institutionally. It's a great, 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 great thing. And as I look around at this table of his lifelong friends, Kwame, for real lifelong, he bounced Kwame on his knee. There you go. I have to go all the way there. That's right, Kwame, because you're the baby. You're younger than me. So there you go. But it's a joy to have you here, and I cannot wait for him to come in so we can see all of this love coming his way. But I came in on you, C.K. Hoffler, our sister, beloved friend. She's like a daughter to Reverend and Mrs. Jackson, and she's also been everybody's lawyer in the best of times and in the most challenging. And I thank you, Mr. Beasley. I don't know what to say. You and my father have literally and figuratively walked all of these miles. It's just really, it's amazing. You all like two of the last men standing.
In 15 minutes.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing.
Wonderful seeing you.
It's wonderful seeing you, John Graves, Mr. Durley. It's so wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Are we to wait for Reverend Jackson to join us, or shall we just
I think we can go ahead and get started with this, and then when Reverend logs on, we'll be able to give him a nice surprise, and she has no idea this is happening right now.
Good, because what we're going to do, we're actually planning to do something that we don't do all the time. We're going to take him out to dinner tonight.
Yeah.
Of course, we physically distanced, but we have reservations. We just want to have a little, God bless you, just trying to have a bit of a nice family moment with him tonight. Well, let me start with you, Joe Beasley. Mr. Beasley, when did you meet him? And I mean, and why is this birthday celebration a year from 80? Oh my gosh.
Well, when I met Reverend Jackson, he was 35 years old, and he was a real giant. I was still in the military. As you probably know, I'm retired from the Air Force. And Reverend Jackson was starting a chapter of Operation Push in Kansas City. And my wife knew Jesse, her family knew Jesse. And so we got involved in the organizing committee. And as it happened, Santita, when I had 2 more years to serve, and I deliberately said that I'm going to make Operation Push my job, and I worked hard to earn it, and Reverend Jackson really changed my life, because I was a military person, and I probably would have even wind up being a probation officer, parole officer, rather than doing something that I've loved for the last 44 years and dealing with civil and human rights globally.
And that's all I see. When I see you, I just see civil and human rights. The military, well, the discipline, but that's all I've known. I've just known you as a freedom fighter, quite frankly. And so we're grateful to you, because you stand alone in your service. You have mentored Kevin Gray, so many people, particularly those people in that part of the country in the South, which is where electorally Reverend's had so much strength. He's been able to depend upon you for more than 40 years, and we are so grateful to you. Mr. Durley, how are you?
Santita, You're very beautiful. And your mom, Jackie, how is she doing?
She is doing well. She's doing well. She's my parents' neighbor in Washington. As the Lord would have it, Mr. Corey, anyone who's visited them in Washington knows Mr. Corey. He has Parkinson's and he's been quite ill. So she left Chicago because he's nearing the end of his journey. And so she wanted to spend that time with him. He's been so wonderful to us. So she's doing quite well and she has become a caregiver. And you know, that is a challenge. But my parents have been together almost 60 years, if you can believe that. They're going on 59 years together. And so it's been a real blessing. And I think we have, who is this? I think we have Reverend Jackson here.
Leaders, this man.
Well, why don't we keep him off camera until we get him steadied? Bruce.
I'm trying to see if it's.
Oh, okay. Let's just get him proper. But I've got my brother Jonathan here, who's got a whole lot to say. Jonathan Luther Jackson. Kwame would love this. Of course, he is Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's godson. Dr. King, in fact, saved his life. When Jonathan was 11 months old, they were going to put my brother out of the hospital because my parents had no money. My father was at the University of Chicago in seminary. And Dr. King my father called him and he said, they're going to put my baby out. And if they put him out, he's not going to make it. He said, if you just ask them to keep him one more night, I'll be there in the morning. And it saved Jonathan's life. So with that, I toss to you, Jonathan. I was going around and introducing everybody. In fact, I reached out to you, Mr. Durley, before I go to my brother, Jonathan. Mr. Durley, thank you for being with us today.
Let me say that this is, some people are calling this his 79th birthday. I don't call this the birthday. I call this a Thanksgiving Day. Thanksgiving Day in the sense that I want to bring greetings from the C.T. Vivian family. As you know, I did C.T. Vivian's eulogy. C.T. and I were together. At Tennessee State in 1960, I was 18. John was 19 and a half. There was a young man up in North Carolina named Jesse. There was an old man, 35 years old, named C.T. Vivian. What can an old man teach us? But as I became leader of all the students at Tennessee State in 1963, I admired Jesse. Even though I didn't know him personally, we could always look up to see what it was that he was doing because we were the same age. I was 79 in May. So it was always that. Jesse Jackson was not one who was on the battlefield. Jesse Jackson was one who was in the battle. I know a lot of people who are on the battlefield. So tonight I come thanking Jesse for Hank Johnson, all of us who were there at the Freedom Riders in 1961 and 62. Jesse was the epitome of one who did not back up nor bend nor bow. So I'm not thanking him on behalf of me. This tribute to him tonight is because of the Pauline Knights and people that you'll never know. The movement was grounded in people whose names you'll never know. But Jesse was always a sterling figure. One of the people that, when I was in the movement there in 63 in Nashville, a man came up to me and said, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. You need to leave the country. And he was one of Jesse's mentors. His name was Samuel DeWitt Proctor. Sam Proctor sent me to Nigeria in 1964 and kept me out of the country through a program that John Kennedy, because Proctor was working for Sergeant Shriver at the time, and I was in the first Peace Corps group, but Jesse stayed here. People don't know how hard it is to do what Jesse has done. Stayed at the forefront with vigilance and courage and tenacity, intelligence, and perseverance for 60 years. It's easy to come out and do 2 or 3 marches for 5 or 6 years. So tonight, the tribute that we give to you, Jesse, is that you stayed a long time. And the 2 words that kept us strong, that I guess enlivened him, 2 words, sacrifice and risk. Jesse understood sacrifice and risk. And that's why tonight we come to honor you in so many ways. And your legacy will be, you did a speech called, I Am Somebody. You'll never have to say that anymore because all of us from this day forward at 79 years old will say, you are somebody because we love you, we encourage you, we lift up. Everybody couldn't be there, but you always took the time with all of us. And because of that, we come to salute you tonight, Jesse. Know that all of us who came through the movement in 1960 from Nashville, all the way through with Bernard, CT, who's with me for 20 years in the pulpit, we are here to salute you because you are, watch this, you are the man. God has appointed, anointed you to continue to lead. And your legacy when the researchers go back throughout all times and ask who was one of the key figures in making and challenging America, they cannot exclude the Reverend Jesse Jackson. You are the quintessence of what all of us are to be. And when they say, and don't get sad, they say the circle is getting smaller now. James Orange died in my arms. We saluted James today here in Nashville. But James, the circle might be getting smaller here, but guess what? It's getting larger upstairs, and they are watching over. Jesse, thank you for all you did for all of us. We follow you.
Oh my goodness, bless your heart. Jonathan, how touching is that? I mean, it's you almost don't know what to say behind that. You really don't.
Well, there's
Jonathan?
There's nothing you can say behind that. Those words are so heartfelt and so deep and so touching. Thank you for that tribute to my father. I just want to speak on behalf of being a son, and this is the only life I've known. And Dad, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you're one hell of a man. Yeah. The older I get, the more I see, and the more complacent I see that people have been, and so few have done so little, and so many have done so little, and so few have done so much. And to grow up with all these freedom fighters, I was thinking about just this day when I was out bike riding this morning, when we were with Bobby Blue Bland, and he asked you, Jesse, let's write a song. Boy, I wish we could have written a song with Bobby Blue Bland. But then again, I know there's a lot of vulnerability when you start writing a song. It says a whole lot about you. And I was thinking about the steadfastness and the dedication and the true dedication that B.B. King had when we were down in Jackson at the 50th anniversary of I can't think of his name right now.
Medgar Evers?
Medgar Evers. That was his friend. He had gone back there for 48 out of 50 years to honor his friend that was killed. And I don't know why I thought of all these people this morning on your birthday that you've introduced us to, and they've been a part of our life, and the struggles that you have endured, and the doors you've opened for so many. And I know many of those people have gone on, and quite a few think they've made it on their own, and many won't come back to say thank you. But I do recall, and I do know. And when I think of those that do come back, Judge Mathis, Greg Mathis, he had tears in his eyes when he called me the other day to make a tribute to you, and Reverend Courtney Carson in Decatur, and Brother Cleo Field. So I do hear from some of these people, and they wish you love. They are very mindful and appreciative, and that gives me strength from day to day. And for all those, Mr. Beasley, I want you to stay out of trouble down there in Atlanta. I see what you're getting into. Or does trouble find you, or you find trouble? I don't know which one, huh?
Well, I'm turning 84 in December.
Well, I want you to keep on fighting the spirit of segregation, the Jim Crows and the Jane Crows and all of them. And I see Miss CK, love you, love you, love you. It's been, I don't know, it's been 35 plus years. You were my attorney, and now you're my sister. And so you never left. And
you know what, Jonathan? It was a one-time assignment. We were traveling to Libreville, Gabon. It turned into a 30
Okay, Dad, we got
love you all. Happy birthday.
Are you calling in, Dad?
No. Jonathan, because I'm ready. We had a collision course between Buren is doing a special on the birthday today and mobilize for Saturday. And so I'll be back on 5:30 for the rest of the half hour. That's what I'm glad to see you, Jonathan.
Okay. Hey, Dad. Well, we're about to get him on camera. Hi, Daddy. We're going to get you on camera very shortly. But you know what? Let me put on my glasses because this is what time it is for me. Kwame's not there yet. We have to keep messing with Kwame because he's the baby of this bunch. Got to do it, Kwame. Come on. What?
It's Reverend. There's
But we've got Gerald Early here. We've got Todd Geary. We've got John Graves, Joe Beasley. Well, you just heard from Jonathan. We've got Bobby Wilson will be coming up in a hot second. Bernard Lafayette. I didn't even know he had a home. I thought he lived with us. I was so
Hey, Dr. Lafayette, love you. Hey,
I mean, you stayed in that guest room. What?
Hey, Santita, is this the part of the program where John Graves is going to give us a song?
Oh,
good Alabama
tune? Santita?
Yes, Daddy.
Bernard brought me into Dr. King SCLC. Bernard Bevel. The very Dr. King circle was not easy to do with Bernard and Bevel.
Okay, we're going to have to get Reverend adjusted on the microphone, everybody, so that we can hear everything that he's saying. Okay, Robert, if you could speak with them in Chicago so that we can get him adjusted, because we want to be able to hear. Okay, well, we'll do
the greetings while I work on that.
Okay, no worries. If you could just, Reverend, if you could just hold on 1 second. Let's just put him on mute. But Bernard Lafayette, Reverend Dr. Bernard Lafayette, troublemaker, all of these troublemakers, we're surrounded, Reverend Dr. Geary, by all Reverend Durley, everybody. I see why we are the way we are, Jonathan and Kwame, because we grew up with all these people who just made good trouble. Bernard Lafayette, Reverend Dr. Bernard Lafayette, Uncle Bernard to us. How did you, where did you meet Reverend? What is your story?
Well, I met Reverend Jesse Jackson actually in Chicago, and he had come to Chicago to go to school, and as I recall, he is a football player, but he got interested, in the movement and that kind of thing from early on. But when he got to Chicago, one of the first jobs we got, Jesse was actually at the American Friends Service Committee, the Quakers. And he worked with Tony Henry there on the west side of Chicago. And he just really bloomed, just with no stopping. And he was the first full-time staff person with the CCCO, the Coordinating Council of Community Organizations. I'm sorry I didn't come on early, so a lot of these things probably have been said already. But that's where I first met him. And we started working together, and he did a fantastic job in mobilizing people. And one of the things I remember that Jesse did was to bring together Addie Wyatt, for example, and also the head of the NAACP in Chicago and the Urban League, and other union members, labor unions. And so he was able to really pull that group there. And we were part of the demonstrations, the open housing demonstrations. And he was concerned about slum housing. And because of the work that we did there, we were able to attract a lot of the people who were involved in the marches and demonstrations. I had arrived in Chicago and actually started trading gang members on the west side of Chicago. Some of the photographs you might see in museums, you see a black fellow with a tam on his head backwards, they call it berets, and he's holding an American flag, and behind him is Dr. King and Mrs. King And all those people, they were marching actually into Montgomery, Alabama from Selma. It was the last day of the Selma March. And as they marched in, a lot of people don't know this, but he was Lamont McCoy. Lamont McCoy was the head of the Vice Lords on the west side of Chicago.
Oh my.
And what I had done was train the gang members to be marshals on the Selma March, because we knew we were going to have a movement in Chicago, and we wanted to make sure that they had a specific role and they were trained for that role, and that was to be marshals. So Selma was like the boot camp, okay, for the gang leaders who were participating in later on in the Chicago movement. And I remember how we led those movements, and they made a big difference in the movement. So what happened is that Jesse began to come into his own when he began to realize that there was a real challenge in Chicago with racism. People always thought about the North as being, you know, a place where you can go to avoid racism and that kind of thing, etc. But we were able to raise up those issues as we saw them and bring them to light. Ben Willis with the segregated schools and stuff like that, and we had block busting and redlining and all that kind of thing. So Jesse was very much on top of it. And he worked with Cirillo McSween. Cirillo McSween was a treasurer of the National Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And he was one who was more interested in the economic issues and things like that. And this is where Jesse was very instrumental, and that is attacking the economic forces of segregation, that where blacks were, you know, hired, but they had low-income jobs and stuff like that, etc. And he began to look at that. One of the unique things that I thought was very good, and maybe it's been said already, I don't know, I'm sorry to get on late, but Jesse had it organized where black businesses were able to take out ads all on one page in the newspaper, a full-page ad with black businesses. So if you wanted to buy black, you could just go to that page and you see all black businesses there. They didn't have a full-page ad, but they had a page full of black ads. Okay, and I thought that was very unique. And that was a way of really identifying how we could support, you know, black businesses, that kind of thing, etc. And white people could support it too. And that's the thing that people don't realize. Jesse had a great appeal to the white people and the white supporters who came in and supported us. There was no question about it, because they respected him, and he was always very polite and kind, but very firm. He was very firm. There's no question about it. And I don't want to take up too much time, but it's one thing I want to say about Jesse Jackson that people may not know. It's how Jesse responds to negative experiences that makes him very unique. Like we were walking down the street one time in downtown Chicago, and for some reason Jesse had lost his address book. He didn't know where it was, and I personally think somebody stole his book, okay, kind of way. But you know what Jesse did? He walked right into the dime store and bought another address book and turned around and looked at me and said, "What is your phone number?" It's the way you respond. Now, rather than getting frustrated, getting all torn apart, and trying to figure out who stole your book and everything. No. If you lose something, then what you do is start over again immediately. And he started with me. And so I learned that lesson, Jesse, and I do it today. Anytime I lose something, I never get frustrated. If I can't find it, then I get me something else. But I keep going. And that's the one thing I learned from you that I never will forget that helped me. And by the way, my first job I ever had where I made $50,000 a year, Jesse hired me. And I never will forget that either. Yes. I'll stop there. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. But yes, Jesse, Martin Luther King was very excited about Jesse and wanted him to be very much a part of that organization and keep it going. And his leadership rose. And even in terms of the mayor, yes, Louise A. Hicks, yeah, all those people, yeah, he remembers all those folks, yeah. But the point is, Jesse always tests things out. He had a scientific mind. He wouldn't just jump into things. Jesse always tested them out, learned as much as he could about them, and that's where he would make his move. And one of the things he studied to a T is people, certain individuals. You could not fool Jesse. Jesse was one of those that you could not fool because he always tested people out and made sure he understood where they were coming from. Okay? And that's how he knew where they were going.
Just got a note that Naomi King is with us. Is Naomi King? Wearing the mask, I love it. That's right. How are you? Okay, everybody, you can unmute yourself. So when I come right to you, I can come right to you. How you doing, Naomi King?
Oh, my.
Okay, we're gonna have to get her volume together. Oh my word. But you know what, Robert Patillo is gonna work on that. But let me go around because you know there's so many of you who are here today. Dad, can you get back on camera? John,
Yes.
okay.
And we were talking about Reverend Jackson and his legacy. And I'm going to share with you that conversation and why it's important to know the history of this man that is right here in the studio with us at WBON. 532, Robin, what's happening with news?
Yes, Reverend. Dad?
Yes.
Okay, are you in a studio right now? Okay. Okay, so this is what we mean about, okay, that's all right. Well, let me go around. Okay. I don't know exactly what's going on, but you know what, we're gonna keep this moving. Were we able to get Naomi King's audio? If not, we will wait for that. John Graves, why don't you talk?
Well, hello, happy birthday, Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr., my friend and my brother. America and the world is a greater place because of you. You have cross-examined the history of this country and always been on the right side. I met you when I was in the 10th grade. I've been out of school because I had an issue with my basketball coach that could not be resolved. And although they would allow me to come back, the next year we went on to win 2 state championships in basketball. I was kicked out in February of 1965, which was the month that preceded the March on Selma. And my best friend was Leon Hall. Leon Hall got me involved in the movement and to meet folks like you and Dr. King and Bernard Lee, Bernard Lafayette, James Bevel, James Orange, Diane Cash. Ash, C.T. Vivian, and many others. And it redefined my life. But my highlight, because of your age, was meeting you. And it was something that helped shape my life to this day. And then I went a little hooky. We were disengaged. You probably didn't even know I was there, but I knew you were there, and I knew what you stood for, and I knew your social and equality background and what that meant to us in Montgomery, Alabama. And I met you again in '88 when the head of Urban League, I was living in Shaker Heights, Ohio, had a fundraiser for you in 1988, Run, Jesse, Run. And you ran so hard that even the presidential candidate of the Democratic Party today, you had like 1,300 electoral votes. I think he had 10. So I think that we have to understand we take your life for granted, but you've done so much, and I don't want to chronicle that because we all know that because we are your family. And I was so pleased and so honored that Greg Calhoun reconnected us in Phoenix, just as you were forming Rainbow Push. And I've been on your team, on the dream team of one, because we all walk in your shadow. We all believe in you. We all love you. And we all trust your judgment on every issue. And I was so pleased and honored when you asked me to take over the helm of Citizenship Education Fund. And I tell you, some folks say that sometimes you got to walk a mile. You have to, you know, what that saying about someone walk a mile in someone else's shoes? Well, I want you to know if you ever get tired, just give me your shoes and I will continue to walk. I hope that God blesses you abundantly. I love every Jackson I ever met who was in a relationship to Jesse Jackson. So I know we have many people on this call, but I just want to express my love for you and to your family. And I look forward to seeing you in the midst of all this COVID-19. You take care and happy birthday, and I wish you many, many more.
Thank you so much. That is what a wonderful trip. Reverend Jackson, we need to unmute him, Bruce, so that we can hear Reverend. But I want to make sure that he can hear these wonderful tributes to him. You know, it's.
Yeah, give me that sentence.
Yes, Reverend. And let's just put him on the camera.
John Graves. They won the Super Basketball Champions without John Graves. So I think you need to set the record straight now about your basketball list.
Reverend Jackson, we're going to keep on going around, Reverend Jackson, because so many people are here and time is drawing short. But Gail Davenport, I see you. We're going to get back to Naomi King shortly. Gail, Miss Gail, how you doing? Okay, you're going to have to be unmuted. Let's unmute Gail Davenport, please. Unfortunately, I do not control that, but unmute everyone, because that'll make it easier for us to go to everyone. Okay, we can hear you. Absolutely. Perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy birthday, Reverend Jackson. This is my favorite Georgia State Senator and former staff member for the Atlanta Bureau, Gail Davenport. Because of your dedication, perseverance, sacrifice, and hard work, you have made the quality of life better for many people, and we are truly grateful. With your civil rights and human rights activism, you helped to change the course of history. During your run for the presidency of the United States of America in 1984 and in 1988, you gave all of us hope and encouraged many to seek political office. As a 1988 DNC Jackson delegate, I got new enthusiasm to become more involved in the political process. And now I am one of 56 senators in the Georgia State Senate. As the secretary of the Southern Region, working with Mr. Joe Beasley, who gave me the assignment of being your driver in Atlanta for many years, I firsthand your endless hard work and dedication to social justice causes, human and civil rights, and economic justice. Thank you for continuously coming to our community in Jonesboro, Georgia, to inspire and motivate students to be the best that they can be, and to educate and empower the business, education, and faith communities and laity. My prayer for you is certainly good health and happiness. Give my best to the First Lady of Rainbow Push, my friend, Mrs. Jacqueline Jackson, and your children who will make your 79th birthday a special one for you tonight. On behalf of the citizens of the 44th District of Georgia and the entire state of Georgia, best wishes, happy birthday, and many more. I have this cake and ice cream to celebrate, so after I eat that, I go back on my diet. So happy birthday, Reverend Jackson.
You know, the thing that's so important to me is that Georgia can elect Warnock, U.S. Senator from Georgia. We shouldn't miss it. This is a big moment in Georgia. Harrison in South Carolina, Esper in Mississippi. This is going to be the great break there. As dark as it is, you can still see daylight. Warnock in Georgia, Esper in Mississippi, Harrison in South Carolina. We can win these races.
Yes, sir.
Well, just very quickly, Madam Senator, how is it looking for Reverend Warnock?
Oh, it's looking good, very good. He is now 30+%. He came up this week, and we're working hard to get him elected. We're working at that.
Amen to that. Well, let me bring on Reverend Dr. Todd Geary. How are you?
Antita, how are you this evening?
Wonderful to have everyone here. This has been so, I've been just going down memory lane, and I'm going to have to ask Mr. Durley to come back to us because I want Reverend to hear some of what you said. I don't want him to miss any of that. But Reverend Dr. Geary, what's on your mind today?
First, let me...
The Durham, North Carolina man.
Absolutely. Look, he outlined. So let me go, Reverend. Let us go to Reverend Dr. Geary. Reverend Dr. Geary.
Well, Reverend actually establishes the geography for my comment today. One, happy birthday, Reverend. It is certainly a peculiar and unique honor to be able to share with you in such an intimate way where you give not only insight, but inspiration. But that's not unique on this day where we celebrate your 79th birthday. It actually started in the spring of 1983. I was a senior in high school at Durham High School in Durham, North Carolina. If you remember desegregation, Hillside was the black high school, Durham High School was the white high school. And after desegregation, Durham City Schools became really the majority black school district, and they established a second school district called Durham County Schools. Well, I was a senior at Durham High. I was the senior class president, and on the day of a joint assembly that you were coming to speak to the juniors and seniors from Hillside and Durham High was the host. We had the larger auditorium. The student body president, Howard Hoskins, was sick that day. And so it fell to me that I would be the one to introduce you. And so having that tremendous honor of introducing you as you stepped to the podium in Duke Auditorium, you shook my hand, you gave me a hug, and you whispered in my ear, what would I be, a preacher or a lawyer? To this day, I remember my response to you. I said, I don't know, maybe both. Here I am now, many years later from that day in 1983. I pastor Douglas Memorial Church, which is the church that Raphael Warnock pastored before coming to Ebenezer. I followed Warnock here. And then something came to me in a midlife crisis that I would go to law school, remembering what I had said to you. And to this day, I'm indebted to you because when I met you, you reframed what a black boy from the South could see himself becoming in real time. And so who I am as we celebrate you on your 79th birthday is largely owed to you because you changed the picture of my possibilities. And so being able to say, I now will be able to practice law and preach the gospel, it's because one actually saw something in me that I did not see in myself. So on your 79th birthday, I owe you a lot. And if it doesn't go well, I'm gonna blame you for it. But I appreciate you being you, and just know I love you more than you will ever know. Happy birthday to you, my friend.
Thank you, buddy.
I have to go back to Gerald Durley because he and Bernard Lafayette and Mr. Graves, you all have gone through so much history. I'm going to bring Kwame back onto the camera. But you know, you shared so much, having gone back with Reverend 6 decades, Gerald Durley.
Well, I, as I said before you came on, Reverend, this means so much. I didn't call this your birthday. I call this a day of Thanksgiving. I joined the movement in 1960 as president of the student body at Tennessee State University. I was 18 years old. John Lewis was 19 and a half. You were the same age as me. I'm 79 as well. And there was an old man that talked to us. He was 35 years old, named C.T. Vivian. When I did C.T.'s eulogy a few weeks ago, I said that C.T. Vivian would live larger in death than he was in life. Because C.T., like you, never wanted the limelight. They were always in the heart of making a difference in people's lives. So I came tonight to give you the tribute to all of the people that you've never known, that people will never know. The Pauline Lights, when the Pauline Knights, and all Larry Browns who got on the bus at Tennessee State in 1961, and the burning that took place in Addison, Alabama. Those of us who were at the march in 1963, I look at that, and because of who you were, you've always epitomized. Yes, I was student government president at Tennessee State in 1963, but I said, who is this guy, Jesse Jackson? And what is it? He was in North Carolina. And because of your vigilance, your courage, your tenacity, your intelligence. But then there was a man that said, Dirty, you're going to get in a lot of trouble unless you get yourself together. He came to Clement Hall at Tennessee State, and he sat down and talked to me. He said, I want you to talk to the students here at Tennessee State. And I think you know this man's name. He was working for a man named Sergeant Shriver. His name was Samuel DeWitt Proctor.
Oh, yeah.
He told me, he said, I want you to talk to these students about a new program my brother-in-law started named John F. Kennedy. So Samuel DeWitt Proctor convinced me in 1964 to leave or join the first Peace Corps group. He said, you need to broaden your perspective. And you know, Proctor, he said, Daddy, listen to me. And I listened, but I was right on the move and all of the things after the 63 march. But all the way through, I would always look up Jesse Jackson. He was kind of a mom. Even though we were the same age, I would look to that. And a few weeks ago, as I sat in the back of Willie Watkins' funeral home with John Lewis's body on one side and CT on the other, and we think about the circle being lessened down here on earth, but it's really not. It's broadening as we go above, because those who have already gone before us will be in that eternal glory to give us the strength. So I say to you tonight, I was one of those students along with you. You've always been an idol. You've always been an inspiration. You've always been the one that encouraged us to go beyond just our own myopic views of just the Christian view, but you always were international. You were always interfaith. So I say on behalf of all of those of us who were students in 1959 and 60 at Tennessee State, that you, tonight is not your birthday. It's a day of Thanksgiving. You have been the epitome of what has inspired me, even now at my age. And I'm into climate change and global warming with Van and all these people, but my strength still comes from you, and not just from me. So I'm saying for all those unsung heroes that you encourage, those of us, when our parents sent us to school, they say, stay out of all that civil rights stuff. Don't you get your degree, keep your mind clean, but you said, no, it's bigger than that. And you didn't say it then those days. You're more articulate now, but you lived it. So I want to personally give you the tribute to all of those unsung heroes and sheroes that you have meant so much. And those of us who are still alive now. James Orange died in my arms. We saluted James today down on Auburn, on Abernathy Street today. But you were the one that continues to encourage us then. You encourage me now. And as you know, I pastored the church with Dr. Mays was for 25 years, but you still encourage me. And the best way we can say, you had a thing that said, I am somebody. You never have to say that anymore. Your legacy will be, all of us will say, you are somebody.
Amen to that.
Go ahead, Drew.
Let me bring on Joe Leonard. It's wonderful to see you, but I've had Kwame Abernathy, Miss Juanita's baby, Reverend Ralph's baby, and my dear brother beloved. I'm so glad to see you today.
Oh, Santita, it's a blessing and an honor, one, to be able to still be here, to witness this. Jesse, I believe it's Jesse Lewis Jackson, if I'm correct. Personally, himself and the entire Jackson family has meant so much to the Abernathy family. And I hate that my mother and my father are not here and I have to speak in their stead. I hate that my brother is not here and I have to speak in his stead, and my sisters as well. But Jesse Jackson has known all of us before we were all winks in the eye. And we have all known and loved you personally. Each of us, all four of us, had our own personal relationship with you and had an opportunity to know you and love you for who you are as a person, with playing with the kids and connecting with young people. Of course, that's one of your great skills that God has given you, being able to connect with young people and being able, that transcending through generations and the power of that. And of course, here we are today. I'm so thankful that you are here today to witness our present modern day civil rights movement, and that you can still impart your wisdom on this next generation. That is so powerful, so powerful. I want to thank you for your sacrifices and your work today. You know, I am forever protective of my civil rights family, and I don't let anybody talk about you all in any way, shape, or form. But as I was telling someone today, people have to remember that it was an unpopular movement. And today, everybody and their mother will say that they were there, but that was not the case. And I know it. I know it. And I tell these young people today, I tell everybody that is willing to listen to me, that you all soldiered. And without your sacrifices, we certainly would not be where we are. I don't know where we would be, but we wouldn't be right here, right now. I want to thank you. Doc, I want to thank you for 1988. I was Carl Rowan's driver in 1988. I was a junior in high school, and you walked into Atlanta, Georgia, 1988. The biggest thing in life. Michael Dukakis did not know what hit him. You hit the convention, and you were the biggest thing walking. Did not have the votes, didn't have the delegates, but you ran that convention, Doc. And I will never forget it. I remember then what it was like to have to control the show, to really be the star and to control the show, but and be on the out and be an outlier. Never forget it. And I'm just so thankful that I have been in my life. You know, I hate to say that I'm sure I take it for granted, but I've been able to witness and to know and to see and to meet, just like Jonathan said. And I'm so thankful and grateful. So thankful and grateful. I know that God is preparing me. He's put me here in this position. He's preparing me for something but I'm thankful for it, really and truly. May God continue to bless you, Doc, and continue to do that work, because you know we need it.
Bless your heart.
Santita,
Yes.
you know, Kwame's father's church was bombed in Montgomery. Ralph laid the groundwork for Dr. King. Dr. King never forgot that. The other thing, when I listened to Durley speak, Durley did the March on Washington. The only black official in the whole South was Leroy Johnson from Atlanta.
That's right.
Not Virginia, not from Texas to Florida to Maryland. There was not a single black official. And yeah, that one guy, he is the reason why Muhammad Ali got back in the ring.
That's right. That's right.
He could deal with Governor Maddox of all people. I mean, you think one official in the whole South, not one from Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana, nowhere but Atlanta.
Senator.
There's been a statue to him.
Well, you know, this has been I can tell you as I go around, because I want to get some these thoughts from the few people who we've not been able to hear. It's been a wonderful history lesson, a living lesson, really life lesson for all of us. To hear so many of you, to hear these stories today, to hear Gerald Durley speak, to hear Bernard Lafayette speak. I'm sending you much love. Lafayette, love you. Love you. And Joe Leonard, I'm glad to see you. I know Reverend is glad to see you too. I don't know if Reverend can see everyone on camera, but we've got Kwame, we've got Joe Beasley, we've got John Graves, we've got Gail Davenport, Senator, Madam Senator, Bernard, the Lafayettes.
They got Kate.
And they look, and the Lafayettes look so young.
They do. They look beautiful. That's
And
right.
in love.
That's right. That's right.
At my age, I have to tell you my secrets.
What is it?
His wife.
She tries out her makeup on my face at night while I'm asleep. You don't believe that, do you? She's just handsome. She just looks good.
That's right. That's right.
Love him to death. We've been married 50 years.
Unbelievable. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Jesse, I want to say happy birthday to him.
Oh, he's Daddy?
Yes, I'm looking at you.
Yes. Oh,
there he is.
There you are.
Oh, now he looks good.
Don't you look wonderful? Happy birthday. I'm so glad I got back in time to wish you a happy birthday. Have many, many more. We love you. Always appreciate the wonderful things you've done to lift the feeling tone of our country. And I know you're doing it right now because we need it lifted again, right?
Thank you so much.
We do. Thank you so much.
I was kidnapped in Colombia, Latin America. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, I was kidnapped by the FARC.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried because I knew that, Jesse could get me out. I was so worried, and I knew Jesse would get him out. He knew how to talk folks out of being kidnapped.
Joe Leonard, what's on your mind? Because you would have been on one of those crews to try and get the captives freed.
Lord help. Lord help.
Oh, Joe.
I just want to tell Reverend what I've told him for the last 20 years. It's good to just see these faces. All of them have had a piece of pouring themselves in me, the Gail, Joe Beasley, Jonathan. I mean, it's beautiful to see. But the last 20 years, I've told Reverend the same thing every time I see him. Reverend, I love you, and I want to thank you for training me. There is no other training I could have ever had to be on those 6 o'clock morning calls with you and Dr. Walters and just learning from you all the time, every day. And my brother, Gary Flowers, and I called you yesterday and left a message for you. But Gary and I were on the phone about 90 minutes yesterday. And I have to tell, we on talking about our experience at Rainbow, my 5 years and his 8. And one of my favorite stories was when Reverend, I guess we were going to, I went all over, but my favorite one was when we went to CNN in Atlanta. And we went to CNN, and I was with the Black Leadership Forum, and we went in, and I didn't even know why I was going there. Reverend told me to get in the plane. So I just got on the plane. And we went to CNN, and he's making an argument about diversity and inclusion, and gave a long explication about how Bernard Shaw was the first African-American in the history of anchors, and how this black guy, I can't remember his name, black guy and white guy were the first co-sports anchors, and how Ted Turner was ahead of its time, and how you think they've gone back some. And he kept going and kept trying to make the point, and they weren't listening. The board of trustees wasn't listening. The president wasn't listening. So then he came back and said, well, you know, how many African Americans do you have? And he gave him a brochure, and he said, that's the problem. How much money are you doing in procurement? And he said, well, you know, we're not sure. And he said, that's the problem. Diversity and inclusion is a brochure. Equality and equity is a secret. And then, you know, he tried to make the point to him. And finally, right at the end, he said, don't worry about it. I already know what I have to do. I appreciate you taking the time, but I'm going to tell you what my picket sign is going to say. My picket sign will say, CNN all day, all night, all white. And you better believe everything stopped there. So when one wonders how Roland Martin, Donna Brazile, and I can always confuse, I think Soledad O'Brien or Rick Torres got on CNN, it was that meeting. And I have 10 to 15 different stories like that. So I just wanted to come and pay homage and say happy birthday, Reverend. I love you and thank you for training me.
All right.
A day of Thanksgiving, a day of Thanksgiving.
And I'm not sure. I think Santita may have had to hop off very briefly, but I did want to give everyone an opportunity, anyone who has not spoken regarding Reverend Jackson's birthday, an opportunity to make any words before we switch over to our final sessions of the day with African American. So anyone who has not got an opportunity to give Reverend their birthday wishes, this would be the time to do that, or any last statements from the dais.
Yeah, well, this is Joe Beasley. Can you hear me?
Mr. Beasley.
Yeah, well, you know, Reverend Jackson, I met him when he was 35 years old at the Metropolitan Baptist Church.
All right, Joe, I think you're breaking up a little bit. So if you could, let's see if we can get you to a better location before, and then we'll let you close up. Jonathan, I think you want to make a last statement?
Can I say one thing? I wanted to say one thing, Attorney Patillo. We have to lift up and remember our good friend here in Atlanta, who was always there with Reverend Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jasper Williams. Jasper influenced all of us so much. I thought he'd be on tonight, and maybe he's doing something else. But Jasper was always there. When I was president of Concerned Black Clergy here in Atlanta, Jasper would come. He'd not only put his voice there, but he would put his resource in. He'd open up his building for Reverend Jesse Jackson. And I know, and I can't speak for him, but I know he would be saying, thank you so much for being the guiding light, for being the kind of person that he could put behind, because he influenced all of us. So I just want to say the words for Reverend Jasper Williams here in the city of Atlanta. He was always.
Let me say, Jasper, in 1984, when we just leaped out on faith, in 1984, Jasper picked up my family's, put on his payroll for 8 months. I mean, Jasper on our families living. That's all job we have, working with Jasper. And he's a relevant hooper. Most hoopers not relevant.
All right, Santita, I'll turn it back
Robert,
over.
may I say one thing, Robert?
Yes, sir.
May I say one thing? I just want to share this one story. Joe kind of triggered it. How you doing, Joe Leonard? But we were in Toyota in Japan, and there we were invited by the Nissan, Honda, and Toyota. And before we met with Toyota, the chairman asked us to go into a room that was adjacent to where we were eating. And there he had a book that was on this table as if it were a shrine. And that book was written by Dr. King, but the book was signed by Jesse Jackson. And the chairman of the board of the largest auto company in the world said, "This is the most cherished item that I own." And he asked Reverend to sign one book for his daughter. And I say that only to say the impact in the way Reverend has sensitized corporate America to understand diversity and understand Black folk. So I just think that the world is a better place because of Reverend Jesse Jackson, and I just wanted to share that story. And we all have so many, but I think that one is so relevant because companies, as we all know, they are not sensitive to us. But Jesse Jackson, when we spoke with the chairman of the board of Nissan, he talked about this guy, he talked about the company, but he had the moral authority to do that because they all respected him. So that's my 2 cents as we close, but we thank you, Reverend, for all you do.
Yeah, and let me say this as an anecdote. This is Joe Beasley. Jesse Jackson Jr., who is all the Jackson children, he was talking about how much he admired his dad. And he was saying that he didn't know, the power of his dad. And it's been years ago that he was stopped by a Chicago police officer. And when he pulled out his driver's license and it said Jackson Jr., he said, "Oh shit."
But I appreciate that we went all the way until 7 o'clock at night without anybody coming to the show. We went from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m.
You crazy, Joe.
All right, Santita, I'm going to toss it over to you, and then we're going to make a session out. So, Santita.
Robert Patillo.
Yes, sir, Reverend Jackson.
Robert Patillo represents, you're the best leadership we have today. You're special. Thank you for the Atlanta conference. I want people to listen. They do me 2 favors. Number 1, for the rainbowpush.org and touch membership, join today. We need your help to sustain our struggle. And secondly, I have a book, Jim Kool-Aid from a speech, Amazon.com. So please get that book today. And love you, John Reverend. Love you, Reverend.
Thank you so much, Reverend Jackson. And we will be switching over to our next session, which will be on for our Black Farmers and Agricultural Committee. Give us a couple minutes. We're going to do a quick switch over. I do want to thank our sponsors again for all the work that they have done sustaining this organization through this through COVID-19. And if you guys give us just a couple minutes, we will be swapping over and having a wonderful conversation with our African-American farmed and agricultural community, which is very prescient today. I think it's a really important conversation that we need to be having across the line. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with everybody.
Keep hope. Keep hope. Alive. Alive. Keep hope. Keep hope. Alive. Alive.
Who is Jesse Jackson?
Well, you know, it's been a long journey. And I thank God for allowing me to be a long distance runner. I am a servant whose work is not complete.
Have you ever witnessed the resolve of a real champion?
I am somebody.
Have you ever walked with Reverend Jesse Jackson on the road to battle? Have you ever seen him persist when others resist?
Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make.
Have you ever seen him take the road less traveled?
We are humane people. We fight for justice and fairness.
Always a helping hand on the road to freedom. Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. and the Rainbow Push Coalition, still the long-distance runner, and still no more impossible dreams.
Be admitted? No, sir, you cannot be admitted. Why? I am not going to serve you. Because of my race? I'm not going to serve you.
I didn't decide to become branded as a civil rights sit-inner. I couldn't use the public library, so I sat in and I was arrested. The sacrifice and some risk involved in that.
Jesse Jackson has done that with me all his life. When I was tired, he manned the barricades. He made sure that as best he could, and that as best we could, our people would be all right.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. appoints Reverend Jackson in 1966 to head Chicago's Operation Breadbasket, Southern Christian Leadership Council's self-help economic uplift program. In August of 1967, Dr. King appoints Reverend Jackson National Director of Operation Breadbasket, which negotiates hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars for African American neighborhoods across the country.
I was a little boy who grew up in a community where black children could not go to the public schools. And lawyers came into our community and made them open up the public schools, and I thought that was going to be the end of the struggle. And what I learned quickly is that it was just the beginning of the struggle. A few years later, Dr. King was assassinated, and it was challenging to navigate all the ways you could be made to feel not as good as other people, not as smart as other people. And it was in the middle of that struggle that I began listening to you. And you gave these speeches, and you would ask people to repeat after you, and then you would say, I am somebody. And I remember watching the TV and saying over and over again, I am somebody.
Jesse Jackson, all his life, when you hear him say, I am somebody, he's saying that to himself as much as he's saying it to anybody else.
Nice. Beautiful. Wow.
My father has learned to take the broken pieces of life, the shredded pieces, the discarded pieces, and come up with something beautiful. He is a minister first. Many people see him as a politician first. Following in Jesus' tradition, that's what my father has done. Cast light into dark places to set the captive free.
We need our jobs. We need our money. We need our protection under the law. Fauciism is racism. Wake up. Blow your trumpet. Let the world know we are displeased. We do not like it.
We talked about an organization that would involve people in a united struggle, and so it was people united at first to save humanity, and then at a later point it became people united to serve humanity.
All right, I think this is a great place to begin our conversation about the African American farmers and agricultural community. As many of you know who are involved in that community who logged into this call, we've been doing a series of town halls throughout the spring, summer, and now fall regarding resources for African American farmers who are often forgotten by federal programs. We have a great panel discussion today. We're honored to be joined by the Georgia Agricultural Commissioner, who's been a great friend and ally in this, Mr. Gary Black. Also, Joe Leonard is still with us, and moderating this session will be Bobby Wilson. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Wilson for opening remarks. Bobby, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to moderate this session of the program. I would start by saying, on behalf of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Rainbow Push Coalition, the staff, and all of you who make up this great organization, its friends, its supporters, we want to say thank you. We are here tonight for this town hall meeting to help inform, to help, to establish networks, and to make sure that all farmers have access to USDA agriculture programs from the national level to the state level, all the way down to the county and city level. These bi-monthly meetings have led us in Georgia to form a group to work on a project with the great University of Fort Valley State to open up its state-of-the-art processing plants so that small farmers in the southeastern part of the great state of Georgia will have somewhere that they can take their livestock to be processed. Thank you, Mr. Hollis, for being a part of this meeting tonight. I would also like to thank my commissioner, Gary Black, from the great state of Georgia, for being a part of this town hall meeting tonight again, which means that Commissioner Black has been here before. I would just like to say on my behalf, when I call Commissioner Black, he always comes. We have developed that relationship, and he has supported Metro Atlanta Urban Farm. To Jonathan and Joe, we know that you have been on the battlefield fighting for justice and equality for all people. You have been fighting so that we can have a slice of the pie and not the crumbs on the floor. You have been fighting so that we as farmers can have the American dream. You have been fighting so that we can have a seat at the table and not a seat outside of the door. If we are going to help make those changes, those of us that have been on the battlefield, we have been running harder and faster so that the generations that will follow us will have a fair chance at the American dream. I remember when Jesse ran for president of the United States, there was a saying that said, "Run, Jesse, run." But now we're at a point in our lives where we are saying, those of us that's a part of the minority group, and I'm going to paraphrase it, I'm going to say, run, farmers, run. So with all due respect, I'm going to start with Commissioner Black and move to Mr. Hollis to tell us what's going on. And with that, Commissioner Black, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Bobby. It's hard to follow you now. I'm telling you. Y'all, it's good to be with you again. I am talking to you from my Zoom stadium in my farm office in Commerce, Georgia. So that's we've had a day of Zooming today. So I didn't drive to Atlanta, but it's been full up here, and we're glad to be with y'all tonight. Really excited about. I want to learn more about what you said, Bobby, about processing, and I hope there's been some more communication. Maybe some of our friends from Fort Valley that are on here. I know we're coming up on a time when we're hoping we're going to have a little more of a strategic plan back from them. I think our goal is to get back by October 15th. So if we don't, we'll be talking at least between now and next week with them. On that. There's some other good news, even above and beyond what might be the opportunities at Fort Valley. But I want all producers on the call tonight to know this issue of expanding opportunity for more local processing is not going away. I can't remember a couple weeks ago when we were together if I mentioned this, but the new animal science, actually not new, yeah, he's been there about a year now, but the animal science division department head at the University of Georgia, the gentleman that came to us from Ohio State, and Dr. Francis Fluardi was very instrumental in working with a number of family-run operations in Ohio to expand processing. And we were able to take a group of folks that are interested in building processing plants in the state of Georgia, and there are several efforts underway right now, and actually in different geographic parts of the state. But we had a very productive meeting, series of meetings up in Ohio on Monday of this week, and it's just really fueled those people's enthusiasm, I think, that much more. I'm hopeful that at least a couple of those are going to be farmer-owned co-ops. So we're going to need to make sure that your members and the contacts here on the within your organization, I hope that we're going to have some opportunities for folks to actually buy in and be a part of a cooperative, so that you have actually not only the value of the cattle and what you might be wanting to sell to the public, but also capture as being a co-owner of the processing, to have able to capture the value of being part of that business. So we want to be sure to keep everyone informed of those opportunities. I think it's going to be good for small, medium, and large. It's not going to make any difference where you are or who you are. I think there is going to be opportunity for everybody there. So one last hot topic, Bobby. I'm thankful. It took way too long, and I don't think there's anybody that will disagree with that. But we've done our job at the Department of Agriculture. I think it was 16 weeks ago to yesterday. We got the money from USDA for Hurricane Michael, and I can report to everybody tonight that all 1,791 folks who qualified under the Hurricane Michael relief, those contracts are out of my door, and there's about 30 people that I'm waiting on to return those contracts, and we will get their checks to them and have about $155 million out into relieving. Again, some of those are small farmers, some of them are very big farmers, but I know that I don't know if there's anyone actually on this call tonight that we've been able to serve with that, but I know of a number of again, small, medium, large, black, white, all every farmer that was affected who applied that had qualified losses. I can report to everyone tonight that we've completed our task, and thankful to get that money flowing into the economy. So a lot of thanks goes around there for certainly for Congressman Sanford Bishop, Congressman David Scott, but Congressman Austin Scott, and Secretary of Agriculture Sonny Perdue. I mean, it took a big team to get that across the finish line, but I'm glad we were able to deliver. So, but Bobby, thank you, and I sure want to hope we'll have some more questions tonight, or some things y'all can give me some homework on. I'm good at homework, and I look forward to listening.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. And I just want to remind us of some key things that I heard. There's the opportunity and chances for us as farmers to be a part of a co-op. And there's no reason, if they're going to do them across the state, that we shouldn't form our own co-ops or buy into another co-op and be a part of that. And remind you that there's $155 million that's getting ready to go out to farmers due to hurricane relief fund. So with that, Mr. Hollis, if you would come on and explain to us what's going on at Fort Valley and the processing plant. And our commissioner has been talking with the dean down there. And if you haven't been involved in the conversation, we want you involved. Mr. Hollis.
Good afternoon. First of all, I just want to say I'm glad to be on tonight, and have been involved in those conversations. And we're looking forward to doing some bigger and better things to help everyone out in the communities and across the state. At Fort Valley State University, we offer red meat services, processing facility, beef, pork, sheep, and goats. For the most part, our prices are set at $40 per head for pigs and cattle slaughter, and $15 per head for sheep and goat. And our processing and packaging fees are 60 cents per pound of the hanging weight. Now we at Fort Valley, we take our priority in research and extension work in our facility. So we have a two-part program going on here where we're doing continued research, continued extension work, and at the same time, while all that is going on, we offer custom processing for any small farmer, any commercial farmer that's looking to get into the business, and help them iron out all the fine print for getting into the meat industry. We help with all those type of things. So there's a lot of different questions that might come up that, it's more than I can just tell off the top of my head. And so if anyone has questions that's on the panel, feel free to just ask a question. I'll be happy to answer it the best I can.
Okay. Thank you for those remarks and those comments. What I heard for large animals is $40 a head, and for sheep and goat, we're looking at $15 a head, and then there's another price on packaging it out. So
yeah,
for those of you that has been one of our biggest challenges in this part, in the southeastern part of the state, is finding somewhere for farmers to go and process their meats. So where at best as you can tell us, where is the university on opening up the processing plants? Because my understanding as an individual farmer, I can only bring one livestock per year. Is that true?
No, sir. That's definitely not true. We have a weekly schedule. We schedule people just about every day. Since the COVID outbreak, we had a little downtime, but since we back up, we have our schedule is already over into April of next year. So we don't limit farmers on how many we can take per year or per day or per week, because we know we first come, first serve. Now, there is one aspect, since we are a university, but we're doing different things in the near future. But since we are a university, we have to be sensitive about taking on too much commercial activity, because we're a state university. But other than that, we still probably anyone who has their own animal that they raise on their farm, they can process as many times as they can get scheduled, and
Okay.
we don't turn anyone away.
Okay. Well, we want the audience to hold your comments and questions for a while, and we want to get each one of our panelists an opportunity and a chance to speak. So, Joe, is you available right now to kind of talk about what's going on from your perspective for minorities and disadvantaged farmers across this country?
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. You know, I want to preface what I'm about to say. This is my comments and comments alone, and certainly not affiliated to the university that I work with now. But I do want to talk about my experience with the African American farming community. I want to thank Robert and Trina for starting these conversations. In the spring, Mr. Wilson, you've been on a lot of them. Mr. Black, you've been on them too. I mean, Mr. Hollis. So I want to thank you for continuing that. It's grown into this, and I hope it continues, because I know that we've talked to a lot of farmers and helped put them on a path. For me, it's ironic that we're doing this today. One of the best quotes I can give that Reverend Jackson would tell us when I worked at Rainbow Push was he always said that 90% of all wealth is inherited. 80% of that are land or homes. So what we are talking about is intergenerational wealth. We're really talking. So every Black farmer that I know talks about passing his land on, not to his children, but to his grandchildren. They want them to have the amenities that the family has had for generations. So that's why it's so vital, knowing that 90% of all wealth in this country is land. It's so vital to do those things necessary. A couple of weeks ago, Robert and Trina had on a tax attorney. I thought that was brilliant. Many of these farmers are scientists. They can get a seed, they can put it in the ground, and it can grow. But we need to provide wraparound services for those farmers. We need financial literacy what we began to do at USDA just prior to the Obama administration leaving. We need, frankly, we need to work very closely with agricultural secretaries like Mr. Black. And I so appreciate that you're here, and for want of a better word, in the cut with these Black farmers and with us. Because a lot of times, Mr. Wilson said, a lot of times you're not getting a seat at the table. But I make the argument, it ain't even a seat at the table. You don't even know where the house is that the table is in. You know what I mean? And I mean that. When I first came on board USDA, probably one of the better things that we were able to do is after the Farm Bill, we had 273 different grant or loan making opportunities, 273. But when the new Farm Bill came in on board, we had over like 323. Farming communities of colors didn't know anything about the new programs. You must do outreach to know where that table is. You've got to tell people, because they'll apply to things that they didn't know. And it's important that these sorts of information sessions let people know that high tunnels. I remember when not the last Farm Bill, with the one before that, high tunnels were an experiment with NRCS. Now it's in the appropriated budget. You know what I mean? So it's important that people, but I have to give NRCS credit. They were very aggressive at the outset to let people know that you could get a high tunnel and 90% of its cost and extend your growing season. So these things are vital. The sharing of information in agriculture is vital. The sharing of information regarding finances is vital. And the same way that the taxes change every year for individuals, farming taxes also change. So you have to stay very vigilant. And it doesn't change greatly, but it makes these nuances. And in my father, we had some land in Texas, and my father would tell me all the time, "Oh, yeah, I'm doing this like Granddad did." I had to tell him, "Look, Granddad, you can't do your taxes the way Granddad did, or you can't do some of these things the way, because it's not efficient. You know, we have to streamline and make things more efficient." one of the things that I would talk about that I'm proud of is not the Pickford 2 class action that was settled, wasn't the kind of the broadening of discrimination or the outreach that we did, but it was the construction of a program called microloans. Microloans are a key because it harkens back, and it's with Farm Service Agency, and it harkens back to the 1960s and 50s before credit ratings were paramount, before anybody could get a loan. Back then, if you had a tractor or a car or some land, you could get a loan. Too often when these farmers are coming in at 60, 65 years old or in their late 50s, their credit rating isn't as good as it should be, frankly. Because, because it's a new system, again, going back to what they know. And we were able to provide greater access to capital than ever before. And we were able to streamline the process to which people receive funds simply because we harken back to something that they knew well. Reminds me of my father, we say, you just meet people at their fence sometime, they'll understand. And just because of that, just because of providing a new, innovative form of a loan, we were able to decrease civil rights complaints. People felt we were working with them more. They appreciated. So I'll stop there. If I have any questions, it's important, this sharing of information. If I don't know it, I'll go find it, and I certainly will get it back to the information back to Robert and Trina as I've done for the last 6 months. But this generation is different. This generation will have a job and work for Uber and a Lyft. This generation also will have a full-time job and have 2 to 5 acres on their grandparents' land and be selling greens on a farmer's market on a Saturday or Sunday. And if they do that, they'll keep that land. So it's vital that, and then they'll also stop obesity in certain areas. They will have people eating better. They'll be making some money. So this is more than, the land is the key, but this has multipliers in so many different ways regarding health, economics, and frankly, there's something about putting your hand in the ground that's cathartic, and it just centers you. And at this moment in history, we need centering.
Thank you so much for those comments and getting us to understand the importance of owning. And that's something that we want to encourage all of our farmers to do. If there's still farmland in your family, you need to try to make sure that it stays in your family. If you have the resources to purchase additional farmland, you need to take advantage of purchasing that land and being able to pass it on to generations that will follow you. And with that, we're going to move to Jonathan for his comments. Jonathan, are you here with us tonight? Okay, we're going to come back to Jonathan in a few minutes. Maybe he stepped away from the phone, but I want to share a couple of things with you too. For those of you who may not know me, I am Bobby Wilson. I am an urban farmer here in the city of College Park, 5 minutes from downtown Atlanta, 10 minutes from downtown Atlanta, and 5 minutes from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. And when you sit on 5 acres like I am sitting on, there are always challenges. And I want to report back to all of you that the system works for us, but in actuality, it works real slow for us. I just secured a farm loan for $300,000. but it took me 2 years to get that loan. And there were those that were around me saying, it ain't worth it, give it up. But I just wanted to make sure that either the system was going to work for us or that it was not going to work for us. During this COVID-19, Metro Atlanta Urban Farm has been able to get relief money from COVID-19. And I've also worked with other farmers that have been able to get COVID relief funds as well. I would also share with you that I have worked real closely with NRCS, and we have gotten the well, the hoop house, the drip irrigation. We've gotten reimbursement for planting cover crops. We have an irrigation system that runs throughout the farm, and we pay 10 cents on the dollar for that. So the program from the federal level has worked for Metro Atlanta Urban Farm. And I'm here tonight to say, if you need assistance in terms of working through the federal programs, I can assist you in that. And I can take the time, energy, and efforts to help you walk through those programs. Our office number is 404-788-2432. We do have a website, metroatlantaurbanfarm.org. So you can go to our website and find all of that information. So NRCS, Farm Services Agent, I have a great working relationship with them. But above and beyond that, I have a better working relationship with my Commissioner of Agriculture. I'm having some trouble and some challenges with county government.
Yep.
But you got to build those relationships. And if you build those relationships, they can help you through some difficult times and help you through hard times. And so I just wanted to share that. Do any of our other panels have any comments that they would like to make at this time?
Hey, Bobby, this is Gary. Can I ask Joe a question right quick? Joe, you still on?
I'm still on.
Yeah, and I'd love to visit with you. Bobby's got my contact. I'd love to visit with you offline sometime. Just on a couple of, just kind of noodling some ideas around, if you don't mind. But I agree with you on the land thing I will admit to everybody on this phone, on this call, I never heard the term heirs property until 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, I understand the problem. I never heard the term before. And so I know the Southern Federation has worked some. I've been to some of their events, and I've been to one of the national workshops before. And then there's actually an heirs property group over in Athens that I'm serving on their advisory committee now. And there's a lady over there that's doing marvelous work. I'm real proud of it. And then James, I don't know if James Ford's on our call tonight, but I know James is doing some work in that area too. But the story I wanted to share with you, and I hope this is practical for even some people on here tonight. The Federation had a workshop in Albany about 18 months, 2 years ago. And we went, and I was glad to go. And there were going to be a series of them. And I committed to go to every one of them. There were going to be 2 or 3. And well, we got there one night, and there was only 2 couples there, which is fine. There was 2 families. And there were 2 ladies that had some land in Albany, and it was clearly just a family squabble, and there were a lot of people on the deed. And that was a mess, and I just don't know if anybody they're going to have to solve that within their family. But there was another anecdote from the other family, because there was a younger couple, and I say younger because 50 is getting young to me, but they were about 50. They'd moved in from Chicago and into Dooley County, and they were doing, Joe, what you were and Bobby were saying. They'd taken a little small, they'd bought some land, and they were doing some little small truck farming and having a blast doing it, and feeding their family and starting. The lady who'd married the nephew of the older gentleman, she'd never been in that environment. She was loving it. But the uncanny thing that happened is that the older gentleman and his wife were there, and we were there to talk about these problems. And in front of everyone, the younger couple finally looked at the older couple and they said, "That's why we're here tonight. You don't even have a will."
Mm-hmm.
And we can't think about coming over to your 50 acres because it's so messed up to start with. And so, and it was really, the other anecdote was, the gentleman looked at me and he said, really the reason I'm here tonight is I got 10 acres of pecans. Can you help me try to find some help to get some irrigation? so Bobby, I connected him back with NRCS and with Fort Valley, and I think he finally got a little advice on that. But I just want y'all to know, I mean, we got to work on this, folks. This shouldn't be a problem, and I'm not going to get in folks' family issues. They've got to do that, but for all I've got, for everybody on the phone, I'm in on trying to, how do we help families do that? Now, Joe, I said I had a question for you. I know I did a lot of talking, but I'd love to talk with you about this subject sometime.
Absolutely. I look forward to give you my number and talking about it. The air property issues, what I was talking about when I said wraparound services, in addition to taxes. Right. That's way that when we would do these community gatherings or information sessions, that's the first thing I would do, is ask these Black farmers, or Hispanic farmers for that matter, how many of you all have a will? And then I'm like, be honest. I kind of want you to be embarrassed, so you can do something about it. Because, if you're embarrassed and don't want to stand up or put your hand up, that means you're not doing something right. And if you really care about your children and grandchildren, like you say, that you will get a will, that it is absolutely vital. So those wraparound services are important. But going back to what Mr. Wilson said, prior to 2000, I forget, it was 10 or 11 Farm Bill, there was no money in urban ag. You realize that? There was nothing. I mean, nothing. We ended up doing a pilot program through our office. We put a couple of urban farms at schools in Decatur, and we actually did a pilot project at the Andrew Young Boys and Girls Club in Atlanta that my office funded. But if you look at this year's Farm Bill, going back to how farmers need to watch that Farm Bill, and/or institutions like the Metro Atlanta Urban Farmers, this year they have $3.5 million in urban farming. Prior years they didn't. This Farm Bill has $3.5 million in, I think $1.5 million to run the office. For years, it was thought that you can't give money to urban areas because they have HUD and all these other agencies. So this the USDA money is solely rural money, and it's changing. It's absolutely changing. So I'm glad that you can make a lot of money off those 5 acres. You absolutely can. And the spirit in which Mr. Black was talking about, you become your own business owner. You become your own business owner, and it's a little different. I do appreciate you, Mr. Hollis, because when I came down to Fort Valley, you were very kind. Fort Valley, and I have to say this about Georgia, and if you want me to get into some other states, I can tell you what's tougher states. But Georgia has a way of, like you said, David Scott's on the Ag Committee. Sanford Bishop, when he first came to Congress, was on the Ag Committee. He's not on it anymore, but he is in everything in Ag, and of course, he's on appropriations. Georgia, I'm not going to lie, kind of punches above its weight in Ag throughout the country. I'm a native of Texas. It seemed like they ought to be a lot more Texas A&M people at USDA and throughout, but Georgia is all over, and all over USDA. And I'm starting to understand it's because of meetings like this, because I don't think there's going to be a way I could get the Texas State Agricultural Commissioner on a call similar. But they've always shown a capacity to work with one another. In fact, you can even ask at USDA, they call it the Georgia Mafia. And that mafia got black people and white people on it. So because they are promoting Georgia at many different levels. So and I saw that very early on in Robert and Trina's phone call when other people started. David Scott's been on the call, so I saw that very early on.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And I want to piggyback on something that Commissioner Black says, and this is strictly from Bobby's perspective at Metro Atlanta Urban Farm. If you're going to be a urban farm, you need something that you can hang your hat on. And what we have been able to hang our hat on is being able to tell our story. And I'll say to you, if you don't tell your story, somebody else will tell it. So each year we produce a yearly calendar. And when we produce that calendar, we highlight every year the things that we have done. And when I sit down to talk to a funder, I have something that I can put in their hands. And I'm going to give you an example. The Clorox Foundation came to me 5 years ago, and they said, we're running a pilot program for 4 years, and we're doing outreach to 4 different programs across the country. And I put one of my calendars in their hand, and I looked up the next year, before the year was out, I was getting a check for $60,000 from the Clorox Foundation. And every year since then, that pilot program is no longer in existence, but we are into the 5th year. And I just deposited recently here another check from the Clorox Foundation for $75,000. So you got to be able to tell your story. You got to be able to put something in people's hands. And from my perspective, you got to be passionate about the work that you do. Right now, Metro Atlanta Urban Farm has changed its whole mission and its vision, just kind of based upon the fact that we are in COVID-19. 80% of our food went out to needy families across the Metro Atlanta urban area. We also partnered with Commissioner Black, where he was able to help us through the farmers market deliver food boxes to families as well. So during this pandemic period, and we're a small organization, 3 full-time staff and 1 part-time person, we have fed over 15,000 families across the Metro Atlanta area. Got a call from Hampton, Georgia, which is about 25 miles or so from our farm. They want to know if I can bring food down to help them. So through that one grant that we got from USDA, and I probably shouldn't say this, we leased a truck, a refrigerated truck. And for some kind of way, them folks decided that after the lease was over, they were going to donate it to us because we were a nonprofit organization. So we have the capacity to take care of the food and make sure that we're meeting all the safety regulations. So if you're going to be involved in selling food and giving food away, there are training programs that you need to go through so that you're meeting state and federal regulation. And some of the things that we do at Metro Atlanta Urban Farm, we do food give. Before the pandemic hit, we were giving away food once a month. We do gardening installation for those that want backyard gardening. We do value-added products. So we've gotten wine license, so we're able to make our own wine. But in the state of Georgia, you can make wine, but you can only make so much of it as long as you don't sell it. So that program came from the fact that we wanted to do zero waste from the farm, because it's important to us that we take care of the environment. So I'm going to pause right there. I could go on and on talking about what we do here at Metro Atlanta Urban Farm. There might be some questions in the chat box. If anybody is looking at the chat box, let's see if our audience have any questions for us.
I don't think we have any questions from the chat box yet, but I did want to ask Bobby, so tell me more about this turning water into wine that you figured out how to do. That piqued my interest. So can you kind of tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sometimes I'm able to walk on water too, but I can turn water into wine. I'm going to just get up. I'm at the office right now and just kind of pull some of our wines off the shelf right here. If you can see right there, across there, those are wines that we are making here at Metro Atlanta Urban Farm. We are producing our own wines with our own labels, and it's kind of sealed for safety purposes. And what that came from, one year we had an abundance of peaches, and we could not go to market with all of those peaches, and they were starting to go bad on us. So we figured out a way that we could ferment those peaches, and we turn them into wine. So we're making anything that you can ferment, you can turn into wine. So we making muscadine wine. We're making peach wine. We're making strawberry wines. You name it. If it's a fruit, we have been able to turn it into wines, and that's so that we can.
I think Bobby may have frozen a little bit, or maybe he got into the wine already.
We don't wait. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Bobby. I did want to ask a question of Commissioner Black. Pursuant to kind of what Bobby was just saying, what are some growth industries in the agricultural sector that people should be looking at? You know, we just got the legalization of hemp that we talked about on a previous call, the value-added products, as Bobby was saying. What are some sectors that may be outside of the box that we should be looking into in the near future?
Robert, anybody that might be on this phone call in South Georgia that has, because it's not going to work up our way, but I'd say the lower fifth or lower third, lower 2/5 of the state, we're going to be a citrus producing state. We've got some new varieties that are working very, very well, and once again, that you don't have to have 1,000 acres for that. I think little 5 and 10 acre plots of Satsuma orange. We've got a grapefruit coming that is a University of Georgia cultivar. I think if I was a landowner in South Georgia, that's one of the diversification things that I'd be looking at. It's just hits at a really good time. We've got a really good outlet for schools, and that's something to look at. And I'll tie on, not necessarily from a commodity standpoint, but from an outlet standpoint. That what's hot is that everybody on this call that produces anything when it comes to a fruit and vegetable. And ultimately, and I hope we can continue to build this partnership with Fort Valley on the protein side of it. But I have been, we've been working a long time. Y'all have let me do this job for 10 years, and we started early on saying, school nutrition, we think of that as a feeding program for people, which it is, and it's proper that we do that. But it's also such an enormous market opportunity for local farmers working with their local school nutrition folks. And so once again, is it greens? Is it a small contract on potatoes? Is it ground beef? There are opportunities all over the state for small producers or groups of small producers to feed our students. I want to feed our students with Georgia grown products, and we ought to use this USDA, our relationship with USDA at School Nutrition, which Dr. Leonard will know a lot about, but that's an economic opportunity for producers. Doesn't make a difference who you are. Shouldn't be. It's just it's always looked at such as a regulatory program. We got to do this, and instead of a market opportunity for to kind of keep the rural parts of the country going. And so those are a couple of things just on the tip of my tongue for folks to be thinking about.
All right, that's outstanding information. We're crossing over the 8 o'clock hour, so we're going to begin closing statement. So I want each of you to take a couple minutes to give our listeners, give our attendees any information you want them to go away with, as well as any useful links, websites, social media follows that you think would be useful for people in this sector. So we'll start with you, Mr. Hollis, and we'll work our way through.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to point out that even though we have a book schedule, we plan to reel that schedule in. We're looking at getting some more people on board because the demand is so high in the state. I'm encouraging everyone, if they have their individual animals that they want processed, that they're raising at home, give me a call. We'll try our best to get your schedule in as soon as possible. And like I say, we plan to get some more people on board to help meet that demand that's grown expeditiously in the state.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hollis. Mr. Leonard?
Mr. Wilson has me thinking, if you're planning to do any sort of urban farms, one of the first things you need to do is get a FSA number. Can't work with USDA without that FSA number. I don't care if you're in a rural area or urban area. But as I'm seeing more people that want to do that sort of 5 and 10 acre plot. Texas, pecans. In the same way you're saying citrus, pecans are big. People are making money on the weekends with their families with pecan trees. So I would say that it is important to keep working with Rainbow Push. If you have any questions, get the information to Robert with all the people on this line. We'll be able to certainly come up with a path forward for you. Certainly give you some good information. But this is land as this water rises, it's going to be even more valuable. So it's vital that we continue to do this work. And I want to thank you, Robert. And I keep always mentioning Trina for calling me and asking if I get involved. And then again, as I said in the earlier thing with Reverend, I will always love Reverend Jackson. Happy birthday to Reverend Jackson. And I will end with what I always tell him, and that is, I love you. Thank you for training me. And this is a part of that training.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard. Commissioner Black.
Robert, thanks for the opportunity again. I hope we'll do it some more in the future. Count on us. So any of these things from a meat standpoint, if you're looking to get into that business beyond your family, there are some labeling issues that our staff can help you with. And certainly you're going through your establishment at Fort Valley or any other private establishment, they can help you get a label that allows you to sell that. Let's just keep meeting and talking and you know, again, finding some homework we can go work on. And I hope you'll you know, I want to close with this. Georgia National Fair starts tomorrow in Perry. Anyone that unfortunately we're not having the fair, but every livestock show is alive for every exhibitor. Actually, young people exhibits are up, animals are up. Tomorrow you can go to the Georgia National Fairgrounds website, and every class of animals, whether it's goat, sheep, swine, beef cattle, heifers, registered heifers, commercial steers, we're going to have online services there where you can watch every class in every show ring. And interesting, it's going to be kind of like the NFL. There'll be a commentator and a color man right there just calling the show. So I'm going to be online early. I got to get to Perry early in the morning, and that starts at 8 o'clock with a goat show. So I'm gonna be one of the goat commentators in the morning, Bobby. So
All right.
it'll be real good. But God bless y'all. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Black. And for our out-of-town guests who are tuned into the Southeast region, yes, in the Southeast region, we talk about goat shows on our conferences. So get used to some Southern hospitality. Bobby Wilson, can you close us out for the evening?
Yes, sir. There's so much more that I want to say that I'm not going to have time to do it. But my email address is BOBBY, and then the initials for Metro Atlanta Urban Farm, BOBBYMAUF@gmail.com. So I want to say, if you're going to go into farming, you need 10 acres or more for the tax breaks in Georgia. We want to help you. We want to help you, guide you through the process of the challenges that we are faced with as small farmers. We want to work with the young people. There's a micro loan out there for young people that they can get. There's a micro loan out there for farmers that's getting started, but you got to have that farm track number up to, I believe it's $50,000. I'm working with a farmer right now on trying to get the micro loan. We want to be able to help you. I see Metro Atlanta Urban Farm as a service organization for the community and farmers. Feel free to contact us at 404-788-2432. And thank you for being with us tonight. And we'll do it again in 2 weeks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson. I got to thank our entire panel, Mr. Hollis, Mr. Leonard, Commissioner Black, and I have to thank you, the attendees of this conference. We will be reconvening tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. You can follow the exact same link that you clicked on today and log right back in. You do not need to re-register. I want to thank all of our moderators, all of our panelists today, the entire Rainbow Push family. Of course, our program coordinator, Ms. Trina Heathington, for her tireless efforts putting all of these things together. And we will reconvene tomorrow with some great programming. You can find information on that on rainbowpushatlanta.org. It is not too late for your friends and family to register for the second day of the conference. They can also do that at rainbowpushatlanta.org. And as Reverend Jackson would say on his birthday, keep hope alive. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.